whatsoever.
It's really not. There's so many good teams in this top 8, but I mean, we have to mention, yeah, again, Foot Esports making it, they're not making another monthly final. That's going to be so difficult for them to catch up. Nearly impossible at this point, as you know, the majority of the rest of the teams above them, Calypso, Reply Totem, Oceana, Zeta, Humble, SK, all here today, ready to get more points on the board, and they're already above them as well. So it has been a really, really tough month and year for them. But yeah, the top SK Gaming, Humble, Zeta division, those 3 teams have been the real top teams in this region this year.
Well, as far as this month is concerned, we've got a number of fun matchups right up in the early stages, I think. We've got some things going crazy with Zeta versus SK. Like I said, those number 1, number 2, and number 3 positions are really hot and testy. And so Zeta and SK, whoever wins here, this quarterfinal might be the most important match of the evening. Outside of Grand Finals, different story. So that one's definitely going to be where I'm looking at. Of course, Humble versus Oceanus is going to be important, and then we've got the top side, Jordan and Eclipsar, but then Arc, Reply Totem versus Ladder Skill. I'm also looking there because Reply Totem is a squad that I think has been very exciting to watch and sort of left out of these conversations sometimes.
Certainly so, always exiting so far in the quarterfinal stages, but this could be the month which they make the semis. And I mean, they're up against Ladder Skill, who are, you know, appearing in their first ever monthly final in the BSC. So I think that the odds are stacked heavily for Reply Totem in that sense. I mean, just further what Trav was saying earlier with the leaderboards, BC Gaming not making an appearance this month either. That's going to ricochet throughout the leaderboard also. But Zeta Division, SK Gaming, I cannot wait for this. What a banger to start the day. SK, of course, winning the monthly finals of March, and then Zeta coming back full force last month to get that grand finals win under their belt. It's going to be an absolutely match for the ages.
Yeah, this is fun. It's not a grand finals rematch, but we're getting one victor, another victor, and they're smashing together in the quarterfinals. This is a little nuts, if you ask me, in all honesty, so it's going to be a lot of fun. Make sure that you guys let us know who you think is going to win via predictions at event.brawlstars.com. There's a lot of fun stuff as far as your predictions are concerned, free stuff to grab, and of course, access to our sister stream, the B-side, as well. Want to hit all the Brawl action, because again, reminder, we're going to be showing you 2 of our quarterfinals. The other 2 can be found on the B stream with our other commentators, so definitely want to catch all the action before we dive into our semifinals. So I ask you guys for predictions. It's only right. We're going to play show and tell for you to show us ours as well. And well, for once we almost agree on things. Trav, you're going Zeta in quarterfinals, in this quarterfinal 2 here.
I think actually me and Ark are flipped. I'm just going to ask you to confirm that, because I think I said SK and you said Zeta. So I think we're a little bit flipped there. But I did go for SK, and to be honest, I think I was being a bit rogue about that one. I was speaking to F just before, and I was like, oh, you're going SK as well? I thought I was going a bit rogue, to be honest, because I do feel like Zeta should win after last month's performance.
Why is that?
Well, I mean, they just won last month, and they just seem to be really strong, back to their old ways, being the world champions of 2023. But I just had a feeling, and you know, I like to say a little bit of a tingle down my spine about SK today.
You know, Ark, I'm gonna let you talk real quick, but I want to jump in here about SK and like show you the method to my madness. I don't think it's a secret that I'm a big Joker fan, but it's not because I, you know, like the hair color. So I think this guy's a fantastic leader, and I think when SK Gaming, when you've got a strong leader, it's about the bounce back. I think the SK looks at their performance last month, which wasn't terrible either, and they go back to the drawing board. This is a squad that I've got a lot of faith in. So Ark, I want to hear your thoughts on this matchup.
Well, for me, you know, Zeta did so well last month, and I think SK have been faltering just a little bit. It was a much smoother qualifier for Zeta Division, who we're going to start with first. Gero, Meow, and Naui. I mean, going from strength to strength, you can't deny that. And of course, the world champions, the reigning champions of the world currently. I mean, you know, the first monthly final was abysmal for them. They went out in that quarterfinal stage, but last month, they came back and proved everyone wrong, and they are back in town, in my opinion. A clean qualifier as well, beating Eclipsar Esports in the quarterfinal, in the upper bracket stages of round 9, 2-0. A clean win for them, and it was smooth sailings. It seems to have been smooth sailings ever since that little hiccup in March.
Well, sailing is certainly where we're hoping Zeta to go, but like I said, I mean, it's not going to be smooth. Rough seas ahead, as Joker, Lana, and Yoshi stand in the way for sure. These guys are veterans of the scene. You know, Lane, Yoshi, Joker, Trav, these guys have been around forever. They've been playing forever. They've won some, sure, but I want to highlight the fact that they have lost some and they have still found success. That's the bigger deal for me when we talk about this specific matchup. Talking about how Zeta took it last month, that means something. But I think SK bounced back. That's my headline for the weekend.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I do genuinely feel like Zeta are the favorites coming into this one, but I've just got a feeling about SK Gaming. And you see, that's the thing. When you've got a feeling, SK Gaming do genuinely provide some really big games against the big teams. I feel like maybe SK have a tougher time against the teams who they should be beating in reality and kind of show up on those games that they should be losing. So I don't know. I feel like SK just... There was just a feeling that I had today, and I just had to say SK.
Well, Zeta does have the analyst light talks behind the scenes for sure, but if you're talking about SK, you really have to tag in Pedro as well. He's been the coach on this organization. Important point there. He has had many different teams under this SK Gaming banner, and Pedro has been the one guy that stays the same. And so definitely something we're going to take a look at there for sure. But for now, we're going to take 3 casters, turn them into 2 as we jump into a best of 5 here, starting at Brawl Ball on center stage. Trav said that Zeta Division is the favorite here, and it looks like 2/3 of the fans agree with that. And, you know, I put my prediction forward for SK Gaming for sure, Arc, but at the end of the day, I can't deny Zeta won last month. That's the top card for sure. They're the team to beat.
It's EMEA. Anything can happen. I think, you know, both sides, whoever you vote for, have got a thorough chance of getting a win here. I can't deny it. I mean, just looking at SK's qualifying stages performances, that's what kind of gave me that little bit of doubt. Losing to FA Jordan in round 8, 0-2, that was the convincing scoreline that for me raised a lot of question marks. You know, SK didn't even reach round 9 to qualify that way. Had to go through the lower bracket, beating Eclipse or Esports. Sandy first pick for Zeta is a dangerous one at that. I mean, the bands being Gale, Charlie, and Amber for Zeta. On the side of SK, the Shelly, the Surge, and the Nita bands. And M's coming in, clearly tank counters is on their minds. And of course, being able to super in and get a lot of visibility in this grass is going to be quite key here. But I mean, for me as well, you know, Melody's not being banned here. That's quite surprising. I mean, that's going to be on the minds. Obviously, tanks are a concern. Melody's not going to play very well into them at all. So now, if Zeta were thinking it, they might be reconsidering it.
That was the first thing I was looking at. Melody has been one of the, just looking at the last broadcast we saw in APAC, Melody was one of the most banned out characters for sure. And then we take a look here. This was exactly, you pretty much said exactly where my mind was at. Melody's number 1, but then you lock in the Rosa. This is obviously a very strong map for Rosa. The El Primo, I like to see some of these old school tanks come out. Definitely a map you can get away with tanks with all of the grass coverage for sure. But with a Sandy and then a Primo here, I wonder where we do you find a player that can do you find like an anti-tank character, like an isolation brawler like Cord, or do you go elsewhere?
Wouldn't be a bad shout for me. Yeah, I mean the Shelly band's quite key here for SK in that regard because they clearly all both on the same page as Zeta here, but they do have to have something of a solid hard tank counter. And Otis kind of slipping out of the meta somewhat recently. We are seeing a bit of a rise of Insurgent, hence why the SK band of Surge isn't the worst of bands to have against tanks. It makes a lot of sense to do so. Definitely a bit out there, but I don't mind it. It's not that crazy, really. Janet, though, is a bit, I'll be honest, you know, sure, you get the visibility from the bush, and you know, the jetpack has obviously been buffed recently as well with more damage, but I'm not too sure that Janet really has kind of crept back into competitive, but hey, maybe I'm wrong.
You ever smell like old cheese? You know that face you make when you like lift your nose a little? That's exactly what I did when I saw the Janet pick. I'm willing to let him cook, but this is not something that has really showed up on my notes or anything, and for good reason. First, Janet, this would be the first win for Janet if it finds the W here. Lana picking the Poco here. I think this is a little bit more traditional. You got the big thick tank and the zoner out of M's. Poco is going to double as the zoner and the healer as well. So I look at the SK Gaming draft and I find this is a little more traditional, but it's one thing to follow the meta, but winners lead. And so we'll see if this works out for Zeta Division as we jump on in. M's going to be on this right-hand side. Nobody jumping in there just yet. The tanks are going to really make getting into the middle really tough, because they'll be able to flank on these sides, and this is a big reason why we see the M selected, because she can just sort of like sweep those bushes like she's doing so far. And Lenaw's gonna jump in and get 1 kill already. Now he's trying to change it, but it won't answer. And so 2 players down here, Arc, might be a scoring opportunity.
A lovely unfriendly bushes gadget there from Lenum. The drop the base from Meow is going to do a lot of work to be able to show up where SK are lurking, but that gadget get nerfed, and that's why Janet dropped off so heavily. They can't really depend upon that. Now Jacko coming through as well, making a lot of space and slowing down Nari as well. The ball about to be pushed through by Lenum, and it should be a really goal here for SK Gaming.
Drop the base. That is, I mean, that's why we saw Janet played in the past. Even with the nerf, that might be why we see her picked here, but it didn't work last time. This time around, Meow goes into the super and is able to find the defensive kill. Very, very important play by Zeta. If Janet doesn't get that kill, it's over and we move on to game 2. So a very important defensive kill on the side of ZD.
I'll bring the pace down somewhat now as Naui then has got hypercharge. Gary there with the hypercharge himself, just keeping everyone visible and low on the side of SK. Pushing from now on the left-hand side. Great cycling, but a bit short there. They're now going to stay in position here. Now taking care of his 2v1, but I think Joker should be in a relatively decent spot here. Now Sweet Dreams from Gero turns that whole thing into question and places another Sandstorm. Beautiful cycling so from Zeta, but they can't secure the goal just yet.
Yeah, the staggered takedowns there really put a damper on Zeta's aggression. But this time, Primo finds the mark, walks it in, and we're tied at 1 early. Half a minute on the clock, Arc. We got to find out if this one ends before OT or if we have a whole different ball game.
Meow now in a much better position, but Lennon has a hypercharge to the heel as well. Push the ball forwards. A massive fumble from SK, because that was going to be a certified goal for me, especially with the support of Yoshi as well. And now they're staying in that bottom right-hand side, but low. Too low to really contest too much. Zeta can just take care of him, get the ball, get things back under control, because the bushes and the boxes are about to go down.
Well, we were talking a lot about how tanks are going to be valuable on this map. Now they're not. Now they just might be a liability. The Zeta Division pushing forward. This is where Sandy earns their paycheck. It looks like SK Gaming still unable to push up. Gero in some trouble dealing with the M's. And it looks like, no, Gero's causing trouble, taking down the M's, and it's Zeta taking down SK for game number 1.
Fantastic response from Zeta. They knew that if they could just make it into overtime, that things were going to go heavily in their favor, and that is the result of that. I did worry a little bit they gave possession of the ball to SK a bit too much there, but came out victorious, and some great Primo plays to seal the deal here, but the set still up for grabs here if SK can make a comeback.
Very important. I'm glad that you brought up the Primo play, because we saw at least one play kind of dropped by Primo and then able to kind of find that redemption. I'll forget the previous foible if you bring it home like that. Game number 2, SK Gaming starting with strong positioning, but it's Gero who finds first takedown, and it's going to put Zeta Division in an offensive spot, but the respawns come out. And Lenaw's the first one to find a kill as he walks up this left side lane, dealing with Marrow, trying to find a kill. And this one's going to be open here. Yoshi walks it home, 1-zip.
Well, Zeta went so aggressive, kind of left the ball in the middle. I would like to have seen them push it forwards. It may have given them a bit more time there, but nonetheless, defensively, Meow not going to be able to do too much on that Janet pick, and that is the downside of it. Try to go to the air and get some damage, try to whittle things down, so the defense was there, but it wasn't going to happen. And now Zeta behind, but they were there in this very position last game, were able to turn things around. Big aggression going in. Yoshi gets the heel off now, the ball pushes to the right-hand side, and SK now should be able to defend this and try and push the ball forwards.
Right side is going to be the angle. Rosa isolated and taken down relatively easy. Respawns will come through. I think they'll be not in time. And Gero's able to tie this one up again. Last time around, we were tied at 30 seconds. This time, double that. So we might not wind up in OT again, Arc. And SK, that's what they want. They do not want to see overtime. And it looks like Naui, well, he's not interested either. Jumping in front of the back line, taking down one. And Meow from the left side combines for the kill again. All that said, I think the staggered takedowns are going to be a bad situation. And SK is going to be able to find another moment.
this Janet pick is not being that bad into a lot of the players. Anything other than Lanana, Meow's doing work. Sandstorm goes down now as well. The ball's to the top right-hand side, and Zeta can't quite get hold of it just yet. But SK on these back lines going into a potential overtime position is dangerous news for them. The saving grace being Joker having super here, but it's going to be a very tough thing to defend. Lanana's been very exposed here. If now we can get super as well, now SK trying to push things forward and trying to get back control. They do need to achieve this, but Lanana's surely going to pull on the left-hand side. 3 versus 2 now. Now he's jumping in, gets the game surely here. Quick passing, quick footwork, and that is going to be the set going the way of Zeta.
A nice turnaround from Zeta. And I say turnaround because both of those games we saw SK score first. And so Brawl Ball can be about pace, but I mean, once the ball gets reset in the mid, it's a reset. And so just because the enemy team gets that first goal doesn't mean you're out of it. And Zeta shows that perfectly, both game 1 and game 2. So strong stuff. I was afraid of OT with the tanks out here, Arc, but they made it work.
I was worried about Janet pick. I think everyone was, to be completely honest. But, you know, Zeta, they often cook when it comes to their, you know, drafting. And I was a bit worried it was going to be a case of becoming cooked as a comp, but it wasn't the case at all. It certainly didn't have the best of times into Lanam, but, you know, you could see how well Meow's working into the Poco and working into the M's. And, you know, the drop the base not really providing the most amount of value. The decay is quite short these days, but now he on this primo pick. So aggressive. And, you know, SK didn't really have an answer for that. Like you rightly say, SK starting the game off, getting that early goal on the board, putting a lot of pressure onto Zeta, but Zeta still respond to that pressure in kind, and I think that's what I remember from this set. I think going ahead now, SK have got to be a lot more cautious around that, but
wow.
Meow's DPS, by the way, over 500 for a brawler that has not got a win yet. I would say that's relatively convincing.
I mean, extremely. You know, a lot of times I sit here with a straight face and tell you that the numbers are a little deceiving, that they don't really tell the full story. I think this is the opposite as we jump into Heist on Hot Potato. The last notes on that last one, Janet got walked at by those tanks. I think Primo did the majority of the work, and then we could go see the numbers, and Janet's with 502 DPS. I mean, the damage was coming from somewhere. A little bit sneaky there, but congratulations to Zeta for finding the first Janet win. I don't know if you should take that to your games at home, but in an organized competitive setting, certainly works out for the Zeta boys this time around. They sit up 1-0 in the big picture, and we'll jump in here, taking a look at the bans. Edgar, Cordelius, that's going to be important, and then we do have the Melody ban and another Nita as well. Chuck being first selection over here. Definitely a character that, Heist specialist, shall we say.
I mean, Zeta have got just what they want. Look at their bans here. Surge, Cordelius, and Edgar. I mean, like, that's the perfect strat to really counteract Chuck. And, I mean, Shelly might even be an option here for SK, to be honest. They've got to be having something of either a base race or a hard defense for this Chuck. And normally the base race is where I would tend to go. So going in with the Buzz is a great idea. Colette, though, I much prefer. I think Colette is one of the best brawlers in Heist in pretty much every single map. So SK can be glad they got their hands on that, and that hypercharge, as we know, so devastating on that safe, can just absolutely tear it down. Charlie coming in for Zeta. Colt's not out of the question here, by the way, either. It's definitely a riskier pick, but again, in these base race scenarios when Chuck is on the table, it's got to be a consideration on both sides. The other bans on the side of SK were Cordelius, Nita, and Melody for good reason as well. I think Charlie's one of those brawlers that I often say is, like, I'm wondering why people aren't banning her as much. I know there's bigger fish to fry on some respects, but I think Charlie's one of those brawlers that just always escapes the banning process, and it's just so good in the current meta.
I think she sits right underneath that threshold. You kind of have to ban the Cordelius. The Melody's also very devastating with the amount of damage that she can do on the save. The Edgar and the Nita selections, yeah, maybe you trade that out for a Charlie ban here, but I think these teams have sort of like done their homework, and she winds up being one of those, like, if we had a fourth ban, we'd ban her out. I think that's where a lot of these thoughts are. And so our last selection here, Mike. An interesting pick here. We see him banned a heck of a lot in this game mode, and having him as the last selection here, I think, confirms that they're looking to go for max damage on that safe. My question is, Joker on the Buzz. Is he going to be chasing the Chuck down, or is he also going to be looking to play offensive?
I would say it's probably Lenan going to be on the buzz, but we'll see. He tends to be the kind of player that plays a lot of Sam and those tankier in-your-face.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, but at the same time, I just kind of do worry. I worry massively. I think the Dynamite pick, despite it being a very good map and very good win rates as well at 56%, it's going to be a tough thing to make work. It's not the most dangerous of brawlers to leave on the safe, causing that damage. And I hope that SK have got that under wraps and under control, because it can just go from a good day to a bad day very, very quickly here. And you know, against the Primo, I mean, it's going to be feeding in super to that as well. Look at both sides here. They're thinking the base race. SK is scooping through as well, but as have Zeta. Garo on the safe, and Zeta have got to come back to defend this, and rightly so.
Looks like trouble for, well, everybody. Zeta's already down to about 52%. They fail to grab the lead. There's Chuck going all the way up north, and SK Gaming bringing it down within 6% here. And so large amounts of aggression as Colette uses the super, but gets taken down before she's able to find the other kill. And there's the Charlie. You were bringing up how it should be banned. Charlie gets a double kill, opens the floodgates, and SK Gaming barely hanging on.
You have an absolutely crazy Joker now coming in over the gadget as well, getting some heals along the way. 19% is all that's left.
Mike.
Defense, hypercharge as well, and SK might be able to get us 370 in the final. Tickets there. They will get the game against the odds, because I have my money on Zeta.
I mean, that right there, that is the power of Dynamite. You know, you're down 9% left on the safe, a ton of damage to be gained back on the enemy side, and Mike walks up on the right lane, hits 3 layups, and just takes it down. The DPS potential out of the Michael selection, certainly a great look for SK, but I'm still looking at Meow. The performance out of the Charlie towards the enemy players, we're all focused on the safe, as we should be. That's the objective. But Meow was able to find some kills to open up the gates for his team, and I want to see him do it again.
I think Zeta will be careful in these early games. SK are playing this perfectly, by the way. In the early outsets, Chuck's going to be a slow setup brawler to have, and SK know the best offense is going to be there to be able to, you know, get some good value in before now he's able to cycle this in. Joker low, the gotcha gadget there as well, keeping him alive, just around 537 HP. Now a stun from Yoshi, not going to find it though, and now the damage continues to rain in. Zeta are all over this safe. The spiders are there, it's going down so quickly, and SK have got egg on their face.
Now that is the way that it was drawn up. We saw Chuck use the super a number of times to find the damage onto the safe. In game number 1, we didn't really get to see Chuck do the thing, so to speak. This time around, the train left the station, and then it left the station, and then it left the station, and Zeta was able to get their feet underneath them and find that damage. So Chuck was the difference maker here for me in game number 2, and that's why Zeta Division finds it. We'll see if now he can repeat performance.
Oh no!
Wow.
Oh my god, no! That was absolutely disgusting! I mean, chalk this game up, because a triple to start things off is a disaster for SK.
50% already done just like that, but I mean, the pendulum swings the other direction. Zeta falls down. Yeah, Chuck's going to do his own thing, but the rest of SK Gaming on the bottom side of the map. Chuck dealing, now a third left on SK's box, but between Mike and the rest of the squad, they've brought Zeta's safe down to 40% and counting. Chuck still going to work, 10% and remaining for SK. Chuck finally falls. Here comes SK on the bottom side. They've got to answer, and they do. Great play from SK Gaming. They tie it up 1-1.
I mean, Zeta had it. They had it in the back, but they just were not dealing with the defense. They thought they had it under lock and control, but they just were not getting the kills that were just inevitably staying on the safe, getting the damage and trickling it down over time. I mean, it was one of the best starts that Zeta could have possibly hoped for, but they just got a bit overconfident with it and just went in too much rather than deal with the problems that were, you know, happening to their own safe. And I think that's a bit of a miss for me from Zeta. I mean, that was the best way to start and the worst way to finish.
I mean, I think this is what makes the current Heist meta so interesting, is that it really is just, all right, we can both base race, and that decision, there is a split second that the best Brawl Stars players in the world will get wrong. I don't want to call it a coin flip, because it's not. There is an empirically correct answer, but what is it? Can you tell me in this moment if you should play defense or offense? Probably not, dude. And these split split-second decisions make the difference. The decision to take down Chuck up here won the game in certain circumstances. The decision to ignore the damage elsewhere won or lost the game. And that decision-making here is what makes the current Heist meta so interesting, because the game can turn on a dime. Look at this. This is what you were just talking about. Zeta in a perfect position, and SK Gaming just shows up and goes, we do not care. Almost 400 DPS out of Joker. Also meow. But big damage coming out from the SK boys.
Yeah, and Joker was very key, by the way, in both games that SK won in that set, and just by being the last man standing, effectively getting hypercharges to connect on the safe, and just ensuring that the win went their way. And Lenan as well doing great on the evasive on that respect, and Yoshi had some great survivability. I think SK thoroughly deserved that set. I mean, that is honestly one of the fastest high sets that we've had. They weren't, doing a speed run, but for all intents and purposes, it really did feel like it. I mean, that could have gone either way, and I think both sides there had their moments where they were just kind of underestimating the amount of damage, and over time that came to harm Zeta more than it did SK. That finding that balance, and like you say, it's a very tough thing to do, but I just felt like after the start of that final game that Zeta would have been able to be a bit more cautious around it and just maybe hold that mid and buy down the clock just a bit more rather than going in too aggressive. But onto our third set then, Knockout, New Horizons coming in thick and fast.
We'll jump into this one, the non-respawn mode. Always, it's very funny considering how fast the last one went. We just light speed heist. Knockout is where we slow it down a little bit. And so some of the more traditional knockout brawlers going to be taken out. Melody, first selection, kind of anticipated. You look to the bans and you see no Angelo, no RT, no Buster, no this is sort of what we come to expect, New Horizons. But with Melody not on that ban list arc, I think it's very clear that we're going to see her and we're going to see LNL.
Yeah, I like the RT ban from SK because, definitely an underrated brawler that has definitely come back into the meta now with the rework gadget as well. They're valuing it highly. Maybe a bit too highly, though, because I would personally prefer to get that Melody banned out. Pearl coming in as well now for Zeta to combine with the Larry and Laurie. I mean, Pearl's great over time, especially in a mode like, Knockout. Having that additional damage, being able to really just eradicate the majority of brawlers in, pretty much one shot when you've got to cook to full capacity. But that Melody is so dangerous still. The ability to evade and dance around the shots and having those shields and those final moments as well from the gadget, it's definitely a very dangerous starting hand here for SK. So Zeta's just going to come in with some tankiness, but then SK respond with a tank counter like Cordelius. I mean, I'm liking this SK draft and the way it's forming. Honestly, they feel like they've got more control over the outcome so far, but we're far from over. There's still 2 brawlers left to come on the field. Let's see what SK...
For sure. I'd like to see some wall break. I think Larry and Laurie would struggle a little bit if SK brought a little wall break to the table. We get the Byron to round things out. Byron certainly, Byron surprised me over the past couple of months. Not exactly numero uno on my radar, and then slowly but surely we started seeing some teams largely pick him up, and now I'm not surprised to see him selected here, and I'm actually excited at this point after a couple of monthly finals. I think he's really solidified himself as not a top pick, but I think a solid selection. And Charlie will round out the draft from Zeta Division here. So, all right, Ark, zoom out, 2 compositions. If the game ended here and you got graded on your draft, who wins?
Me, it's SK. I mean, I really love the Byron pick. I mean, it's one of those brawlers that's really creeped into the meta that many kind of maybe still wonder why, but it's just very, very good. And I think with the Melody as well, her biggest weakness is really getting whistled down and not being able to get the most value from her notes. So the Byron able to kind of keep her in the mix and in the question, and with that gadget, of the shielding combined with that Byron pick as well, I think it's going to allow the Melody to be doing a lot more. The Cordelius is going to work out really well into the Pearl pick and just keep her suppressed. I mean, I think that SK might have it. It's quite neck and neck though. The Charlie might have swayed me somewhat a little bit more towards Zeta, but that Larry and Laurie going to sit behind that wall and just pretty much try to defend things and stay passive for the majority of this game. And SK can't really push too aggressively into something like that. So they have got some good strategy though on the side of Zeta.
Lana coming around looking for the pseudo pinch, immediately gets pushed away, not able to find their way onto that right side lane. As you mentioned, a little bit of passive play here from the blue team. using their throwers behind that right side wall. Joker looking to come all the way from the bottom side, and looks like we're going to see a bottom top left pinch, the full-on collapse here. And it's very important for Zeta to keep this positioning, deny all entries into it. They were fighting east to west, that's fine. But once we get a player on top and bottom, that's when it turns trouble for Zeta.
Big aggression here coming from SK, and oh my word, Anand going in, goes down the end, 2 versus 1 now. Meow's the last man standing for Zeta. Can SK secure this? The Jaeger's there, the Cocoon, it rules out of the question. Hypercharge down to Yoshi, and Yoshi gets it just in the nick of time.
I mean, that's it. Charlie is the character you want to be using in a 2v1. Meow might be more successful there if as soon as they find the CC on the target, you're cocooned, I'm going all in. A little bit of a stutter step there, and I think that trepidation cost Charlie the combat. But it's just 1 round. Joker very aggressive, and it pays off. Bottom side before anybody's set up, finds the kill, and it's a 3-on-2 extended engagement here for SK versus Zeta. SK on the good side.
You can tell I've been playing with the pros. They all call the Cocoon the egg, so that's why I say the egg when it comes out that way. But this is quite a dangerous position. Yeah, SK going to seal it quite convincingly so there. And that first game will go their way. Staying in the zone, and not an easy thing when you consider that they took that first loss. Bringing things back in a nice way so far. This set is still up for grabs. This comp, though, from Zeta, not really working as well as they were hoping, just by being passive with it. So I wonder whether they might make some adaptations here, because this strat can work really well, but not against such aggression. And SK are just going in on that and taking advantage of the situation.
Yeah, for, round number 1, we saw sort of like metered aggression. SK tried to set up all the pieces to knock the dominoes down and then just dove in during the gas. Round number 2, Joker just kind of went in and did it. And so both sides of that aggression coin being shown here. If I'm Zeta, I put a question mark in the chat and ask my coach what's going on, because here comes Joker being aggressive one more time, trying to chase down Garo. Yoshi's not targeting Garo, though, keeping the other 2 locked in. Target prioritization keeps everybody alive, 3v3.
Be very tough thing. Zeta obviously want that late game approach, and the gas can't be far away now, but they need to be at full health when that gas starts to come in to be in a better shot of surviving on. And now's now got a 3-note package then above his head. Joker now is keeping everyone suppressed. Now's going in and getting a lot of damage for it, but it's a bit of a mess, I can't lie about it. Everyone going down or going in. It's just Yoshi now on a 2 versus 1, and he will fall. Zeta will pick up a round. This one might just got a little bit closer together.
A little cumbersome there. Obviously, the Melody dashing into the gas, not ideal, what you want to see here. It looked similar to round number 1, but everything didn't go their way. Little over-aggression. The key to this SK composition is aggression, but it's metered and careful aggression. They have to find their moment to go all in. I think that second round that earned them the first game was sort of, not a fluke, but this is more the style that they're going to have to be forced to play, the round 1 and this last one. And so with that in mind, they need to pick and choose their timings absolutely correctly in Arc. I don't think that happened last one.
Oh, I agree. And this hypercharge there for Joker is dangerous. It really is in this Cordelia pick. If he can just connect it and then get the pickup and then get out of things and be defensive around it, now he will fall. And that's exactly what SK had on the menu. Now it's a 3 versus 2, and that's going to greatly increase their chances of gaining this round and staying alive here.
Oh no, they're just gonna toss it. Garo and Meow walking in, denying supercharge. And wow, they did not feel like they could fight into that. Again, Charlie is the brawler that can make these mismatches work, but did not have the confidence there. I don't knock it. 3v2. I mean, that's it's an uphill battle to say at the least. I don't know if Sisyphus is playing for a Zeta division, but now round 3. SK win this. They get their second big number of the contest. The egg is dropped. But it's okay for Melody. She makes it on out. Joker, on the other hand, makes it on out. Just barely finds safety as the puppet goes down. Pretty much even now, 3-on-3.
I was wondering if he was going to come out of the realm and then get taken out by that last remaining shot. That would have been disastrous. But I love this combination with the Byron and the Cordelis, allowing Joker to get that utility by just being in the proximity of his opposition there. And that's working out really nicely for him. But now, no super to hand. And the gas is not far away at all. Gadget from Yoshi not going to find a connection, but Meow will. And there, top Cocoon is placing a 3 versus 1 against Joker. And the return out Lanun swiftly taken care of. And Zay to bring it back in spectacular fashion.
We got a competition here, folks. Welcome to the BSC in EMEA. This is how it goes. Just a reminder, we are looking at 2 monthly finals victors facing off in the quarters, and this is what you should expect. So 1-to-1 big picture, 1-to-1 in this set as well, and a fresh slate as far as the rounds are concerned. Different setup from SK this time around. Well, not starting on the left side here. We've seen a lot of this grouping up in the mid and dealing with this wall on the left side. Lenane being a little bit more aggressive here, at least with his positioning. Not jumping in just yet, but certainly posing a threat.
I do love this from Joker. He's just got to try and evade these Larry and Leroy shots as best he can, but the heals will be there from Joshi regardless. It's just a case of not wanting to feed too much into that utility. But you know, the super for Cordelis is cool. This is my domain. That's literally what Joker is saying right now to Zeta. Give me as much as you can. Give me my hypercharge if you want as well. Like, I'm all for it, because if I can just take one of you out of the mix and then make it that 3 versus 2, we've got the advantage. We've got the high ground in this scenario. And Zeta still playing it passive for the most part, coming out on top as well by doing so. But I don't think it's going to last too long against a team like SK.
Easy. Spider's taken care of, no problem. Here comes the puppet, and Lana going all the way in, finding some damage, but not enough. Now he's able to turn and burn he does! 3 players go down to the Pearl. That was hot.
I mean, that's the perfect answer for whoever's in the chat saying that Pearl's a bit of a weird pick here. If it makes it to that overtime scenario and closes that proximity, then my goodness me, devastating stuff. And now he played it perfectly, but now Joker has that hypercharge as well. Not going to be too far away from Super. That additional slow that he's going to be able to attain off the back of that as well will be devastating. But I think they should probably hold on to it, in my opinion. It's the 3 versus 2. So maybe save it for the final round. Get this one in the pocket, make it clean, and then reserve that.
I agree with that, but I think it comes down to just how spooky it might be. You know, if you got to win it, you got to go for it. But saving that for the long run is probably the good look, since you lost round 1. You being SK, left side Meow being left side, top side, right side, down side, and now he probably just hoping for the gas to show up to deny some super. Walks up. All right, we won't talk about that, young man. It's going to be round 2 going to SK. And winner take all. Or at least this set. We still got another one to go.
Well, I think Joker's not far away from Super now. That, you know, trying to close the distance in those final moments onto Naui, I think might have just been exactly what he was looking for here. It's going to be a dangerous position. All 3 members potentially from SK will have Super once Joker earns his, and that's going to be a very, very difficult thing to defend on the side of Zeta, who are lacking greatly. It's just the hypercharge for Naui, but we know what Naui can do with it. I wonder whether he might make a break for it and just go for their own defense potentially. And if they do, communication has got to be on point. Now that Meow's got Cocoon, it's not out of the question, and SK have got to be very, very careful about that player.
Joker is certainly ready. Teammates with supers as well. Meow on the bottom side will be able to find that crowd control. The target is really just whoever steps out of position first. The spider is deleted, not even a question here. But it does signal the aggression. It's time to go. Naui again finds the kill. Melody gets aggressive this time, though. Does what he's supposed to, but not enough. It's Naui again, bringing it home for him and the squad.
I thought Lanao was about to make an absolute champion play there. His ability was great, but not quite enough. And Zeta prevail. What an exciting set, though. So back and forth. Some really diverse brawlers in the meta coming full force and showing their worth. Very different strategies on both sides of the field, but Zeta were able to hold on just long enough. That was an SK round for me, I'll be honest. So credit to Zeta to be able to pull off that kind of passive play combined with that aggressive, that explosivity, and it paid off.
Well, sorry about that. Garo had a little bit of stutter step there. Thank you so much for welcoming me back. You know, when it comes down to the melody nonsense, and I'm going to call it nonsense real quick here, people have just been asking, how do we deal with Melody's all-in aggression? And I mean, Zeta answered it this time around. She won a single round. We saw the Melody dash, gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. And then every other time arc that Lennane was able to go in, Zeta just punished it and did not allow Melody to make those moves. And like, that's how it worked.
There was definitely a firm idea though in SK's mind, and I didn't mind it at all. I mean, Cordelia's not necessarily the top brawler on this map, but I think it did get some great value in, and I think Joker played it pretty well. I think there's a little bit of a blunder towards the end when it really mattered here, but I mean, nonetheless, I mean, it was a very tough thing to go into. Zeta had a fantastic idea in mind, and they were able to pull it off, and now you have 9 kills as well. That Pearl pick, you know, again, they've left untouched, and it's very difficult to do anything other than that without kind of wall break potential, and that's not what SK were opting towards. They had the opportunity for it. So that's kind of the question that brings me back around to that draft. Was that a mistake on their part? I think they did very well considering things that could have definitely been their set. I think it was going to be, in my opinion, but that is all over now. Hot Zone up next, parallel plays coming in, and definitely a very interesting map. I'm glad to see it back into the map pool, honestly. Certainly a lot of brawlers that can kind of stay on the zone and be a real problematic thing to deal with here. Melody is going to be banned here because of the evasiveness of it. I think a lot of tanks and brawlers like Jesse and get a lot of value on those left-hand side lanes. Sandy, Chuck, and Stu for Zeta. Surge, Chuck, and Nita on the side then of SK. And that first pick, Melody, I mean, I called it for a reason, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You called it before the ground. I was like, well, yeah, that makes sense. And I didn't see it. I was like, well, the first pick, obviously. There's no way Melody is going to escape on this one for sure. SK with that first selection. Charlie going to be the answer here. You know, parallel plays, there's a lot of different selections you can go here. We just talked about how Byron, there he is, has surged up in the popularity, and I think this is certainly a map that Byron can function on, can play a bunch of different positions, certainly a strong look. I am a traditionalist when it comes to Hot Zone. I want to see I want to see brawlers, I want to see characters that can stand their ground. Things like Pam Turret and stuff definitely speak to me. With the Byron, I'm not asking for it on Zeta's side, but I like to see characters that can stick their heels in the mud and really sit on that position, which is not Melody's job. So Amber is going to be the opposite, the area denial, and between her and Melody, nobody's going to be able to stand still.
Amber's an interesting one. I'm surprised no Miko just yet. That's another great example of a brawler that can really evade and just focus on the objective, and that is more often than not where this game mode will lie in terms of who wins. The sort of stats don't necessarily always say the same story, but you know, getting that win is crucial here for Zeta, who are on the cusp of things as well. But Amber going to break down the bushes. Angelo going to come in for SK. That's definitely a dangerous brawler. I wasn't kind of expecting to see it necessarily in this setting, but I didn't mind it because obviously you can one-shot so much along the way. Certainly the Spiders will be a bit of a problematic thing on the side of SK from that Charlie pick onto the Angelo, but I mean, you know, having that position of control around those areas of water going to be in SK's favor then, probably going to keep it back on the defensive side for that very reason. But again, I just kind of worry that it's not going to really do much because of the way that the map is positioned. The indestructible walls do lie precisely on that zone, so we'll see how it works out. I'm kind of favoring what Zeta are bringing right now. Sam, I was thinking something along those lines. There has to be something aggressive or something that's got the ability to evade and also healing along the way is the flavor of the day here for Zeta. I really like what's happening on that left-hand side, I'll be honest. I mean, I'm hoping that SK can bring this back, take it all the way to the 5th. But I just feel like Zeta have got the safer comp and the more aggressive comp of that. They got the healing, they got the tankiness, they got the ability to eradicate a brawler from the mix. I love it. I think Zeta have got a winning comp here.
I agree as well. Which is funny because Amber is one of my favorite brawlers. Angelo is literally my most played brawler these days, and I actually think that Angelo has there's reason for his pick in the draft. But what I was asking for, that stick-to-itiveness on the point, I see that on Zeta with Sam, and I don't see that from SK. And so what I expect here is a lot of damage coming out from SK and the ability to kill some players and take them down. But I think it might be Zeta that's able to kind of stay more present on these points. So expect some explosiveness out of SK early, like we see here, about a 20, 15-point lead for SK Gaming at the moment. But long term, I think Zeta might be able to sneak this one out.
Surprised that now we didn't use the magnetic field there to try to secure the kill onto the Melody, but then again worried, I guess, about the ability to dash away as Lenan is doing just that to get onto the zone, and SK with full control now. Zeta really struggling to retake things in a big way, and as quickly as that, closing up towards 80% now, and Zeta have got to get on this zone and get these takedowns really well. Lenan there with a shield as well, keeping him alive in the mix. Now he's barely surviving on. Zeta are just clinging to things, and now bringing things back, getting themselves directly onto the main zone. Meow has got to defend for his life here against Lenan. Lose super. Just get him eradicated exactly. Buy some more time down and try to get things back under control, because things are rapidly going the other way here.
Well, Joker is going to step forward. The Angelo player is safe and sound as he finds the kill on Meow from the bottom side. Fantastic play from Joker. 5% away from winning it. Surrounded now. Here comes Lenane. Cocooned. 3% away from winning it. This is almost impossible, Arc, but I do say almost.
Hey, after last month, I'm holding my tongue big time on the upside. I can say that for free. 97% for SK, but SK are going to have Lenan dashing onto the zone. It's still in grasp here for Zeta if they can pull off the most incredible defense. But Yoshi finding Gero might well change that. Lenan going to dash and gets the final percent and keeps SK Gaming alive.
And that right there, that's not the only reason we see Melody selected, but Melody doing her best Chuck impression and just dashing down half of the map, yeah, that's valuable. Ultimately, we saw a little bit of what I was bringing up here, Arc, where we saw that explosiveness out of SK, and then Zeta were able to fight back just a little bit. But the biggest deal was the mid game for me. SK Gaming found that burst of speed, and then after that team wipe where everybody was on the opponent's side of the map, that they didn't spawn trap them, but they kept their feet capped. And I think if we see 5 to 10% less from SK there, it goes a wildly different way. But that incredible amount of aggression in the mid game definitely sealed the deal for the red team, and might be a different story this time around. And as soon as I say that, now he falls down. We call that a caster's curse, folks. SK in the lead, 42 to 28.
Joker's playing a great game, honestly, creating so much space for his team to be on this objective, and Lenan just staying firm on that zone, now taken care of by Naui, but both sides low here. Garo does find a kill, but it's traded out here, 2 versus 2 now, as now he goes on the aggressive. But honestly, this Angelo pick, it's working out so well. I mean, it's always been, since its release, one of the strongest brawlers in the game. I just didn't think it would necessarily perform as well here. I mean, Zeta got to be a bit more cautious around things. They're already so far behind here, 85% to SK. And we can see that they're very good on the defensive when they need to in those moments of weakness, but it's looking like an SK set. It really is.
Well, Meow is doing a ton of work, takes the 2v1 and gets it done. Meow, what a fantastic play. Is it enough though? 15% separates SK from bringing us to a set number 5.
Huge miss in the hypercharge. You can't really do that. There's 3 bodies to hit. I mean, you'd think that it would land on someone, and that's going to be so disastrous as now SK just floods the zone. Lenan is there. Joker there for support. This one's choked. It's going all the way to the 5th and final set, in my opinion. There's only 1 player, and the rest of Zeta are standing still. And what better way to decide this one? 2 monthly final champions here. SK in March, Zeta Division in April. Both now fighting for their lives to even remain in the question in May.
I mean, this is what we sign up for. This is what the Snapdragon Pro Series is all about. The BSC absolutely just delivering it. I mean, if I'm watching SK versus Zeta, I don't care if it's semis, I don't care if it's quarters, I don't care if it's finals, I don't care if it's an exhibition. This is what I want to see. I want to see back and forth, but Arc, we're seeing some depth here. We're seeing some traditional comps, we're seeing some oddball picks. We're seeing the good stuff work out, the bad stuff also work out. We're getting surprised. This is what I sign up for. And so when we jump into this hot zone specifically, when we take a look at parallel plays and what went on here, I look at this traditional composition from Zeta Division, and SK bring out the sharpshooter on a map with a lot of indestructible walls, and Angelo makes it happen. I'm also looking squarely at Lenane on this Melody for sure, but SK bringing us to a set 5. Let me just say thank you.
I mean, you've got to remember as well that these two teams are separated only by 13 points on the leaderboard. SK in number 1 and Zeta Division in number 3. I mean, for whoever loses this match, it's going to be have a pretty disastrous knock-on effect in terms of that leaderboard. So much now on the line for this 5th and final set here. I mean, pretty decent stats across the board, but Joker there on 347. I mean, all of SK's really are floating around that 350 mark, and that's great to see. I wanted to see a bit more from the Sam pick on the side of Zeta. Sam can be such a dangerous brawler to leave on the zone, but the Melody just is stronger now, in my opinion, and faster to be able to get to the other side of the field and keep that pressure on during those respawns and times of weakness. That's where Melody can really thrive more. It lacks a lot in terms of the sort of ability to stay and survive on, but the dashes help in that regard to counteract the low HP and the damage output. But now Bounty, Hideout. This is where it's all going to come down to. A lot of sharpshooters certainly going to be on the cards. I want to see that RT banned again by SK. I think that was a smart choice in that knockout set that I think that might come back around. And if it's not banned, I definitely expect it to get picked up here. But certainly, you know, Gene as well, Max, some of the aggressive brawlers that come in now with hypercharges, definitely a real threat here. Meg as well, I think, has got a great place. Byron certainly has got to be regarded highly here as well. As the bans come in, Nanny, Buster, and Melody as well. Great bans there from Zeta. Love that from them. Angelo, Gene, and Melody. Love the bans all around, actually. I think it's a great start. Max first pick from Zeta. That's an aggressive one.
Definitely an aggressive one. Max is a character, I think she works out really well as far as the ambiguity is concerned. I bring this up with Colonel Ruffs a lot. If you checked out some of my commentary, I bring up the ambiguity being very important. It doesn't really show us who they want to pick as opposed to some other brawlers. That said, these days with the hypercharge, Max makes me think of impactful supers a lot more because of the way that hypercharge charges up her teammates' supers. So my mind going a little bit there. Piper and Pearl, I think very, very classic. It's Bounty, it's Piper. You've got the Angelo band out. Yeah, I think Piper is kind of the next one on that list. Across the way, we probably want to see some sharpshooters here. Maybe the Bell, the Byron might also come up, obviously less damage, but I'm curious as to which long-range brawler ZD goes because I think they do need a long-range brawler. Larry and Laurie being locked in here right now.
Piper, I mean, it's my favorite brawler in the entire game, only just before Rico, really. But, I mean, it's going to be having a tough time into that Max pick. The Larry and Laurie able to hide behind the walls. I mean, that's going to push SK back potentially here. But the power there for wall break potential, I think, is quite smart for that same idea. But they're going to need to keep some of that for themselves. Ultimately, Pearl will always fare better when able to cook, quite literally, as Meg comes in for Zeta. Not the flashes of brawlers, not the most exciting of brawlers, but a very safe pair of hands and a great play into that Piper. SK are going to really have a tough time keeping that brawler at bay. Those shots have got to land, and the Max combined with that Meg as well is going to make it even harder to do so.
The Carl selection here will be a strong look. Carl's an interesting character. Carl works out when there's really nobody to disrupt the super, and that's kind of what I see on the other side. Max is not getting away from Carl nonsense. Carl is also going to be able to pick up that blue star pretty much instantaneously, so that's going to give SK sort of that opening start, which so far, if you look at all 4 of our sets, SK has been the first one out of the gate, so to speak. The first kill, the first goal, the first whatever, and so that certainly seems to be what they're looking for here as well. You know, across the way, I was saying that Zeta was going to be looking for a long-range brawler. When it comes to Hideout, certainly a map that, you know, mid isn't really welcome to that, the way we see some other maps. But left and right, I think, is still sharpshooter land. And SK Gaming trying to use their range at their advantage.
Carl not really often picks it, but has a 70% win rate, and it is Lenan playing it. So for me, that just basically makes it a 90% win rate, in all honesty. He's such a good Carl player, but it's going to be tough to really get the timings here because of the way that Zeta are pushing forward. Now the speed coming in as well, and Lenan pushed into the left-hand side box. Yoshilo goes down. Meow staying alive here. Body blocks there by Garu, and now he's keeping the spray onto Lenan, keeping him low as well, because that protected pirouette is very dangerous, and he's just keeping him low enough to be able to ensure that he can't go on the aggressive too much. 2 stars to 1 now. Just that blue star still hanging on the side of SK, but one singular kill will turn this.
I love the way Zeta's playing this. So SK have the range, and now it looks like SK is going to dive on in. Lenane getting a kill of his own. But SK has the range, and it behooves them to sit from a distance and just piper from afar. But Max says go, Meg goes ahead and tanks everybody and shoves SK into a locker. If you walk up on the opponent, they're not able to use their range to their advantage. That's Zeta Division's key to victory. They want to push up, they want to be up close and personal, and they want to deny SK the ability to use that range as an advantage. Kobe on the clock. It's 5-2. SK Gaming with the lead as we count down from 19.
Oh, big taps there from Joker. Finds the pickup on Gero as well. Now he has the hypercharge, and Meow has super butts. They are pushing to this top left-hand side, and SK have got them exactly where they want them. Now he's going to use it for himself. Phase shift to wait to stay alive here. Gets another.
Wow.
Staying alive with 74 HP, but it still stems themselves to 2 in favor of SK, and they make it 10. It's match points in favor of SK Gaming.
Huge plays there. You highlighted Naui kind of avoiding certain death, which was impressive. But the problem is there's a big difference between playing not to lose and playing to win. And that's exactly what happened to Naui there. Naui could not provide any damage in those last moments because he was simply playing not to die. And as a result, he's not able to exert offensive pressure, not able to find any of his footing. And as a result, we see 10 stars in the pocket for SK Gaming, bringing it to us.
Well, again, that early flying hook from Lenan to ensure that blue star, and Zeta know they've got to go on the aggressive early this time round, but do a better job of holding the mid, because otherwise SK will just use that range advantage. Good taps there from Gero, whittling down Lenan. Nowhere realistically for them to go because Meow's got so much spray, and there's a huge on the right hand. That is the stars that Zeta were looking for, and Joker can't really get a securing kill onto Gero, so now it's back to the mid, but 4 stars now for Zeta. It's a 3-star lead.
Again, Zeta, that's the gameplay they need to do. They need to shove SK against the wall. If they play the long game, it's not going to work out. I don't mean length, I mean distance. And Zeta Division, they are looking for speed right now. Now he brought down, and that is a good target for SK to be looking at. But there's the gas pedal. Waffling about, not able to do much with it here, despite the activation from Naui. Zeta gets stuck in the mud.
Yeah, a bit of a disappointing bit of speed there from Zeta. Just shows better of it. Wanted to make everyone a bit lower in that regard, but now the hypercharge is there for Naui, but SK are in a dangerous spot here, pushing themselves forward again. If Joker can break even more, Lenan can get a triple here if he can just find the right timings of it. I don't like this for Zeta, not one bit. They've got to get it out of this pocket and quick.
That said, SK do have to be aware of the counter punch. Zeta could just bide their time, hit the gas, and then surge forward. And look at this, SK play it safe. They're stepping forward, but as soon as Max activates, they backed off just a little bit, knowing SK can punch back. SK are down. They need to find a kill, but it's Zeta that finds the first one, 7-4, and Zeta take this. We will go to a game 3.
All the way, and again, we wouldn't want it any other way, honestly, but that was not the cleanest of ends for me. I mean, Zeta held firm. For all intents and purposes, did everything right, but my heart was in my mouth, honestly, when I saw Lenan going, and I thought it could well be a disaster for Zeta. I mean, but they're clinging on for dear life, and now it comes down to just one last game and to survive on today, because the loser of this will go home in the quarterfinals. A disaster, considering that both sides of this match are monthly finals champions of this year.
That last one, the last moment was really tough because, yes, Zeta had their back against the wall, but it's less about the positioning against the wall and more about the distance between these two teams. ZD has the upper hand. The smaller amount of space separate the squads. SK have to jump back safely, but check this out. Broken up in this spot. Now, we see a world where Piper can breathe, baby.
Well, now it's not really got anything to hand over yet in terms of speed. That blue star, of course, they know that the early game is where they need to go on the aggressive and just get that lead. And SK trying to do a better job this time around to secure it and just try and make Zeta make the play, which is their falter. Now's the speed coming in. Joker's got to be very cautious here. He finds one tap, but he might not find a second here. Yoshi just creeping forwards, but not going to be enough. Joker low, Yoshi relatively low as well. It's got to be Joker that they're thinking about. And now you look at Yoshi pushing back down the map, and that's great for SK.
Yoshi's positioning there was so important. Zeta Division surge forward and get at least 2 kills if Yoshi isn't threatening on the bottom side near the mid. Fantastic positioning, and right now it's helping his team have a very slight lead. Counting down from half a minute, 3-0. Winner takes the set, moves on to the semifinals. Loser looks as they fall down the regional leaderboard. The matter of moments here are all you.
3 stars still in favor of SK, nothing yet on the side of Zeta. Now the hypercharge from Naui going in the super pass over to Meow, but can they find the kill? That's the thing. A fly hook from Lenardi might fall down here.
Bang!
5 stars to 3, 7 to 3. SK Gaming knocked down Zeta Division in the quarterfinals to proceed to the semis. And last month's monthly final champions go down at the first hurdle.
Oh man. Seeing Lenardi the backflip over the couch, that was the feeling here. That's the feeling in that room right there. You know, SK playing, pretty sure they're playing out of Cologne, the SK Gaming Studios. And so because of that, huge performance out of all 3 of these players. You know, this SK Gaming squad, and you know, again, I brought it up when we were covering the teams earlier. Pedro, big part of these wins. The drafts looked good this time around, man. Obviously, Joker is a big part of those conversations, but I think that having that outside communication from the coach, just unreplaceable. And so fantastic performance. Honestly, like, look, fantastic performance out of both. It went all the way, set 5, game 3, and SK Gaming wind up earning it in the long run. Chef's kiss, delicious.
I mean, what a perfect way to start the day. It honestly was. What an exciting series. And I mean, it still remains to be true then that if Zeta are in a monthly final ever since 2023, they either go out in the quarterfinals or they win the whole thing. It's either one of those 2 things. The Zeta Division curse really is real in EMEA.
I mean, little bit here. At the end of the day, you know, this was a world where, man, I love how we had a lot of nonsense going on throughout these sets, but a lot of times, you know, I look very rarely, what I'm trying to get at is very rarely are things as cut and dry as this last matchup. SK want to play a long range match, Zeta Division want to play a close range match. We saw Zeta win when they were close range. We saw SK win when they were long range. Oh man. Allow me to be a fan real quick, just a human. These are the great moments. I love seeing that pop off the minute. This is my favorite aspect of the BSC, of any, just seeing the moment, getting a chance to see the players and the teams when they win. Hard-earned victory here for the guys on SK Gaming. 319 in the DPS column for Joker. Certainly worked out well there for the long-range sharpshooter, and I think that long-range gameplay certainly worked out. But we've got MVP on the horizon.
Flashier moments for sure, and I think how things fare for them now today, I think it's going to go a long way. I think they could very well find themselves in the grand finals. I would like to see that SK Humble matchup that we saw in March. I think that would be a fantastic way to see out the day, but so many more matches still to come here. We're getting ahead of ourselves. That was just the first one, but it feels after, you know, what my body's been through during that series that it's already towards the end of the day. We're just getting started here.
I mean, that's the truth. You know, we are just getting started. 2 quarterfinals here, 1 done for sure. Of course, the other side quarterfinals, we got Teddy and friends on the B stream as well, so you definitely want to catch that. Event.brawlstars.com is where you can find all the information, whether you're voting, whether you're watching, whether you're just taking part in the scene and drinking it all in. That's where you want to find all of the action for the BSC for sure. So, I mean, this could have been a finals here for sure, but it's just the beginning. We'll be back with more Brawl Stars after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL. Snapdragon.
We're back and we're brawling. Welcome, friends. Welcome back, Trav, as well. How you doing, bud? That was certainly a barn burner.
Oh, I mean, that was genuinely incredible. Actually, that was a grand finals caliber game. Genuinely so close, back and forward between those two teams. And, you know, we expected no less.
I mean, well said. Definitely, you see a name like SK, you see a name like Zeta. These are legendary orgs in the world of Brawl Stars, you know, and you see that same greatness transition as they trade rosters or whatnot, and so definitely a lot of fun. As far as our predictions are concerned, like, not even playing the, like, haha, we're wrong, because I think anybody could have, like, this is, coin flip is disrespectful, but 66% of fans thought Zeta were going to take it, and to see SK wind up on top, and as a result, they'll be facing off against Eclipsar. Certainly surprised a couple of people here, Ark.
Yeah, I mean, certainly so. I mean, Eclipsar, I mean, you got to remember, FA Jordan did have a really spectacular run in their qualifying stages, and I think that for many, you know, they sort of beat SK Gaming. That's kind of a big deal, you know, but we're not able to do it on the day, and it's on the day that counts. And Eclipsar is supposed to got that experience in these settings to be able to really prevail in that regard. So, I mean, I wasn't necessarily expecting a 3-0, to be completely honest, but humble as well. That's quite a surprise as well, out in front against Oceanus, and that would be a huge upset.
Yeah, Jordan 4 is certainly providing a little bit of a different look, and as a result, a different result, getting the old 3-0'd, unfortunately for them and their fans. And so we'll jump into the other side. You saw that we've got Reply Totem in front of us. Reply Totem certainly a strong matchup. We've got the M&M boys teaming up with Chaos. This was one of my this was like a documentary worth trade in and of itself. Mauer and Mori for a long time played alongside Joker, and they just swapped out Joker for Chaos, and Maui, the M&M boys are still bringing it home for sure. I've always really liked the way that these two players play together here, Trav. How do you think Chaos has, now that we've got like half the year plus underneath our belts, how do you think this roster has worked out?
I mean, I think the roster's fine. They've had some very two quarterfinal matches. And I mean, I don't think the roster's gelled as well as they would have hoped. They are a very good team still, but they've faced SK 2 out of 2 quarterfinals. And I'm sure they'll be so pleased to not have to do that yet again after what we've just seen from SK Gaming. And I think they 100% should beat Ladder Skill. And I'm sure they're going to be pleased about this quarterfinals matchup, but I don't think they want to be too pleased about it because they need to keep focused. They don't want to kind of like just expect to win and then lose.
Well said. This is absolutely one of those test matches where, like, you're supposed to win, you're the top card, the expectation on your side, but if a team has made it to the monthly finals, they are good enough to hang, and everybody can be taken down. Roll the tape. Look up Wikipedia. You will see matchups in the Heist that have surprised people for sure. We've got Sniper, and Suffo here. Ark, what's your take on Ladder Skill today?
I mean, it's definitely going to be a big mountain for them to climb. It's their first monthly final appearance across the board. Of course, Cappy from Germany as well as Sniper, Suffer from the UK. So my goat, fellow Brit, love to see it. Did beat Reversal Gaming in round 8 in their qualifiers, lost to Oceanus in that round 9, that kind of pinnacle upper bracket round. But then they beat BSC Gaming, and that's not an easy feat whatsoever. But in terms of their kind of performance overall, they've had a lot of appearances in like the Snapdragon Pro Series and other kind of like events along the way. But this is their debut in the monthly finals. So much to prove themselves. And going up against a team like Reply Totem, that's not going to be an easy start for them.
You know, it's not going to be an easy start, but I also think that it's going to be a nice test, a nice look. This is a bubble team trying to become a little bit more legitimate, and this is how you do it. Ark, I bid you farewell. Me and Trav will hang on to this one real quick. Don't worry, we'll ask you about your predictions after this one. We'll see how it all works out. And yeah, Trav, I heard that. 94% going the way of Reply Totem. But this is, again, this is the fan vote. This isn't some scientific advantage meter. I think it makes sense that the fans overwhelmingly expect the tried and true team to take the victory. Again, this is really about Ladder Skill showing up and trying to make their impact is the first pick tick the way to do so?
I don't know if first pick. I mean, Tick's a very good brawler, and you see a lot of the sharpshooters kind of banned out. Bell, Byron, Piper, Angelo, pretty much all banned. So you kind of have to pivot away from that. Maybe pick up one of those kind of last remaining sharpshooters towards the end. But a bit of aggression coming out of Reply Totem. It did just work for the side of SK Gaming on that Carl pick. So you can't really blame him for that. Nanny's going to slot in as well. And I much prefer the angle that Reply Totem are taking here. Tick, great brawler. And it has a place on this map 100%. But you see Nanny on those ban rates, never mind on the pick rates.
Yeah, overwhelmingly, you wind up seeing this tick being selected a little bit later on during the draft. And so RT selected here. Honestly, so RT is usually selected, not with the tick first selection. What I think, and I want to see what this last bit is. Okay, 8-bit, strong look. Taking that away from the Nani, I think, is the bigger headline here about how it's going to be added on. Like less about ladder skill having the 8-bit on their side, and more about the fact that Reply won't have the 8-bit on their side.
Yeah, but do you want to run the slowest brawler in the game into a Nanny who's going to hit you for like 4,500 damage every time he gets a good connection? I don't really know, and I think the same with Mandy as well. I just have a feeling that 8-bit's going to be a little bit of a hindrance here for ladder skill unless they can really get control, establish that turret, and have the tick kind of rain down. But then even again, Maru's going to be able to have that aggression with the flying hook.
RT and Nani battling it out here on the left side. Draw the short straw and have to deal in the long range map versus Chaos. Certainly not where Copy wants to be at the moment. Here comes the nonsense out of Nani. Goes right instead of left, and the surprise damage on a sniper, but nobody there to finish and finalize that kill. And so Reply Totem did pick up that blue star in the beginning, and so if it all ended right now, they would win. But we're a minute away from that, so we'll see how it works out.
And through comes that tick head. Gonna have to deal with it quite quickly, but a missed shot there from Maui kind of put them a bit of risk. Mari's gonna be able to sweep in, get his super along the way as well. Should be able to get on Sniper. Just gets it. There's the slow from the shot of Mori and the follow-up super as well. Beautiful from Reply Totem. Great response to the aggression that ladder skill were bringing in. Peep available, ready to go once more from Chaos. Just gonna back off and possibly use that. Slides it straight up that lane, but going for Suffo in the end, who does have those last hurrahs still in hand. So burning through those is going to be a big thing for Reply Totem.
I really like how Reply Totem have been playing this one. They're not afraid to have different priorities, play lane to lane to lane rather than look at the team stuff. You know, right lane was doing a lot of work, but we still saw Mari find a different target and get a secondary kill. Final seconds here of the round, and it's 2 looking up at 8. Ladder skill should surge forward here, but they don't exactly have the composition that bodes well to do that. Tickhead does earn, but it's 8-5 as the timer ticks down. No pun intended. And it's Reply Totem with number 1.
Yeah, I mean, that looked comfortable for Reply Totem. They had a few moments where, yeah, some of them went down, but overall, you know, I think the deaths that they had were strategic deaths. They kind of got a pretty valuable trade in the end there with the Nanny against the 8-bit, who you kind of expected 8-bit to be able to just straight up get the kill, but swift couple of shots from Chaos got that trade, and it was a valuable one in terms of stars as well. Blue star gonna go the way of Reply Totem every single time, thanks to that flying hook off the start.
Ladder skill here, if they want to change things around, I think they have to be a little bit more aggressive is the wrong word. I don't want to overuse that word. They have to be more, I guess, oppressive. They have to just find themselves a little closer to the opposition. They have to not allow Reply Totem to really have these angles, and well, that's not what's happening here in game number 2 either. Couple of kills, I think that's 2, or well, that's going to be 3 on the side of Reply Totem, and still a big goose egg for ladder skill. Like you said, the flying hook's going to confirm the blue star every single time, and now they've got ladder skill up against the wall. This is not coming up Millhouse for the red team.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this one for ladder skill. Flying hook away there from Maru, just gets out, but there comes the super, gets the kill as well, guarantees it across the map. Really nice super there from Maureen, 5 stars over his head, playing out of his mind. Maru gonna go in now, gets the super along the way, just picks him up as he tries to TP towards his turret to get away from that, but super comes out once more, goes for the tick, but actually doesn't really find a connection, but Chaos pinching that down will get the kill. Stars to close this one out in just a second now. Peeps circulating around, going back for Sniper, gets the kill, and only one more will finish the game, and that should be on Suffo. Super from across the map. Mori finishes that one too. And Reply Totem with a very fast first set.
Very, very fast. Well said. You know, I was laughing at the crying pin coming out. You know, when you're in a position like ladder skill is, like I said, you are definitely, David, looking up at a Goliath, and you've got to two things that are very important. You've got to be realistic. You don't expect to 3-0 these opponents, but also I don't think you can be too dismal. I don't think you go into this, all right, we made it to monthly finals. GG everybody. See you next month. Expect to lose. That's not the right look either. And so when I think about how this team wants to come into this one, obviously you're looking for the win, but I want to look for things that I can take home, right? I want to look at the compositions. I want to try to find the right look and then find these moments of opportunity that go awry so that we can go home, look at the tape, and then perhaps bring it better. If we roll back the replays here, game number 1 looked a little bit better for me, in my opinion, for ladder skill, whereas game number 2 was really, really rough. So if I'm ladder skills coach, pretend game 2 didn't happen. Forget it, dude. We'll focus on game number 1, see how we were able to like find some positioning moments, and then as we move on to our next set, I think you've got to reset and look at it a completely new game.
Yeah, no, I have to agree with that one. I mean, at the end of the day, I think the draft was a big issue for them, I will say. 8-Bit did nothing. Tick had a few moments, but as you mentioned, I don't really know if that first pick Tick is where I would kind of gravitate towards.
Yeah.
Mori and Chaos, looking on the same DPS here of a big 427 on a map, a long-range map like this, and Bounty. Not what you expect, but Mario obviously being that guy who picks his moments, only sitting there on 172, sorry. But he did have some good moments too. Cacpi, Suffer, and Sniper, all really low DPS, and only 2 kills across the board through 2 games is not what you want to see. But I'm intrigued to see if they're going to be able to bounce back with a bit of a better comp and therefore have more of a say in the game.
Yeah, you know, when I saw the last bit on that one, because I really want to like kind of dive deep into ladder skill here, you know, when I saw that Tick first selection, this is like usually what I see, and I don't even knock it for newer teams emerging into the pro scene playing against a top card. Pick your comfort selections for sure. And so seeing that Tick first selection, he's not bad on this map. Theoretically, he might be one of the better, more comfortable picks that we see for this team, and I like that mentality. But then it seemed to go the other way. They see the Nani and they panic pick the 8-Bit. Of course, I'm not in the comms. I just assume it was, you can't let the Nani 8-Bit combo kind of happen. And so maybe that was the mentality. And do you play your game or do you try to play against the other team? Well, that's the $1 million question that our teams try to answer every single month. So first pick Gale here for Dueling Beetles. That's my style for Hot Zone. I like to see strong area denial, and then Pam and Jesse coming through here across the way. I mean, this is more traditional than the Hot Zone that we saw in the other quarterfinals here, Trav. Looking for large area denial and large ability to just stick on the point. This is more traditional and what I like to see from both squads.
Yeah, I just can't help but think that this first pick is going to be a big issue again. You know, Gale is good on this map when you're playing against certain brawlers, when you're playing against those brawlers who want to be aggressive and in your face. But if you first pick a Reply Totem, just aren't going to do that. And I mean, they've gone for that Jesse and the Pam, obviously keeping at range. And Jesse's going to be great against this comp. The Rosa, the Poco, the Gale, they kind of all want to focus down on that mid and play together. And Jesse's just going to be able to bounce off them and kind of deal with that really nicely, especially with the hypercharge, especially with the turret slowing down. You'll be able to get so much value. And B, as well, a really solid pick against the Rosa, against the Poco, against the Gale, keeping range on all of them. If ladder skill manage to maintain this zone, get control, kind of keep Gale against those walls, and the same with Rosa, then I think they've got a chance. But if they lose any control at all, I just can't see them getting back into this zone.
Also, just zooming out real quick, again, much love to our stats man in the back, Nighttime Clasher. 40% win rate for Rosa, a low win rate for Gale as well. Just not, the numbers are not on the side of ladder skill this time around, but we do start off with a Rosa kill. And it's going to be LS on the point. They might have a good composition to kind of stick to it. Rosa playing in that front line and Gale providing some backline nonsense. But it's, look at Mari finding the back pinch and able to come around onto Sniper, find the kill. That's a B, by the way, getting up close and personal. And although ladder skill able to find 37% real quick, it's now the punch back from the Ply Totem, making it happen.
And that is a meaty hypercharged turret placed in a meaty place as well. But aggressiveness coming out of Cappy here. Just gets that hypercharge off and finds that range onto the B and gets within his distance. Slow coming through from the turret again though, and Chaos is cycling these so well, and you expect him to against a composition like this. Ladderskill, they're getting the percentage on the zone. They get these aggressive pushes, but another turret from Chaos behind the wall again, and Cappy's just jumping in on this left-hand side, taking so much damage when he lands, and the two of them on the right-hand side just aren't going to have the best of times against this turret. Another slow coming from Mori there, and Cappy just pushing forwards, gets another super, gets some percentage, but eventually I just can't help but feel like Totem are going to get this percentage down.
I like the strategy from Ladderskill though. Look, every time that super turret comes down, Cappy is the one to walk in, pops the shield, eats a lot of the damage from the turret while the teammates take it down. This is intelligent usage of their comp and how to fight up against this turret. 84%, still not sealed and dealed though, as Mari and Chaos combined for the double un. And it's 86% in total for ladder. But Reply Totem, well, they're climbing that ladder. They've got two players on the point. Cappy on the left side on this Rosa. That's got to be the way that they jump on in. And, well, jumping the operative word, here comes the leap. Mari takes down the healer, though. Ladderskill find themselves on the point, 95 to 91. The 91 is climbing, and Reply Totem in the last moments wind up taking it. Ladderskill 5% away from winning this one, Trav.
I mean, much better from Ladderskill, but look how calm and composed Reply Totem look. Even when it's down to 5%, really showing no signs of wavering whatsoever there. And I mean, that was, as I say, much better from Ladderskill. They had great moments. They started strong. They even kind of ended strong as well. They almost got it down with the jump pad in the last few seconds. But Totem just have every answer to this Rosa coming aggressive. Yes, he had the moments when the hypercharge comes through, but look at that in the early game. Mori should be able to pick that up early. And an even better start should be there for Reply Totem.
I do gotta say though, again, with the way that they were walking into that turret, with the engagements that they chose, Ladderskill are playing intelligently this time around, and they earned their loss. They were not the best team on the map this time, or the last time around, but I'm seeing intelligent play. I'm seeing a reason why they're here. I'm liking it, to be honest with you. I think this team might have some future for them. They gotta keep playing in this direction though, because 5%. That's a game that can go the other direction off of one play, even half of a play. So Gale gonna pop the super from the left side, not really have a large impact. And this a much different story from game number one. Poco pops over, and immediately Mari prevents the right lane from pushing forward. 60% and climbing for RT, the team, not the brawler. RT wasn't picked. But it's 70% now for Reply Totem, and Ladderskill having trouble finding themselves on the scoreboard, but this is their moment.
I mean, a double jump in from Ladderskill really gets them nowhere there, but Suffo just being pushed back again and again by Maro, throws an aggressive healing station. Obviously, if he does walk into that range, he's going to be getting damaged as well. Cappy's just going to jump straight in and try to take that out, though, but takes so much damage along the way. Gonna see a little decapo there from Sniper, just taken down so fast, though, in another hypercharged turret. More aggression from Reply Totem, and nothing to be seen from Ladderskill here. Much better from Reply Totem, and not the same gameplay we're seeing out of Ladderskill there. Two sets go the way of Reply Totem now, as that one was a lot more dominant.
Yeah, listen, if I'm gonna give you the good stuff, I gotta give you the bad stuff as well. For all of the great things that I said about Ladderskill's performance in game number one, it was the opposite in game number two. I didn't see any cohesion. I didn't see any togetherness is the same thing as cohesion, but I just didn't see any of that. And that's going to be the difference maker here. Reply Totem made some changes with Mari really just sticking on that right-hand side for sure, but ultimately this was Ladderskill. They came through playing really intelligently, really strongly, just flat out in game number one. And then something happened in game two where I just didn't see any of that, unfortunately. So we'll hope that they can kind of like shake things up here as we jump into Gem Grab. And this one might be a little bit different, but roll the tape back here. Because like I said, this game number one, this was hot. This was fun to watch. Ladderskill had their moments for sure.
I mean, I think it's fair to say that Ladderskill genuinely had a much better draft this time. It was a good draft, but just not into the draft that Reply Totem had, They're picking Gale first, and then they just kind of continue with what they wanted to go for, not really thinking about what Reply Totem had or what could come. Playing Poco, Rosa, you're going to expect a tank counter to come in like B.
That's kind of what I was talking about. That is the one of the more difficult questions in a game in a 3 brawler draft like this is, do we stick to our guns as far as playing our composition, or do we have to like look for the counters and answer their composition? And I think Ladder Skill came through both game number 1 with that Tick first pick, or set number 1 with Tick first pick, and set number 2 with the Gale first pick. I think they've got a notebook full of stuff that they play well, and they just lock it in. And unfortunately, when you get here, that you need a second level. You need more, you need a bigger notebook, essentially. And so Ladder Skill, I'm seeing flashes of brilliance. I'm seeing why they've earned their way to get here. Shout out Cappy with 5 kills here. But I definitely, you know, they're gonna learn from this matchup. Reply Totem certainly giving them a lot of stuff to go home and work with. And I think that's gonna be the difference maker for Ladder Skill moving forward, is their ability to identify not just their gameplay and what they wanna do, but if they wanna bring this to a 4th set or even a 5th set, I think that they're going to have to find ways to work with their comp, but also take a look across the pond and see who their opposition are selecting there as well and respond in kind. Also be careful about that first pick. That's been a little nuts, both set 1 and set 2. So we'll see if things change up as we jump on into Gem Grab this time around, or if we'll get another oddball first pick.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, you know, as you mentioned, Ladder Skill take a lot more away than just cash and points towards the LCQ or World Finals. They take the experience of playing against good teams on the big stages, which they really haven't had before, and I think that's fair to, I do think that shows. And I'm not saying that in a bad way for Ladder Skill, I'm just saying it doesn't seem like they're as calm and composed or as good at drafting as a team like Reply Totem, who are veterans of the scene, will be. And I think that's something that they will take away from this game, you know, that kind of experience. And I think going forward, it could help them out massively, especially looking on to the next couple of months. You know, even if they do drop out in the quarterfinals of the first monthly finals that they've got to ever, there's still 2 more months after this, and they might show their faces again and play better. And
that's the beauty, you know, the BSC, we've been doing this for a number of years, and ain't no signs of stopping. You can make plans for next season, you know. That is one of my favorite things when you know, I watch a lot of football, and like it's cool to watch these football clubs kind of make plans for next year or whatnot. And if I'm a team like Ladder Skill, yes, I'm trying to win right now and make worlds, but I think realistically it's about earning these experience points, so to speak, and leveling yourself up. And right now, we are seeing if that will happen. First selection overall here going to be the Poco as we jump on to Gem Fort. Some standard bans coming out here, absolutely no surprises, all the usual suspects.
Well, yeah, I mean, Gale again now coming through.
All right.
As the first pick, clearly wanting to stick with that. I mean, they're against a Poco. They see a Poco coming as Reply Totem's first pick, so you expect, you know, maybe they'll throw a tank in. And Rosa was one of the top banned brawls who isn't banned. So it just seems like Ladder Skill are accounting for that very, very heavily over their first 2 picks, with the Shelly coming in along with the Gale. They think they're facing tanks, so I kind of have to expect the Reply Totem will just completely pivot and go a different route now, because you don't really want to see a Rosa running into a Shelly, running into a Gale. And a Poco can stand alone, you know, even if you're not playing the tanks along with it, it can still work.
Do you think that this is a lesson in draft where you see the Poco, you expect the tanks, so you go tank counters, and now Reply Totem get to pivot? Is there a smarter way for Ladder Skill to kind of prepare but also not overtip their hand?
Yeah, I'm not really sure, because Shelly can stand alone, as I said with Poco as well. You don't need to be playing against a tank for it to work on Gem 4. There is a lot of grass, let's put that out there as well. But Griff going to be picked there from Reply Totem, and yeah, seems like they're pivoting. Going to be playing the Tara to have the vision over this Shelly, which you kind of expect. Whether you're playing vision, whether you're playing those support from beyond, the spawnables that come in, you can scout out nicely because they have to shoot those to take them down. I like what Reply Totem are bringing in here. I'm never going to say no to a Tara, my favorite brawler in the entire game. So we'll see what Ladder Skill do bring down as their last pick. They're going to go for the Angelo. I don't hate it. There is a lot of grass. There isn't a lot of scouting ability with an Angelo, so they're going to have to be very, very careful of these Tara pulls, but obviously does have the jump if one comes out the way.
Also just a ton of damage. Like that's, you know, first and foremost. Shelly has an 81% win rate here. I'm not always a worshipper of the numbers, but when I see 81%, that said, Gem Fort I feel like is one of the more open maps in all of Brawl Stars competition. I feel like there's a lot of different ways you can approach this. I feel like there's a lot of different ways that you can kind of counter a lot of the approaches. You can look at wall breaks. You can look at tanks because of the grass. You can look at so many different strategies. And so jumping in here, almost nothing surprises me when it comes down to gem for it, but right away, it's Suffo that's starting things off. Sniper is very low on the backside, and so it'll be an even trade, but it's ladder skill with 3 gems so far, and the Super avoided that 4th gem also on ladder skill's side, but a little scary to go ahead and step up, and it's going to be Mount Mori able to find that gem. So 3-2 at the moment, ladder skill up top, but we'll see how long that lasts as Reply Totem in very aggressive positions, particularly on the left and the mid.
Yeah, Mori's very low, gets pinched down there by Cappy, who comes around the back with the super, slows them down, and gets the clay pigeon through, but up the top side, Maru gets the super obviously off as well, but jumping in, no damage on left, within like 30 seconds of the game even starting, and 9 gems on the side of ladder skill. Need a huge turnaround here. They're getting them off that spawner, and I believe the next one is over ladder skill's side, so they can't pick that up if Reply Totem want to be able to win here. But Tara, maybe slotting down this right-hand side, is now with super. Can be a big game changer if he gets that off.
The Angelo player here, like I said, you know, the fun part of Brawl Stars competitive is how much brains the game takes, but sometimes you just need brawn. And Suffo got the first blood and also some supplementary kills as well. Find ladder skill, find themselves up in the gems, and they recover correctly, but down in positioning. This is a very bad spot for ladder skill to be in. Again, they're up 3, now 2 gems. The lead is waning here, Trav. And it's Reply Totem with their aggressive positioning, just owning mid control so far, and they've been able to tie the game up as a result. But Sniper on the flank, what's going on? Gale showing up, getting a kill here real quick, and Suffo trying to finish it off.
Well, Maru's just going to double this left now, has a pull as well, and slotting down this side into the spawn of the opposition's going to be
big play
for Totem. Surely coming in now because they but he's going to just get it as Cappy lands. But Totem still have the ability to even this out from mid. What a pinch coming in, but there's going to be a person spawning through the back. He has to come around the flank. Sniper's so low as well. Doesn't really want to drop those gems at the moment, and the countdown starts for Totem 11-10, but 3v2. Ladder skill is so low though.
Veterancy coming out from Reply Totem, staying safe, sound, calm, and collected. They saw ladder skill hit countdown, and look at this. I think Reply Totem are going to be sitting. Yeah, Chaos is down south, easy peasy, and that right there. When commentators tell you that there's value in being experienced, that there's value in the veterancy, that is what we are talking about. Ladder skill played a fantastic game. That might be the best game that they've had this afternoon, and they had some strong games earlier on. But watching how they were able to play their composition, I saw that cool flank coming out from Sniper on the Gale on the bottom side. Very, very good stuff. Ladder skill found themselves in the long lead. Reply Totem didn't really care. Ladder skill found themselves with 10 gems. Reply Totem, I'm sure they cared, but they played it calmly, and they knew, we'll match it, no worries, we have mid control, and that collectedness earned Reply Totem the victory. That is experience at work.
And look at this start for Totem as well. Going to be sending some support from beyond through there. Not really the best as that Angelo super did get rid of them quite quickly. Chaos, you see, just breaking up these sides with the piggy banks, not allowing any flanks. They experience, they know how to play these maps. Breaking it to their advantage as they don't want to shelly around the flank. 7 gems off the start now, and just starting to see some signs from ladder skill here. Nice slow coming through, so low. Mori just healing himself. Ooh, be burning down, but the heals for his gadget keep him alive just narrowly. Wonderful shots being found by Suffo, and now they're the ones in control.
That combination of the Gale slow into just Suffo killing you has been very, very potent here for ladder skill. 10 gems combined, but only 3 belong to ladder skill. Make it 4. As the red team now have control of mid, and another kill on the backhand side will kind of confirm that. Oh, but Chaos finding the trade is going to be very, very strong. Suffo still alive, though. That's the threat. That's the damage threat. And ladder skill about to tie it up at 7. Gem should pop out right about now. As a result, we do have that. 7-7. Suffo still going to work, man. What a strong performance out of the Angel.
Yeah, we just saw a Tara pull being missed at the top left-hand side as well. Chaos gets taken down by Suffo too. He's hitting so many shots. Mori knows he needs to spring into action, gets a beautiful screeching soul off, carries his aggression onto Suffo as well, who's just not being able to find the same amount of shots now. Shame, because that super would have elevated shots so much. Jump in from Cappy, and surely that's just going to be an instant death, but he gets the gem, might be able to get out there, and he does succeed. But now they can still, even from mid, they need another one there as Totem can't slot in. Sniper's going to be able to pick that one up, try and get the jump out, but he places it the wrong way. But another gem spawning this time on ladder skill side. Can they pick it up? The 10 even out from Reply Totem.
Yeah, that was such a great performance by both teams here, but the kill on the Reply Totem, any amount of gems recovered here is going to be a good look for ladder skill. Maru is going to be able to pick up some, but it won't be enough to tie it up. 12 seconds on the clock, counting down from it. Reply Totem were able to pick up 5, 6, 7 gems, but it's bad luck 13 on ladder skill's side. But a big kill! No! Call it off! We're starting again! Ladder skill does have those gems on their side, Trav, but they've got to contend with what blue team are doing down south.
Yeah, there was a few in the spawn of Totem though, and that means it could be evened out from mid, but in comes Sniper, auto-aims his super backwards onto the pet from coming in from the super. Chaos managed to grasp the 13th and even things out, and the 14th is on Totem's side, which means the 15th will be 2 if it goes down that far.
Gems out. 10 in the pocket for ladder skill. They are looking up at a 5 gem 6. They're not going to be able to answer this one without a kill, Trav. Reply Totem are falling back. The pins are being dropped, and the ladder skill being dropped. Rung, down the ladder they go, and it's going to be Reply Totem moving on to the semifinals. Sell it, boys, sell it. Use the codes.
I mean, at least Chaos still repping one of his old teammates, code GAVGX in the shop from the Reply Totem boys. Nice to see them supporting some old friends and old teammates there as well. But a huge congratulations to them. Straight sweep, 3-0, 2 consecutive 2-0s within the sets as well. Huge performance from Reply Totem. Can't say we or the community didn't expect it. It was a 94% to 6. Obviously, the 6% feeling hopeful about ladder skill, but the rest of us, Reply Totem did reign victorious.
I mean, this one again, there were moments of brilliance here. I really want to highlight the fact that ladder skill, I mean, this gem grab matchup was fantastic. I think, I don't know about that jump pad, man. I think that might have been completely what gave away the ghost here, unfortunately, for ladder skill and their fans. But, you know, this is a team that, if I had no faith in the team, I probably wouldn't be too mean. I just wouldn't say anything about it. I ain't gonna lie to you. And so with that set out there, I liked what I saw on Gem Grab. I saw some moments of brilliance. This is the type of team that knows how to play their game, but I think struggles when they're playing, when they have to respond to somebody else's game. And when you're playing against a team with Maru, Mori, and iChaos, you absolutely have to respond in kind. And so Ladder Skill have a lot to learn. But I want to say this with my chest here, Trav. They belong here in these monthly finals, in these quarterfinals. I was impressed. This is EMEA, one of the strongest regions that we've seen per what everybody says. And they were able to sort of, almost, kind of hang. And so much love to Ladder Skill. Really appreciate seeing Cappy, Suffo, and Sniper coming out here, bringing out some interesting first picks and bringing some excitement to the table. 12 kills for the Angelo, by the way. Don't want to let that one slide. 12 kills for Angelo here.
Yeah, I mean, that was brilliant from Suffo there. I will say 12 kills, most on the board. MVP's going to be Mori. Did play exceptionally well, but I feel like anybody on that side of Reply Totem could have deserved that MVP vote. But thanks to the community, he is the one who takes it.
I agree here. You know, sometimes we see some standout performers. It's kind of obvious, or it might seem so that you can say, oh, this player was the strongest, this player was. But Reply Totem in general, I find that they, even before Chaos and had Joker, this is a team that really plays as a unit. I've always really liked that about, it's kind of why I put Maru and Mori, I always kind of combine them, call them the M&M boys. Like, I really feel like this squad focuses on being more of a unit than a collection of individuals. And I think that's why they find their victories the way that they do.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something that every team can learn from as well. Quite a lot of teams across all regions play individually. You know, they have these star players who make the plays, and that's fine. That's fine. if you want to take that route, go for it. But when you look at Reply Totem, I don't think there's ever a standout player, as you say. It's kind of all of them in that cohesive unit, all making big plays, or all just playing slow to wait for everybody to make big plays.
Well, big plays abound. Our quarterfinals are behind us. The semifinals are in front. Get involved. Event.brawlstars.com. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the BSC.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Mike's soda.
My headshot. My headshot.
Mike's soda.
My headshot.
Welcome back, Brawl Nation. It's semifinals time. We're here in EMEA. It's F.Trav and Arc down the line, and quarterfinals behind us. We had some exciting games, but we got some exciting games in front of us as well, boys. Trav, I had to talk to you. Arc, how you doing, man?
Doing great, man. I enjoyed it from the sidelines. It was a quick break for me, but nonetheless, it was an enjoyable match to watch.
Yeah, a quick 3-0 coming out. But again, I'm always a fan of seeing these new free agent teams that can put some spice in the water. And we certainly got some Sprite that time around. So you'll love to see it. Trav, as we jump into our semifinals, we've got SK and Eclipsar in front of us. A lot of things to be said about this matchup specifically. We'll get to it, but I want your big picture feels on how it is jumping into the semifinals in EMEA.
I mean, I think the semifinals, everything's kind of planned out as, I'd say, planned at least. Zeta Division maybe should have beaten SK Gaming. I think they were the favourites coming into it, but I think the rest of them gone to the plan. Eclipsar taking down Jordan Force 3-0. Zeta Division obviously did lose 3-2 to SK Gaming. Oceanus in a 3-0. That is not what we expected, I will say. But Reply Totem defeating Ladder Skill was kind of expected in the 3-0 there.
Yeah, I think this Humble team definitely comes through. And listen, Oceanus, this is a strong roster. I've always been a fan of Angel Boy. But Humble, I mean, they're always the squad. You look at Boss, Luki, and Sim. These guys are... I've always looked at players like Semantic as players that... I don't know if they're ever number one on your list, but you can never count them out. And if you do give them an inch, they're going to take a kilometer. And that's what we saw here with the 3-0 for Humble. And so as they come into Reply Totem, you know, this one, that one is a spicy semi-finals. And we will have that after this matchup. But you look at the way the quarters went for Reply and for Humble, and all of a sudden, a lot of extraneous variables just start being erased. And very, very, very important. So, you know what? Cut to the chase. Show us what you got. This is what we have selected. I am going the way of Humble alongside Arc. All of us are going SK win. You'll have to see it. Trav, Reply Totem. Sell me on it.
Oh, it's gonna be a tough sell. I'll tell you that. But
Wow.
Listen, it's a tough sell, but I've gone for them. That should mean something, right? But Reply Totem, I just see the players, I just see the roster, and I'm like, you can't not predict them, right? Like, the players are of such a high caliber. They might not have been tested in their quarterfinal. They were against Ladder Skill, who were a team who you kind of expect Reply Totem to be able to sweep just as they did. Humble, they've had some great months. They're in a great position on the leaderboard. But just as I had for SK in that first game, I've just got a feeling that Reply Totem are going to pull through.
I'm going to tell Samantha you said that.
That's fine. It's fine.
It's been really cool, by the way, seeing all the players doing their like watch parties and stuff, getting a little bit of insight there. And Semantic has been like front and center doing a lot of the stream stuff, so you always want to see it. But diving deep into this one, we'll save him for later. SK Gaming versus Eclipsar coming on in here. This is Gugu, Ope, and Mrick versus Joker, Lana, and Yashi. Certainly some strong players. We saw SK Gaming do fantastic earlier. As far as Eclipsar, they were on the B stream. Shout out to our B stream commentators, Spoo and Teddy. We love you, friends. Thank you so much for holding it down. And this is the squad that's going to be heading up against SK Gaming. Arc, we know some of these guys. We know these guys. How you feeling about this team today?
I'm not sure. I mean, they've been doing okay, but they've definitely not had the best of results so far. I mean, getting to this stage of the competition quite key for them, honestly, because they've been yet to make it out of the quarterfinals up until now. I mean, the qualifiers were not smooth at all. Losing to Zeta Division as most tend to, but losing to SK Gaming as well. That's kind of the key one for me, as a 0-2 scoreline on that one. Certainly, there's the ability to cause a massive upset, but the way that SK were playing today, I'm worried for Eclipsar in this scenario. It's been their best performance to date so far, but nonetheless, this is the team that, for me, could very well go all the way today.
That is generally how I'm feeling as well here, Trav. I think that SK Gaming, listen, I'm always generally a fan of these players. I think that they're very strong. I like players with stick-to-itiveness, with perseverance, and I think that Linane is one of those guys that kind of never lets anything get to him. He's always ready to stand up. And with their performance here today, you heard Arc. I'm just going to repeat what he said because I think it's correct. One of their best performances here today. Arc, Trav, as you guys jump into the gem grab and the rest of it, I'm going to go ahead and take, not a break, I'm going to take the best seat in the house and go ahead and watch. Y'all two have the matchup. I'll see you after this.
See you in a minute.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say. To be fair, I think that Eclipse have a chance, more than an 8% chance. Let's put it at that. But I'm not surprised it's 92 to SK. That's my point. I'm not surprised it's 92 because I do heavily think that they might even sweep. But Eclipse they have the players. They've got notable players. They've got hugely notable players. But I think at the end of the day, SK just are the better team.
Yeah, I'd agree with that statement for sure. I think 8%, maybe a little bit too low for me in terms of the predictions for Eclipse. They did beat FA Jordan, who did beat SK Gaming in those qualifying stages. You can't forget that. So I think Eclipse have yet to have that kind of pop-off moment in the BSC so far. They've been kind of like definitely present in terms of like the leaderboards and in terms of like, you know, some of their performances along the way. But I think getting to the semifinals today could be that lift which they need to really kind of elevate them to that next level. But it's just simply watching how SK were put to the test earlier to Zeta. I mean, if you wanted to pick any of the quarterfinals matchups today that really had that kind of test of a team, it was that game. I mean, that was a grand finals worthy moment for them. So it's a question of, how were Eclipse are tested in that quarterfinals? Were SK Gaming tested too much and now they're kind of like a little bit lacking of stamina? But I think that's not their way. I think SK Gaming today look very dangerous. I mean, the drafts are already in with the bands Max, Rosa, and Sandy for Eclipse are esports. For SK Gaming, the Surge, the Lily, and the Rico as well. It's kind of interesting as well to see just how much we're seeing bans on the side of Surge actually today, as that has really kind of catapulted its way forwards in terms of the meta. Lily's first ban as well today.
Yeah, I mean, it surprises me to see a ban, to be honest with you, but Ruff's going to be the first pick there coming in from Eclipse on the other side then. And Lily, it does surprise me. Hard Rock Mine, I think it maybe is one of the maps that you can play it on, if any, because if you get control of the wall, you can be able to charge so many supers just sitting there. But Charlie, another pick coming in from Eclipse. So then I always love a Charlie. It's just one of those things that can't be countered, and it's decent against everything.
Definitely underbanned for me, just considering the win rates and just how frequently a mode we see Charlie make an appearance. It's just such a versatile brawler. It really is playable absolutely everywhere, every single mode. Carl coming in for SK again, and it's nice to see that they're kind of like taking that brawler a bit more into the forefront of things, as we haven't really seen many other teams do so, and it does still have those great abilities to go on the aggressive 8-bit as well. Very interesting choice here for SK. Wouldn't mind necessarily a Bell here to counter that idea, but let's see what Eclipse will go for in that mid side of things. Colette, don't necessarily mind it. It's just not going to have necessarily as much of an ability to counter that 8-bit turret.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult when running into a Nita Bear or something like that, but if they get the matchups right, which I imagine they're probably just going to be swapping back and forth, because you don't really want the Ruffs against the Carl anyway. So it's going to be difficult, I think, for Eclipse. I'm not sure if Colette would be my pick, and sending, I imagine, Charlie down the mid, not really got as much range. Cocoon, good against the Carl if it comes aggressive, to be fair, though, so that defends you from dropping those gems, which I don't necessarily mind, but I do kind of think SK Gaming have maybe got a bit of an edge here just because of the aggressiveness of Carl, and those Nita Bears are going to be posing quite a bit of an issue.
The Rust's got 72% win rate here, which is quite a figure for sure, but I still feel like SK's comp is kind of a bit more grounded for me. Need to have a little bit more of a tougher time on those lane sides, being a bit outranged by pretty much everyone on the side of things, but nonetheless, we're into the game already. 6 gems already in the pocket here for Eclipse R as well, now 7 from OPs in the mid. The SK have been a bit sheepish getting to the start of this one.
Well, playing the Colette down the mid, then Charlie through one of those lanes. Obviously, it helps out because the power up on OP as well can be dealing so much damage. But the turret is established now, and they've just got to keep Eclipse out of these back lines, away from that turret, and Yoshi will be able to play a solid mid here against the Colette regardless, because he can just TP away if that super does come in. And they need to start making some ground at one of these sides. OP getting some wonderful taps with the gotcha. Heals coming along with it as well. And there's the TP away. But it does gain some ground for Eclipse. And now he doesn't have that escape route. But Lane took so much damage on the way in. And feeds another turret along the way too.
Yeah, he was left between a rock and a hard place there to really consider his options. And a nice cheap cartridge yet again from Yoshi, but he can't have many left now. He's got certainly still 1, but maybe 2. Let's see as countdown is in for Eclipse. So they can reset it with Mavia so they don't get this gem from the mid. But that takedown from OPE, well, in short, they really have very little options available. Joker's got Bear on the left-hand side. Bruce coming in. Hypercharge now available for OPE, and he might not even need to use it, as it looks like a clean sheet so far. But that is going to be the first game going the way then of Eclipse R. And we didn't quite get to see the beginning of the match, but it looked quite comfortable from the outset.
Yeah, it really did. I'm not sure what Yoshi was trying to do there. He needed to heal, and he just kept on kind of edging forwards, edging back, and getting hit by every single shot that we saw OP throw up the mid towards the end there when the countdown started, instead of being a bit patient, waiting for his teammates and playing as a team. We do get to see the start of this game. We'll see if it plays out the same and Clipsar have a lengthy lead off the start, or if maybe SK Gaming will be able to bounce back and play this one a bit better.
Cocoon is there for Gugu, and he will go down in the end. Heals available for OPE here, but Joker just trying to evade and heal up himself along the way. Now pushing forwards really quite deep here. Gets the Bruce Bear as well for his time. Stun available. Will it connect though? Not going to happen as Falfur in the end anyway. OP is still surviving on here just a bit. The Nun needs to be taken care of, and they're struggling to find him, but now maybe it does manage to do so and gets the Bear in the process.
Well, Joker over this right-hand side now, trying to play against OP down the lane, but it's Mebius who he finds. Power up is in the not power up, sorry. The turret is in the back for Yoshi. Has that to TP back to now, but Lenane doesn't really want this matchup against Gugu. As soon as he gets that cocoon, he's coming out of super when he gets hit with it. But Lenane does have a super, gets the trade against Mebius there, nice. And it is pretty much even on gems. OP comes through the mid now with that super, sees Joker when he arrives though, and now that cocoon, I think maybe it went auto aim towards the bear, or maybe he was going for Yoshi there. But this hypercharged bear is proving such an issue, and down the gems go in the mid. Lenane can surely just sweep those up, but he's actually just going to go for Mebius, play that aggressive game and let Yoshi grab them. If he's in danger, the TP back's still there, and there it is.
Nicely timed there, really was by Yoshi. Not always able to do so, but they're cleanly done. He's got more available and another turret here. Lenan just trying to survive on here and keep him safe and sound. Finds OPE, that's enough. The trade will be there. And Joker as well for safe measure. We're all tied up now in this set, and that was a good response considering the first game for SK was very slow. Much better from them this time round.
Yeah, it just seemed a bit more comfortable. Obviously, we did miss the early game. Not sure if they kind of started strong and dropped the gems just before we got into it, which could have been a possibility because it did seem like Yoshi didn't really have too many when we got in. But back into game number 3, this is going to be the decider of the first set. Clipsar need this one. They need a good start against a team like SK Gaming to, you know, kind of throw them off and put them on the back foot early on.
Well, Yoshi just trying to find OPE, but not able to do so. He would like that damage booster turret down as quickly as possible. And OP's doing a good job of just juking, fighting taps, getting the Gotcha Gadget now in motion. Finds some great pickup onto Joker there as well. Gem in the motions. Oh, both go down though. It's straight out now forced with the flying hook away, but the gems are with him. He does not really want them as a card player. He wants to be able to go on the aggressive. He might even want to choose to go down here if possible. In a while to see and just hand them back over to Yoshi.
Yeah, he wanted to go down there, but Clipsar were well aware of that and just didn't let him. But now getting the shots onto him and might let him survive narrowly again, just trying to build up these supers. But OP found out a position by Joker. Great kill by him, and now the bear follows suit as well. Use that faux fur. Now Lenane's going to come in, try to grab a couple more gems. Super there as well, but Gugu, if he gets super, can cocoon him, and 8 gems drop. Yoshi goes in for the grab, TP back, and another one from Joker. Not the best now because everybody's dropping, but much better hands for the gems to be in.
They lost control, but I don't think SK will be grumbling with that outcome. They got all the gems in the end back into the hands of Yoshi, which is exactly where they want them. They've only got 2 more away from countdown. Now make it 1, and Lenan can go in aggressively here as well if he wants to. There are hypercharges on the sides of OP though, and also Gugu, so that's got to be taken into consideration here. But nonetheless, that was pretty much the best outcome for SK as they've started to get back a bit more control.
Yeah, well, now come ECP, and we do see the cocoon on the left-hand side. Gugu's quite low coming out of it, though, but Joker even lower. Lenane wants an opportunity to kind of use that flying hook into the mid, grab a gem, and use the super out, but he's just not finding it as ECP have a bit of a spawn lock on them here. Joker got to be close to bear because he's playing very aggressively now, but Lenane and Yoshi both through the mid, trying to pinch down on Gugu here and eventually get them. That's going to open up some room. Hypercharged bear there, and the Joker should really place it in the flank. Does do that now, and that's going to be a big issue for OP and the boys on ECP here as the 10th gem spawns. Yoshi grabs it, Lenane coming in as well. They know they need another gem, or as it can be equaled out from the mid, and he's in such a good position here.
Love that from Joker. As you rightly pointed out, just 1 shot away, and that 1 shot was enough to just turn the tides. And now it's going to take so much for a cancel out, for a reset here, and it's not going to be enough time regardless. SK Gaming bring it back. Really nicely done against the odds there, because the way that Clipsar approached this first set for me was a winning one. And SK Gaming turned it around, kept their cool, and get that first set in the bag.
I mean, I think that's the set that Clipsar needed. That's why they're going to have a good draft against them, and it's the start as well. You want that first set against SK Gaming, put them on the back foot, throw a bit of a spanner in the works. Clipsar, they desperately needed it, but SK Gaming managed to come back with it. They persevered through, and after a really difficult first game, obviously we did miss the first part of it, but it seemed like a difficult game. They didn't really have much of a show at all when we got in. To then come back and win 2 games in a row is a really big showing for SK.
It's a really tough brawler to start with the 8-bit, and if you're not able to kind of get that early utility down, that damage booster, as we know, with that additional speed with the plugged-in star power there that Yoshi's running, you know, it's a really tough thing to really have much of an ability to control the mid. So maybe that's where Eclipse are like on point and just kind of depriving him of that very thing. And nonetheless, it was not necessarily just a clean sweep walkover by SK Gaming there. That's got to be said regardless. And I think Eclipse are certainly not out of the question in this one. Just a good draft here and there and a good game mode for them. And this could easily be tied up here. But again, I've just got to say, like, Lannan and that Carl pick, which again, not really one of those brawlers which is the strongest in terms of the meta. That Cocoon there, really, for me, it was a bit misplaced. As you rightly pointed out, you know, Eclipse were very much aware of the idea of Lannan wanting to go down to hand over the gems earlier prior to that. And that was one of those moments where they just didn't kind of have that same perception of the situation. And it went against them. But nonetheless, great DPS for Eclipse. Not to say the same for SK, but certainly on the lower side of things. But, you know, the kills, 10 for maybe it's 9 for OP, but these big stats don't make a difference when it comes to that objective.
Yeah, it did just seem like Yoshi had a bit of a firmer grasp on those gems, and you kind of expect that when playing against the 8, but you know, even if you have that collect in the mid, even if you have a really good matchup, there's always that TP back, there's always that escape route which stops you from dropping those gems, and clearly at one point he did drop them, you know, before he had a turret down and Lanane had to recover them. But I do think that Cocoon that Gugu used on him, I think it was a necessary risk to take. Yes, it might have dropped the gems for the 8-bit to grab and TP back, but at the same time they could have got the kill onto him there and managed to just turn the entire game around. And I think at that point it's kind of beyond repair if you don't take those risks.
I can see that side for sure. I don't know. I think it was just kind of like the prime opportunity to kind of get an escape of some form. But, you know, either way, it's done and dusted now as we approach knockout for Gold Arm Gulch. And Eclipse can be feeling okay with that previous step. So they'd much prefer it to have been a win in their favor. But I think they stood a good grounding against SK Gaming there. It wasn't the cleanest of wins, but it was a win nonetheless in favor of SK. And now the draft coming in. I'm looking for RT on the bans here, and it is banned by Eclipse, nicely done. Buster as well, and Charlie, who again, I always say is under banned, and Charlie being banned here, I think is a good thing to see here. Gene first pick coming in for Eclipse. The map's still showing Hard Rock Mine, but it absolutely is knockout. Melody, Angelo, and RT banned by SK, so both sides favoring the RT, who really is kind of back now since the rework of that gadget, giving himself a lot more survivability and options. A Piper coming in for SK, and we saw Joker doing a wondrous job in that 5th and final set versus Zeta Division on that very brawler earlier today. So I like that start for SK, but it has the tendency of getting counted out when picked in an early position. So I kind of wonder whether that might go against them. And then to back up that very idea, I think it's wise from SK to counter it by having the Meg on their side as well, rather than going against them.
Yeah, very smart. And Meg can defend quite well and use that HP to be able to tank for the Piper too, and defend when an aggressive brawler comes forward. You know, just like Max. Max going to be using that super, and pairing that with a Gene, I like quite a lot actually. Obviously the speed and being able to throw that out. But if you're pulling a Meg, you've got to have the damage to back it up. If you're pulling a Piper, you've got to make sure she doesn't have that jump in hand. And I'm sure that SK Gaming are going to pick another brawler that's going to be good against that Gene pull. So they've got to be very, very wary of that. And SK do have this last pick. We are still on Eclipse for their 3rd and final. See what they do choose to take, whether they want to kind of keep within the same kind of idea with the Gene Max, go for something quite aggressive, something that's going to be able to benefit off that speed, or if they just want to pivot a little bit. They can go with the Shelly, and I mean, I said they're going to need something to be able to take it the Meg down if they do pull it, and Shelly is just that. But is it the brawler I'd pick on this map? No.
Yeah, I'm with you. You know, I'm with you. It's definitely going to require a great amount of synergy, the perfect setting as well, to make sure that Shelly's going to get much value. And I mean, certainly the gadget, Clay Pigeons can get some great value from Shelly, having that additional range and ideally some kills along the way from it as well. But it really is going to depend quite heavily on this kind of Max and Gene synergy. Obviously, the Max getting the Gene into those kind of closer quarters for the pull, and having the Shelly there for when that pull comes into play. But the pull's got to land. And against the Ruffs as well, now coming in for SK, those sandbags are going to be a direct counter to the Magic Hand. And, Meg as well, being able to drop down the toolboxes. There's a lot of things here that can really counteract what Gene's able to bring to the table here. So I feel like SK are really on the money here with their comp and their ideas, but the implementation is going to be there as well. So let's see how Eclipse play it. And I mean, it's a bold thing. You bringing in a Shelly in this comp is definitely a bold statement. It's screaming strategy. But that strategy has got to be implemented as well.
Yeah, I mean, I really like that Ruffs pick. I was even thinking about taking it before the Shelly came in, and then the Shelly come in, and you're like, ooh, it's been strengthened even more now, because it's going to be quite difficult to get Shelly within range of a Ruffs and not have those sandbags placed straight in your face. They do go down. Clay Pigeon was being used there by OP, but Still strength from the SK squad, and this field promotion along the way as well. Going to be beefing up Joker, though, the more he stands by him.
Wow, this is a bit of a tight pinch going on here. SK already backed into a corner. Joker 780 HP above his head, in risk of going down here big time, and just trying to body block now 212. Now the speed comes in, the takedown is there finally. Eclipse really are making this choke count. Lana now low himself, and they're just going to be pushed back into a corner here. Surely, I'd imagine, thinking about the gas, but that's not even coming in anytime soon. So Eclipse can just kind of farm this situation. It's really the perfect position for Eclipse to start this thing off. Oh?
Oh, maybe. I'm not sure there's much chance. Tuneful there if things went a bit south for them as well. ECP do manage to take this first round down, but SK Gaming didn't really look the best in that one, I will say. But power will be provided now, and it's going to be the Piper who picks it up, and obviously going to have to play that one a bit more carefully because he got pinched down really, really easily off the start. 3 right versus 3 left, and ECP might just be playing with this late game, and you can't blame him for it.
Well, SK surely now know what's up, and that Eclipse is what's rotated to the left-hand side. Yoshi's still not convinced, though, I think, but I don't know quite why they sort of are still just testing that bush, because I think it's kind of apparent that Eclipse are focused elsewhere. But let's see what Joker can bring in terms of value from that rough supply drop now as well. Speed from Mavis, but I think Eclipse will just sit back here and just kind of play it out because they prefer it to be in the gas. Mavis is getting impatient. They want to go in early. I don't blame them for it. Rough sandbags will go down and provide a nice cushioning, but in the meanwhile, at what cost? Oh, though! Gugu goes down, and that's not the plan.
Everything just fell apart so quick. They all fall like that, and SK this time survive with 3. Bring the round back, and now this is the decider for the game. Yet again, a power-up being provided early on. Joker going to be taking that, and the field promotion along with it is going to be helping massively as well. Different approach, reverting back to what they did in the previous one for Eclipse then, as that's what worked.
There's the... Wow, I was going to say some value from Clay Pitchers, but not really there for OPE. Oh, but the ball is, and Joker comes in. Beautiful takedown now. Speed as Eclipse are not done yet, but they've got to be cautious to not overly aggress here. They've got the advantage, and 3 versus 2 is there, and they can take their time if they wish. And they don't want to make that same mistake as in the last game by going in too prematurely here. So slowing down the pace, trying to get that Gene utility back out, get that magic hand in motion. And then this could very well be a game going their way.
Super's there from OP as well as Hypercharge, and obviously not another round after it, so can use both of those without really thinking about it too much. Super goes down the lane solo, there's the pull, and it's a 3v1. What can Yoshi do against this? Goes for the swing, not going to find anybody. Accepting defeat, and Eclipse take game number 1 of knockout, sorry.
Very clean, though. Very, very clean stuff for Eclipse there. And, okay, that second game, you know, it went very much against them quickly, but they learned from it, and that was the way to go about it. Now, with a really great chance, an opportunity here to tie up these sets if they keep up this same level of game, this same awareness, and playing some mind games, no doubt, at the beginning to SK, who are being much more passive around things at the beginning, but OP's got to be cautious to not overly do so. But look at this, Mavis and Gugu straight away from this left-hand side now coming in. The Spirits as well coming in for Gugu to try and get some connections here. But now, choosing to retreat back and just play this one out slower.
Yeah, well, field promotion at work again, just beefing it on. Not that it's helped so far. I haven't really noticed it in any of those matchups. As we do see SK either kind of absolutely sweep the floor with Eclipse or get taken down 1 by 1 and lose it. But it's just so slow so far, and Lane just working for a super to try and power up Joker, who's going to be the hard hitter in this roster. Maybe it has the speed early on, but with no pull of Gugu, it seems a bit pointless to use.
Mavis, though, such a great max, honestly, and just providing so much aggression to his squad as everyone going in now onto Yoshi and Lanan. Joker, though, staying back and tries to get a tap, but the phase shift is there for Mavis to safety. Now, and the supply drop coming in. This is a great position for SK here, but Joker jumping away now, just evading the gas in the process. Phase shift in onto Lanan from Mavis, but Mavis goes down. Now it's a 3 versus 2. OP with a big smash there, forcing into the gas. Now it's a 2 versus 1. Gugu surely can't do much here against this, and will go down the round. Goes the way of SK Gaming.
Yeah, nice from SK there. They played it calm, they played it controlled. No power up to provide early game this time, though, but Joker did get a bit of a break, which is going to help them massively against this Shelly here. Using the Clay Pigeon, but gets hit hard on Pom walking up. Kind of has to just stop and heal, but 3 supers available from ECP now, and the speed being one of them is risky for SK.
Really risky, really, really risky. Now Mavis coming in, and now this is where SK going to be evading that magic hand at all costs, because OP will just instantly eradicate it. They're surviving on nicely, but they are pushed back now, and it's just going to help Gugu massively to try to find a connection. If SK want to rotate around to the left, the option is there, but chose to break and see what they can do on this right-hand side. It's going to be tough, no doubt about that, but they've managed to survive a really dangerous position.
Gene Pool still alive, though, hasn't been used in that initial push from ECP. And sitting behind this wall is OP with a super, and that is risky work for SK to kind of walk up into. So Lemaine choosing to kind of rotate around to this right-hand side, tries to bait out the pull, does have sandbags left, but Joker not in a good position, just used his jump over the right-hand side to break up some of those walls. Now the super comes through, and the pull's used on the Piper, surprisingly, there. Instead of saving it for this late-game engagement against the Meg and against the Ruffs, it's going to be tough for them to win this now. Swing still available, but they're not falling. Great heals coming through, the swing misses, and that's going to be an ECP round. SK Gaming now in the face of losing a set, and this is the one they need to win.
The body blocking there was beautiful from Eclipse Esports, keeping Mobius in the mix and being able to provide some speed then eventually as well to ensure the win. I mean, so much pressure now to SK, and they've really struggled in this set so far. Now's the time to turn it around if there ever was one. Let's be honest, as Eclipse might be getting a set here if they get one more round in the belt and in the pocket. Let's see how they fare. Hypercharge available to Mobius here. OP just considering going around to the right-hand side there, but tapped up along the way and thought better of it. I think that's the wise call here. But now, Mobius has got speed, and you can doubt, no doubt that Eclipse are going to be using this early as they have done previously, right?
Yes, Kid's trying to keep them low. Gets a connection onto Gugu, which kind of delays the inevitable of using this hypercharged super. Super goes in early from Joker, really risky in miles, but Mobius takes so much fire along the way. Super gets run up, but there's the pull, unbelievable from him. Now everybody's falling on the side of SK, and this is surely an Eclipsar set. Joker accepting defeat, heading to the gas, and there goes the set, and it's the way of Eclipsar.
Wow. What an aggressive compliment. I've got to be honest, that Shelly pick worked out really nicely. I mean, it really was like that kind of like, secret sauce to everything that just made it all blend. And I love that. I love that for Eclipse Esports. Putting SK Gaming to the test again. A Max Gene, as we always know, has got such great synergy. But the Shelly, I was a bit on the fence about just to see how it was going to fare. It worked out well. And now we've got a game on our hands, Trav.
I'm not sure if I've just misseen that, but I think Mobius is wearing an SK jacket. I'm not sure if he's kind of rooting for the wrong side there. He's just kind of playing for Eclipse while wearing an SK jacket. Doesn't really sit too right with me, but they did manage to get the set, so clearly nothing fishy going on. We're heading on to Sneaky Fields next, but it is knockout, going the way of Eclipse and evening the score here. Honestly, I expected this to be a 3-0. SK coming into this one as the heavy favorites in my opinion, but it did seem like there were a few misplays and quite a lot of mispositioning.
Nothing like getting signed to an org and then rocking your previous team's jersey. I mean, that's money well spent right there for me. But yeah, I mean, for me, SK had a comp that could work, but it's just that the Max really just blended everything so well together, and the aggressiveness really did pay off. I mean, they really struggled for the majority of things to kind of make much of things. That was one of the rare instances where it did happen and did count, but I mean, what can you do against this? I mean, Shelly just running towards your face, max speed, hypercharge, and supers available. They just found themselves on the side of SK much more in the back corners and very much under control by the hand of Eclipse Esports from start to finish, time and time again. And I mean, those are stats that match that same story. 6 for Gugu, 5 for OP, 2 for Mobius. But I mean, even Mobius on 2 was the equal to Lanan and Yoshi, and just 1 less than Joker. I mean, Eclipse already had that set in the bag.
I mean, for how many defensive measures they had against that pull, it's worrying how much they got pulled. They had a Piper jump, which they used prematurely before the max speed even came in. They got rough sandbags, they got a toolbox, and still we saw 2 or 3 pulls being done by Gugu. I mean, I don't know if that's Gugu playing absolutely unbelievably, or some hefty misplays from SK.
Well, for SK's sake, I hope they can start eyeing this one out into Brawl, which is kind of like a mode which I think does suit them quite well here, but I mean, that Max kind of needs to be banned. I mean, it's dangerous in the hands of Mobius. It's dangerous in the hands of OPE. I mean, like, this is a squad that will champion that brawler if it's not eradicated. But it is a tough one in terms of the draft on this map. You've got to be wary of tanks. You'll be wary of Melody, as always in Brawl Ball. I mean, there's so many things that can really underpin your ideas and force you into these back lines. It's a tough one to draft for, but certainly Sandy's going to be up there as well in terms of those bans. Ems, I think, has a great round here as well. Nita as well. Yeah, Nita Sandy for Eclipse as well as the Surge. Surge being banned here quite a lot, by the way. I keep mentioning it every time I see it, but we are seeing consistent Surge bans as it is great into a lot of these tanky ideas. First pick Shelly for SK alongside the bans of Surge, Ems, and Gale. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far, but Melody is open with a 48% ban rate. Surprising, and they've let the max through again. I'm concerned a little bit here.
I'm not surprised to see it being picked up, but at least they don't have the Shelly as well. That's the main thing, because that was a big issue for the side of SK Gaming in the previous one. So, you know, maybe Shelly going to be a big help here, but Rosa going to come in as well into the Shelly seems a bit surprising to me, but unfriendly bushes paired with the speed, paired with the hypercharge can go a long way for the side of Eclipsar here. But SK obviously do have another 2 picks to be able to defend against this tank and defend against the aggressiveness that Eclipsar are bringing, and there's a lot of aggressiveness there.
I mean, it's either madness or genius to pick a Rosa into a Shelly. I mean, I know kind of which way I feel about it, but then again, you know, I mean, I don't know. I think it's always a bad thing to consider just kind of sticking with it. I mean, it certainly can find its value and try to evade the lanes and just avoid the Shelly and allow your teammates to take care of it. With the max speed as well and the hypercharge with that Rosa combined, it is scary stuff. That Shelly is kind of scarier for me now. Primo coming in for SK Gaming, which I really like. I think Primo's got a great place now in terms of the meta, and especially on this game mode. And with the Shelly on their side of things, they're feeling probably pretty confident by having that pairing. Now, the Charlie coming in to land things in a really nice way, because that Charlie can just eradicate the Shelly as well, on the other, the Rosa, sorry, on the other side of things as well. I really like this for SK, but I don't want to speak too soon. I mean, Eclipse surprised me once already today, and I don't doubt they can do so again.
Yeah, I mean, I like what SK have got here, but obviously Eclipse are having this last pick and pretty much having a very solid comp regardless is going to be quite worrying for SK Gaming. But I like the Primo. I do like the Charlie pick as well. Primo into Rosa should be fairly decent for the side of SK Gaming, and it's going to be Cordelius. Yeah. I mean, I like that a lot. I like the kind of being able to take Shelly out of the equation, take Primo out of the equation, you know, leave the other two in a bit of a tough situation, especially when you've got 2 heavy-hitting brawlers like Max and Rosa who can just run an opposition a chance to get. If you can take someone out of the equation along with that, then I think it's going to work quite well.
Yeah, exactly what I was thinking in my line of thought. But I mean, the Shelly's a bit of a concern. Ultimately, the more the bush goes down, the less kind of Cordelius can kind of creep forwards here as well, and that would help to serve them as well, as the unfriendly bushes gadgets would have less value. Speaking of which, Kuga just using that as well to get the ball forwards, but SK are very much on the case. Maybe it's in the realm at the moment. Going to come out right on top of Yoshi here, who can use the cocoon if he needs to, but yeah, that's taken care of nicely, and he's going to hold on to it. In fact, that will provide potentially a great goal-scoring opportunity here onto any one of these 2 players. Kuga would be the prime candidate for it, and it is there. But off the line by OPE, the ball being fumbled now to the left-hand side, just in the nick of time, but that was a close call.
Surely that's going to be a walk, no? For me, it's a walk. I'm not sure if that should have been a goal or not, but I kind of feel like it might have been. Joker obviously not in the realm along with Mebius, so stands alongside him. OP has a speed here as well, but a Primo jump is available. Unfriendly bush is huge there. Now Gugu's going with the speed. No cocoon there to slow him down and stop him. Jump comes in from Lane, but the shield's still up for Gugu. He wins that interaction. Burn down damage will deal with him, though, and even things out with a nice trade. Lane there from beyond the grave. But a hypercharged Super and Cordelia still sitting and waiting in the bush. They don't want to give up this control.
Huge shell shock there from Joker, finds the pickup now. OPE in the round, but really going to struggle here. The Nun stunned down, slowed as well, but all 3 members of SK stay standing. The speed coming in from OP just in the nick of time there to get everyone back into the mix. SK, though, still staying firm and getting takedowns along the way. They're playing it slow, but they are playing it steady. Maybe it's just to pick up a Joker, forces the Nun into the round with the hypercharge. The slow is going to be devastating for him, and Eclipse keeps surviving on the end of this set.
Yeah, Yoshi just missing that hypercharge Super there, though, but Joker coming through once more on this Shelly. Clay Pigeon activated as well. Gets that extended range, but Opie's still surviving, moving so well, evading everything. 2v1, and he stays alive. Linane with the Super, though, and hypercharge can be dangerous, so Gugu's in preemptively, goes aggressive. Linane has to throw him back, burn down damage still there, but now the Realm is as well. Should be able to use it straight on Joker there, wins that pickup, and it's just Yoshi versus 3, but Primo and hypercharge comes back in.
Eclipse are relentless at the moment, and SK are really in trouble in my opinion, because at the moment they're able to withstand everything that SK are throwing at them. The ball's in the corner still though, and that's a very important shot there from Yoshi to ensure that Gugu went down here. OP, no, not going to be able to gadget towards the ball in any way, shape or form as well. So as we go into overtime now, who's got the upper hand?
I mean, it's got to be, with speed, it's got to be Eclipsar, you'd think, but now the super goes down from Mebius there, hypercharge along with it as well, keeps him slowed down, but Joker uses a hypercharge of his own, 3v1, he's got to keep him out of the corner, but he can't. Eclipsar get it just before overtime kicks in, down go the walls, and the ball is slotted in. OP finishes that one off, and takes the first game of Brawl Ball back to Eclipsar's side.
I love that awareness from Eclipsar. They just kind of left Lenan so low in the realm and just didn't worry about it, because if he comes out, it's going to be low HP and easily taken care of, and just buying their time to get the ball, to get the goal, to get the objective done. And now look at this. I mean, one game away from being ahead in terms of the sets for OPE against his former teammates. I mean, in terms of Yoshi, at least, that's a huge result. Ball push forwards. Maybe this has got the round to hand. Not going to be able to use it just yet, but that's a good start from Eclipsar.
Yeah, Lenane just going forwards and actually gets taken into the realm instantly. Maybe it's going to have that speed advantage in there as well. And Lenane not having a fun time, having to retreat. Oh, he's trying to go all the way up, but ends up being sent straight all the way back to his spawn. Ball passed off to Joker here. Double slow with the unfriendly bushes. Joker has super, but not using it, just holding off. Cocoon available, and that should be able to defend this one out until the Shelly gets back at least. Lenane getting absolutely dealt with. He can't do anything in this matchup, and Mebius is playing phenomenally.
I can't wait to see the stats on this Cordelia's pick. I mean, it really is cutting all its worth from Mavis' side. OP not going to be able to get the ball there. 200 HP and goes down to Yoshi. Again, another very important pickup here from SK, but they are continuously on these back lines. They've got to make more aggressive plays and try to handle Mavius and get Lenan into the mix. He wants to go on the aggressive. He wants to make some plays here, and he's fully capable of doing so, but that's the ball that's really restricting him from it. Now, the ball is going to be defended here by Yoshi. It's going to be a huge defense there. Hypercharge for all it's worth. He's still going, but now falls the pass to OBE and the goal with almost 1 minute on the clock. Not much time here for a response.
I mean, this is just brilliance from Eclipsar. Hypercharge there now as well, but OP is just going to defend in the plane so well as a team. Lenane taking it to the realm, but he finds the gap this time, closes it down, and gets the kill. Joker trying to go forwards, doesn't actually go for the wall break, goes for the super on Gugu. Maybe a walk in here for Lenane, but super not available for Mebius, can't realm him in time, and SK even out.
I was surprised about that wall break as well, but let's see now. Speed coming in, the hypercharge from OPE. Maybe it's making a run for it towards the goal. Push then Joker into the realm, gets the kill as well, comes out, finds Yoshi, but Yoshi says no, but it's not going to be enough. Surely here, but OPE is low. He's going to try and force it. Pass the ball forwards. That may have been a mistake.
What a defense from Yoshi. That is absolutely incredible. Cocoon gets the kills and gets the kill after he comes out of it as well. Lenane moving forwards, but Hypercharge finds Gugu now. Doesn't get his super just yet, but the super coming through from Mebius there as well. Goes into the back line, should be taken down, but actually gets the kill. Just Yoshi alive again, needs a Hypercharge, gets it in time again, and the defense might be there, but not I super, and Mebius grabs it. Now SK on the attack, but a shutdown from Mebius so far.
This is crazy! What a defense from SK Gaming! Yoshi is playing out of his mind, but it's not over yet. They're far from out of the woods. OP's got speed yet again. Gugu as well has got his super. It's not going to be an easy thing for SK, but they're going to try for it.
Yeah, well, I mean, Shell Shock's there for Joker, should be able to slow them down. Lenane just wants his super, he wants a chance of being able to go. If they get a Cocoon here, he might be able to do just that, goes for it, but actually doesn't get any cycle because he not come out of it. Hypercharge there as well, might still affect Gugu on the way through, but the super from Mebius is there again. Left to Yoshi once more, but can't do it this time. Eclipsar will put the ball in, and that is going to be 2-1 as Eclipsar run away with it.
What an unreal set. I mean, really, the microtransactions that were going on there. I mean, that shell shock into the realm, beautiful timing on it. Yoshi on the defense for SK Gaming, but it wasn't enough. And this is now dangerous. I mean, we are in seriously dangerous territory, because my money was full with SK going into this matchup. The way that they pulled the quarterfinals against Zeta was unmatched. And Eclipsar are taking them all the way right now and are actually outplaying them. They're being outdrafted. I don't know why they didn't ban Max. They called it going into the game, and that was really quite problematic, as we saw, right? So I think for me, it's coming down to drafts a little bit here. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Both teams have got amazing, amazing technique. But I really feel like a lot of these brawlers are giving SK a tough time. And the Max is just so oppressive. It really, really is. And maybe it's for me. I mean, he's just playing out of his mind on every single set that we see. But SK, they've got to put on the brakes. It really, that is what they have to do now.
I mean, for me, that game was Yoshi versus Mebius all game long. Like, these defenses were phenomenal. I mean, he couldn't get a few done, but the ones he did were just absolutely incredible. It really was Cordelius versus Yoshi all the way through, and this was really incredible. I love this from him. But I mean, like, it's so close. So many attempts that ECP had that were shut down by SK, but they just had attempt after attempt after attempt, and eventually one's going to go in.
Look at this as well. Maybe it's just forcing then Joker out, and he just got so much value from that one play there to ensure that the goal was going to be there, and the timing was impeccable. I mean, he just got super a fraction prior to it, and he knew that he was going to be close for it and had to obtain it. Just unreal stuff. I mean, look at Mebius.
Oh my.
534 DPS and 21 kills. I mean, that is more than the entirety of SK Gaming. I mean, that is just ridiculous, honestly.
That is crazy. I don't think I've ever seen 21 kills, and it's not like it was dragged out across loads of draws and loads of games. It was 2 games. Like, it's ridiculous how well he played that. To get that many kills in 2 games is just crazy to me. But it is open business we're heading on to next. We're into Hot Zone. SK need a win to keep their finals dreams alive. But Eclipse, they want this win. They want their first finals of the year. And if they keep on playing and drafting like this, I don't doubt that they'll earn it.
Yeah, my mind now is very much on the side of Eclipse being in the grand finals. I mean, you know, I was not expecting to say that coming in as we talked about the teams. I was saying, how am I feeling about Eclipse right now? I'm not too sure, but now I'm much more validated towards the idea that this can be done. And that is what I was saying about Eclipse not really having their BSC pop-off moment yet in the BSC until today, never kind of escaping this quarterfinal stage as well. It is feeling very much like this is the time for them to be in the grand finals, in all honesty. Unless SK can start to iron out these mistakes in terms of the drafting and kind of eradicate that max, which I mean, maybe not necessarily the best map and mode for it in my opinion here, but I don't know whether they can risk it at this stage. It really has been that kind of win condition on the side of Eclipse regardless.
Yeah, it has. I mean, that's the thing, but there's so many bans that you want as well, that it just kind of leaves something open that that Eclipse are going to be able to take advantage of, and it's just absolutely crazy how well they are playing this and how much SK Gaming need to account for to be able to take all of those brawlers that they're going to want out of the way and still have something that SK Gaming can kind of muster together and play to a decent standard. But we are an open business. Jesse, Melody, and Angelo bans from Eclipse, the Stu, the Nita, and the Surge bans from SK Gaming.
For me, well, okay, I was going to say Pam, for me, Jesse, those are the 2 big heavy hitters on this map, in my opinion, to kind of be able to secure. But Sandy with a very high ban rate as well at 55%. Could be an option here. The Jesse banned out by Eclipse, although in the Stanley coming in for that reason as well. Quite like it, honestly, but I still feel like Pam is quite a heavy contender when it comes to these things. I mean, Charlie going to be available here as well, and again, escaping through the bans as always. It's going to be, yeah. I don't want to say it, Trev. Maybe you can say it for me.
I mean, I don't want to say it for you, to be honest with you, because that is just
you hate me being right.
Time and time again. But Max and Sandy as a combo, incredible. Lola's going to come in as well for SK Gaming. Going to have some DPS. Not 100% sure how I feel about that all in all. But they just kind of taking these brawlers that they don't really want to be feeding Sandy with. Keep a bit of range with Lola, not let her into the range. But eventually he's going to get there. Sam's going to come in as well. Wow. And that's going to be Sandy Super after Sandy Super after Sandy Super for the Eclipse Esports. So SK just need to control that as best as they can.
I'm just really worried, man. I really am with this max pick, you know, just continuously coming up. Now there's the same kind of usual suspects that we've seen in this series returning, and each time that they've been in the mix, they've caused a problem for SK. I said it's not necessarily the map that I would think Max, you know, to the forefront of my mind, but it's just the way it's being played by Eclipse is the scariest prospect. And sometimes you just have to adapt away from the rule book and the sort of the plan in motions in that regard, and just kind of think, well, we had this plan of banning these things going in, but now things have kind of changed somewhat. I worry this could be the final now for SK here, and I hope for their sake I'm wrong.
Yeah, I really do feel like the same way. Nice stun there coming out from Gugu to stop Lane, and that's a beautiful kill from OP across the map there, or at least Mebius coming in and pinching as well. But instant control for Eclipse once again, and SK just seems to be kind of just like fading away.
Well, Joker forced now OP into the realm, but not going to get any objective time for it. Going in, getting behind things, but Lenan's stunned out now. Oh, that's a takedown of Mavis. That's strong. Gugu's too low to contest this now as well, and that's now controlled back over to SK, but there's a lot of time to recoup for. The trade is there for Lanan to Gugu. That's some form of saving grace, but now just tiptoeing onto the realm, onto the zone as well. And meanwhile, Joker just forcing out OPE there. It's back and forth, but it is still Eclipse. They've got that early lead.
Hypercharge for Gugu, but he hasn't found the super. Just completely wasted the hypercharge. Gets it a bit late there and doesn't manage to get the value out of it. Maybe he's going to use his hypercharge, I believe, after he used his super there, which means OP didn't get the effect of it, but he's still chilling. He's still on the zone. He got the kill, and he's just sitting there. I mean, no resistance whatsoever from SK Gaming. Hypercharge available in 2 minutes. He's just going to chase Lanane, and who can blame him for it? Double super onto him. Joker goes towards Gugu. He's in the realm, and he can't help his team get them off this point. Eclipse on match point up next.
Who would have thought it? Who would have thought it going in? Now there's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Eclipse Esports. 1 game away from being in the grand finals for the first time in 2024. About to take down a potential titan of SK Gaming unless SK Gaming have got something to say about it. I feel like for me, they're a bit in too deep here. Allowing that Max to escape through the bans, biggest blunder for me so far. And the Shelly is still cutting all its worth here. Let's see, it's now or never. SK Gaming might be falling in the semi-finals here unless they can do something about this onslaught.
I mean, Lanane pinning down Gugu really well here. Might feed some super along the way, but does survive that one out. Get some nice heals too, and SK in control of the hot zone so far. Speed available now. Just might wait for Sam to come up and provide it to both of them. Clay Pigeon using a Sandy super there as well. Nice stuff from Eclipse to regain this zone, but Lanane's still sitting there. Yoshi backed off so far. Joker backed off so far, and just like that, it's evened out.
Huge shell shock here from OPE. He's doing a wondrous job on this Shelly pick, and now the whole map opened up. Up on that right-hand side, Lanan's going to have to really work to find the angles to hide behind coverage here. Gugu low here, pops the hypercharge and gets the speed away, survives here as well. And now OPE going to come into body block and get some kills along the way. Joker goes down. It's a 3 versus 1 as quickly as that Eclipse are back in the zone.
Yeah, but as quick as that back off the zone as well. That's the thing. SK bounced back really nicely there. And I can't help but feel like Gugu's wasting hypercharge after hypercharge just to get away from an interaction that he's going to lose anyway. Joker has another super in hand, which means he can take someone out of the way, and that probably is going to be OP in these kind of situations, but just backing off now. Don't want to feed that Sandy super once again. Joker going towards OP. Doesn't use his super yet again. And the percentage creeping back up from Eclipse. I uses it now, just gets those mushrooms and some heals. Lanane playing phenomenally in there as well. OP going towards the top. Joker flanking back, but in the realm still. OP there. Can Joker get 2? Can't even get 1. 7% needed, but Eclipse are close on their heels.
Eclipse cannot drop the ball now. They've got to stay firmly on this zone. And SK have got time for one final push. Speed coming from Avius. And now Eclipse have got the lead. 97% climbing as well. It is there. And SK Gaming fall. Eclipse Esports are in the grand final.
What incredible gameplay from Eclipse there. Takes off the jacket and throws it down as well. Mebius now repping Eclipse rather than SK Gaming. They take the win 3-1 against a huge opponent. And that is exactly what OPL have wanted against his last year organization. And look how much it means to them.
Oh my word, Gugu looked possessed. But maybe that was the plan all along with the jersey trap. Maybe that was the intention, just to throw it down and say, look, you know, this is a new year and we've been climbing progressively as we've been going forwards. What a time for it. I'm glad to see Eclipse Esports absolutely deserved this today. Their drafts were on point. They kept bringing in the brawls, which they knew they had the best chance of winning with. And SK Gaming every time were just like, yeah, just take it. We'll be fine. They weren't fine. They were getting absolutely dismantled by that Max, and the Shelly pick coming back around again. Some mistakes from the drafting sides for SK today. I'm just going to go out there and say it.
And it could well have been a 3-0 as well. Like Eclipse played that first set really, really well too. But look at that. They dropped the first set, which they could have won, bear in mind. And then 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Max, max, max. There's some sort of correlation there.
I feel like they were stuck on the strategy of what they had in their minds going in and didn't want to kind of deviate away from something which was more problematic along the way. You know, like sometimes you do have to adapt to what you didn't expect to see and, you know, go to plan B. And it just felt like they didn't really do that. And they were kind of always playing just around Eclipse Esports and what they wanted to do rather than kind of adapting to it and shutting it down. And there was plenty of times to learn from that along the way. And, you know, these are 3 incredibly skilled players. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Joker, Yoshi, Lanan, world class, some of the best in the world. but Eclipse are being steadily growing, and a lot of question marks going into the year about Gugu being out competitive for such a long time, coming back in. Well, today he shut up many mouths, and I'm very pleased to see it for him.
I just love how much it means to them as well. Genuinely so happy. And why wouldn't they be? They've just made the grand finals. They've never made it this far before, and they really did deserve it. Dismantling SK Gaming along the way. Stats coming in 360, 418, 316, 566 for the side of Eclipse Esports. Good across the board from them. No real weak link. Whereas SK Gaming, not as much DPS, not as many kills, and rightfully a big win for Eclipse.
Fully deserved, and you've got to remember, Eclipse are down, in sort of 7th place in the leaderboards with 84 points. Well, this is going to give them a huge lift. They're now going to be bumped up massively, and that is going to mean the world going into the coming monthly finals and LCQ and Worlds question marks. Well, a new contender really has entered the arena. Not to say that Eclipse are a new contender. They were always in the running, but right now have never looked better.
Genuinely incredible from Eclipse, and if they play like that, what's stopping them from going all the way as well? They're gonna have a really solid, really solid opponent down in the bottom bracket as well for Reply Totem or Humble. Whoever comes out of that is going to be a tough one for Eclipse, but if they keep playing like they are, they can win it.
I mean, I'm going to be looking at my predictions again just before we kind of get to our next match, just to kind of maybe rethink and reconsider. Maybe you guys will want to do the same at home over at event.brawlstars.com as we get our next match lined up. Head over there and get involved on the prediction side of things. We got a banger coming up with Humble and Reply Totem. You're not going to want to miss it after a short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the BSC. When we say a short break, we mean it. It's F out and back, and you guys know Trap and Arc. And so, one down, and SK... They lost? They lost like that? I'm just kidding. I watched the entire time. It was incredible. But, what an insane matchup, guys. We all three predicted the SK. I mean, we got to move on to the next match, but I can't not talk about this. One sentence from each of you guys. Trav, what happened there?
Honestly, it's just, I feel like a lot of it was the draft. And I've just seen as well, during that very short break, quick flick to Twitter/X, and the name tweeted they got out drafted. So, I mean, I guess that's the name of the game.
Respect. Arc, you feel the same way?
I said it before we left. I said there was mistakes on the drafting side. They really underestimated the effectiveness of that max pick and just kind of let it dominate. Every single set at which they really started to crumble in, they had every opportunity to shut it down. And, even in Hot Zone, I said it's not the best place for max here, but you kind of have to ban it because of how effective it's being, how much of an issue it's being. And they just kind of stuck to the playbook. Sometimes you got to adapt.
I love that. That is exactly how I feel about it. Esports is about adaptation and finding that sort of blend of I play my game versus respond to your game. I'm pretty much sure I've said it every single match today, and I ain't gonna stop. That is absolutely the truth. And now we've got Humble and Reply Totem, two teams who seem like the truth, 3-0ing in each of their quarterfinals. Humble getting the 3-0 on the B stream. Oceanus reacting pretty loudly now with some of the stuff that we've seen over on Twitter. And then Reply Totem versus Ladder Skill, certainly going the way of Reply Totem. And so here are our predictions. No reason to look at semifinal number 1. Let's talk about semifinal number 2. So I have Humble alongside Arc, and earlier we talked to Trav a little bit about his Reply Totem pick. You mentioned that it was, going out on a little bit on a limb here. But Arc, I want to hear you sort of defend the Humble selection.
I just want to start by saying that Trap didn't have a feeling about Eclipse or Esports today, just to put that out there. Every time he's always got...
Hey! No need to talk. Same team.
Official in that semifinals one. But nonetheless, I mean, I think that Trap might be on something with Reply Totem. I mean, my reservation really there is simply what they tested in that quarterfinal stages. It wasn't necessarily, the cleanest of qualifiers either. I mean, I still think that the Humble are on point, and the Humble came down from the lower bracket though as well. We've got to consider that this time around, but I don't know. I just have a feeling. I just have a feeling about Humble.
I'm feeling that as well. But let's dive in here. Humble versus Reply Totem. Humble, the loudest team in the BSC, Semantic, Boss, and Lukey coming through. And then these guys, absolutely. You know, like I said, Sim kind of takes the spotlight with respect to the outside of the line sort of thing. He's loud. We know him as a content creator as well. But he has, for a long time, also performed on the field as well. But we look around the team, Trav. What can we say about the players that are flanking to the left and to the right of Semantic?
I mean, Boss is a player that flew under the radar for so long. He was there, he was playing, he was always there with Team Queso, those kind of Spanish organizations, but he was never at the top. He's never been as high as he is with Humble right now. Where they're placing on the leaderboards, how they're playing, it's genuinely been incredible. And Lukey's just one of those players. He emerged last year as the kind of wonder kid, the next Joker people were calling him. And at the moment, he's living up to those kind of rumors about him. On the other side, though, Reply Totem, they are just genuinely incredible. 3 huge names, and I don't think you can write them out of any game.
Yeah, you know, IKaos, Ark, is it fair to say that, would you say that IKaos is a strong leader for this Maru-Mori combo?
I mean, IKaos has always been a very strong leader. I think it's very difficult, though, to be that in a position where you've had Maru and Maori just kind of be that kind of combined unit for such a long time. I think it's kind of only right to allow those two to continue to kind of like lead the scene in that regard. But, you know, this is the same squad that did beat Humble in the qualifiers this time around. So, I mean, it was a 2-1 scoreline. It's a best of 3, of course. This is the best of 5 now. But we have seen the uprising, haven't we, of Eclipse of this month. This could be the uprising of Reply Totem potentially. 55% of viewers actually give them the edge, despite this being Reply Totem's first semi-finals of the year. And Humble have been in both grand finals, so I think that's got a lot to say on event.brawlstars.com.
That's fair. And that is a huge point you bring up there about how this went in qualifiers. But then we look at what happened today, and Reply Totem 3-0'd ladder skill for sure. But that said, ladder skill tested them a little bit, and I'm sure there are harsher analysts than I that would say that that is telling of Totem Esports. Humble, on the other hand, didn't seem to have a problem. And so we'll see how the quarterfinals and the qualifiers kind of play into the larger scene, well, at large. Byron going to be the pick here. First overall, though, we see that Amber selection as we jump onto last stop. I think she does a lot to get rid of some of those thrower positions behind the walls, and I think that Maru is certainly set up for success.
Well, Otis coming in for Humble. That's a brawler which I was saying earlier today has not really been that present recently. Not too sold in it, actually. I mean, unless there's something within like the kind of analytics of the scrims process that they're kind of picking up from the side of Reply Totem to counteract it. I mean, we've already seen if there is the idea of tanks being countered, that Shelly's a really good idea, as demonstrated beautifully by Eclipse earlier. So 8-bit coming from Reply Totem, a bit of an odd draft actually for me. I'm not gonna lie. Stu coming in out for Reply Totem. I'm not sure about this. Certainly in terms of the bands, okay for me. And the Crow's a bit of an oddball from Reply Totem, but I'm not really sure what's going on in the draft. The Byron's my favorite pick so far out of the 5, put it that way, and that's, you know, definitely in a good spot. But Amber for sure is probably my second favorite, but yeah, I'm not really sure. It's kind of a bit sort of lonely now as well. I don't know.
This is both teams saying, do you know how good at Brawl Stars I am? That's what these compositions seem to say. I'm with you on the Amber and the Byron. These are kind of like bog standard picks. Amber gonna do what she does, and Byron gonna provide the support that we have seen so viable and powerful, to be honest, in the 2024 BSC season. But I see the 8-bit and the Stu combination, and I'm expecting Reply Totem are expecting themselves to outplay the opposition with this Stu. And then I look on the other side of Humble, and I see the Otis and stuff, and I'm like, okay, your job is to kind of prevent that outplay. But you're also leaning on the fact that this is just a raw skill comp. And Chaos starts us off with a kill from the 8-bit mid. Nice little TP back there to avoid what could have been an answer. But it's Semantic who finds it, and so 3-0 so far, Reply Totem up top, but it's Boss that finds the 3rd kill, and it gives Humble center control.
Well, it makes more sense now. I think it was a different map to what I was expecting. I think I was expecting to see Bounty, but it's actually Gem Grab. And now I think it makes a lot more sense having that 8-bit mid, the Byron as well, to counteract that. Lola's going to have a good lane side, but I think the Stu still, for me, is a little bit of a question mark. I get the idea of having the speed zone behind the wall and being able to have that greater maneuverability. Otis now makes a lot more sense in the eventuality of tanks, you know, if they were to occur, being able to mute them upon landing from the jump pad. I kind of get those plays and those ideas in mind now, but definitely still not the traditional kind of draft I was expecting, even on this map, but it makes more sense, that's for sure. 5 gems,
I agree.
Humble, 3 to the side of Reply Totem now, and Maori's still just trying to maneuver forwards. Samantha giving him a really tough time on this right-hand side.
Yeah, Stu's just a brawler that I think is... If you think you can outplay the opposition, you can pick a Stu. Very rarely is Stu going to be, you know, absolutely awful. I think that also prevents him from being the numero uno pick as well, unless you're just that guy. So, all that said, it's 7-all. Ton of time on the clock, but I think we'll hit a countdown and a victory before we hit a 0. Mid control still pretty much being wrestled on. Belonged to Reply Totem for a second, and then it belonged to Humble for the majority of the contest. And with a kill from Lukey, that's going to be gem number 10. 3 separate our opposition, and so it's not going to be easy. Just pick one up. We got to see aggression from Reply Totem. And as we count down from 7, here comes Chaos. He's going to fall to the wayside. Maru's going to fall to the wayside. This one in the pocket. Humble. Game 1.
Yeah, clean, solid stuff. Semantic's holding that right-hand side so firmly from start to finish, and Lukey as well into the mid, just, you know, staying on his feet the whole time. And it's still early days. I want to see a bit more from Reply Totem going forwards, a bit more aggression and giving a bit more back and forth, but that was kind of how I expected things to start off for Humble, but we have seen them falter in the past. Let's not call it too early, but so far, so good for Humble.
Yeah, Stu and Lola, that's really where I'm coming from with this idea that it's just, you know, it's just about sort of out-brawling the opposition on these maps. Stu and Lola kind of provide very differently similar ideas, just I'm going to out-DPS you, I'm going to kill you real quick. Amber, though, wow, look at Lukey. Amber just destroying Boss, and Lukey saying, you're not allowed to do that. Great heals from the support mid, and because of that, Humble's able to stand their ground, even find a return kill, and another. Lukey on fire. That said, look at the gems arc. It's all tied up.
Yeah, Lukey's just playing so well, and again, just putting to rest the idea that Byron's, you know, in these drafts for no reason. He's definitely in here for the reason of the fact that he's back in the meta, just keeping everyone on their feet, going over to Semantic now and just juggling so nicely now, keeping Boss alive as well, and the improvised kiss as well coming from that gap. Star power from Boss, keeping him alive. Survivability on the side of Humble, and the amount of heals they are getting from this comp is huge.
Lukey has been the difference maker, not just on the healing side. He's also finding a little bit of damage as well. Chaos here, stepping forward, and Semantic's going to be able to provide some additional damage, forcing out the teleport from the slow as heck 8-bit. Mari's going to fall all the way down, and so Humble, they had the lead, and they secured it. Now they still have the lead here, leading by 3. Same situation as game number 1. Semantic finds a kill onto the Amber player. And Humble has a larger lead this time around. A ton of time on the clock. The 10th gem goes the way of Humble. Arc, this one looks all blue.
Yeah, Lukey's honestly absolutely tapping. Really, absolutely nothing the 8-bit could do in that scenario. And despite the, you know, idea of trying to swap the lane side with the Stu, just didn't work out yet again. Humble, just one step ahead the whole way through, making it look so easy, so clean. And that is the first step going to go their way, and they thoroughly deserved it. I mean, I don't think Lukey went down once.
Not at all. You know, and again, I brought up the idea that the Lola and the Stu, these are characters that are just trying to outplay you. Stu's looking to cycle that super and just all the way around, constantly finding those kills. And, I mean, it almost doesn't matter who wound up piloting their DPS lore better, because Byron just consistently refilled those health bars. Amber on the left lane beat Boss, probably did enough damage to kill him twice over, and Byron just dink, 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 made sure homie didn't fall. This was absolutely mid lane Lukey's performance. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, really, really solid stuff, honestly. And, you know, looking at the player cams as well, I mean, that says a lot, doesn't it? Reply Totem just in complete silence, not looking at all, you know, comfortable in the scenario. These are times that you've got to pick each other up. I mean, after a loss, that's where you've got to be having that flow of conversation, be more so even there. And, you know, not uncommon for Humble to be locked in as they are. I mean, even last month when they came back so spectacularly against every single odd in Hot Zone, I spoke to Semantic after it and discussed it, and I said, you didn't celebrate. You didn't kind of do anything after that moment. He said, yeah, no, because you can't. You absolutely can't. You're gonna lock in more than ever when those things happen, and you're able to turn things around like that against all the odds, you know. And you know, I think the reply to them, they've got to start talking. Mario on 37 DPS.
Bro, is that right?
That's stupid. Did nothing. On the other side, Semantic 9, almost 400 DPS, 5 for Boss, 3 for Lukey. I mean, you know, just only 2 overall for the whole of Reply Totem's kills. It's just not good enough. And in those moments where you're looking and you're reflecting back on a set which just is a write-off, you've got to pick each other up and discuss, where did this go wrong? What can we do? Let's get into action mode. And they're not doing that. They're just kind of just completely silent at this moment in time. And that's a little bit worrying for me.
I got to agree there, and I think these are the maps that response matters the most. Listen, sometimes you go out there with a strategy, whether it's meta or off meta, and it doesn't work. Maybe you got outdrafted a little bit, and you just shut up, dude. Move on. This one, you got outplayed. You have to start bringing each other up. Little concerning, but again, this is a veteran team that has been around. Mauro and Mori has been playing for years. And so as we jump into parallel plays, this is where you get to show your veterancy. If they come back and they get especially if they get a 2-0, you know, this is the type of thing that just helps you just completely forget. Come on, man. That's not very good at mini golf. Are you good at mini golf, Ark?
I'm actually quite good. I have a lot of fond memories playing mini golf and crazy golf with a lot of the players in the scene in the UK. Actually, we tend to do a little yearly annual kind of like crazy golf tournament. To be fair, Drade's quite the crazy golfer, and not in the way that he's good, but just in the way that he's crazy. Baz being in now, Lily on the left-hand side there. I saw Melody going to come in for a reply totem as well. I mean, I was going to say as well, a bit of a joke about the aim of that bot and compared to the last game, but I won't do it. Stanley, Surge, and RT Banner by reply token to Surge, Chuck, and Lily on the left-hand side. Dealis coming in now for reply token. Clearly want to have something on the defensive side for parallel plays. Makes a lot of sense. You're able to take your opposition off the objective. But Melody, for me, you know, I think that's one that I would have preferred to see banned realistically here. Stu, again, didn't work out for reply token last game, but I think it kind of makes a bit more sense here.
Yeah, for sure. Melody first selection. She's one of the stronger characters right here. No Lily, but we see the other member of the underworld, the Shadow Realm, so to speak. And so Cordelius will be selected here. Charlie is, you know, even after the nerfs of Charlie, usually we see a slow, sometimes a nerf is enough to like make a character just disappear. The Charlie nerf was one that I expected to sort of slowly see her disappear, but she still stands strong in the meta. And then high damage Angelo coming out here. So some decent long range out of MM, and then up top that first selection Melody will see an interesting jump on in here. But last tag on the Charlie, 25% win rate. We see a lot of picks here on parallel play for the Spider-Woman, but not very successful.
I'm just kind of a bit amazed as well that RT's getting banned over Angelo on this map. It's the second time today we've seen Angelo coming in and making some plays, and it worked out massively well earlier today for SK Gaming in that scenario. Amber going to come in now for Humble. I mean, it's tough to call, but I kind of think I'm starting a bit more with the reply to some comp, but they've got to run it you know, in a way that is much better than the previous set, because you can have the best comp, doesn't mean that it's going to be the outcome that you're looking for if you play it badly, right? So Cordelius, Stu, and Amber, I mean, I can kind of get behind the Cordelius despite having a little bit of a lower win rate, to be honest, as well. Not necessarily the highest, about 40, Stu at 60, so the Stu's definitely up there. But I mean, those brawlers, Angelo and Melody, I mean, that's what SK had earlier, and it worked out fantastically well. Despite that kind of low win rate on the Charlie pick, I'm siding with Reply Totem, but they've got to play this better.
Humble up 1-0 in the big picture, and Maru getting active early. Chaos is able to find a kill onto Semantic as they surge forward. So reply totem on the bottom side point and the top side, and it looks like the fight up north also going to go the way of Reply Totem. So they did well up top to play defense, and they're doing well aggressively. Whew, that's why Melody is a first pick top ban in this situation.
Yeah, how not to come out of the round 101 right there, really, wasn't it? Just an immediate death, but unfortunate stuff. That's the power of Melody, and that's why I think it's just so great to have on the zone. Might not be the easiest of brawlers sometimes to kind of get there, but the super will help with that when you haven't got it. Like now, this is where Humble can really capitalize on Maru and just force him out of the game a little bit more and not feed into those notes. There's one there, two now as well. Now that's what happens. You can't do that. You know what I mean?
Not allowed. Not allowed whatsoever. Luki trying to use that. Luki trying to use that stew to his advantage to try to find some shots and then go back behind the wall against these close range brawlers. And it worked until it didn't. Chaos shied over and find some long range damage. And both teams have their safe point. Reply Totem have been more successful on the unsafe point. And as a result, they are well far ahead. And we'll take game number 1 here on Parallel Plays.
The Cordelius makes a lot of sense when you think about it, though, as well. Into the Melody, you know, being able to take her into the realm. She can't super there either, so she's more susceptible with the hypercharge as well, slowing her down, able to get then the loop around on the zone to eradicate her off it. So I get where Humble are coming from here, but I think with the combination of the Angelo pick as well, it's very tough to really kind of juggle things. This should be, in my opinion, a Reply Totem set, but let's give Humble the chance to sort of demonstrate why this combo's got some legs. I don't think it's the worst of drafts. I just feel like you can't really, under any circumstances, hand over a Melody more often than not.
I agree with that. I think brawler like Angelo is strong, but there are other characters that are very similar. But when you look at a brawler like Melody, I mean, that's just unmesswithable. Mari comes through and finds the kill up top. Meanwhile, Maru has been on the bottom side, just annoying Semantic, making sure that this player can't really shade up and help their teammates. And so Maru has played it safe and slow on this bottom side until he has help from Chaos, and now getting more aggressive. I like that cautious play.
Beautiful taps from my Chaos, honestly, just landing them time and time again, and only just missing boss there as well. We're going to finish now, I think he does. I mean, he's going to burn down, but nonetheless, I mean, he's been absolutely tapping, putting that Gadget Master Fletcher to great use as well, piercing the environment and ensuring kills when players are trying to hide behind the indestructible walls in the zone. Look at Smatic now using the hypercharge. He should go, yeah, she goes down. You should really be winning that.
Unfortunate. Yeah, you should. You could. But you didn't. Maru on the bottom side now, shades up to help his teammates, takes down one. Luki with a hair of HP, and it's 96 counting upwards. Humble, no, it's Reply. They turn it around. 97 was winning until the comeback turned around. And what a close game.
No way, what a turnaround. There's moments like that can honestly give a team such a big lift.
Yeah.
But I don't know, because the player cams always just look like everyone is feeling tension on the Reply Totem camp. So you know, I really kind of do worry a bit for them and their mental in this one. And you know, we'll have to see how they kind of move forwards and kind of get their heads together. But that's the start of something, right? You know, that was an important thing to turn around, and Humble almost had that.
Agreed. I do think that there is something to be said, especially when we talk about veteran teams, about hooting and hollering after game 1 and after game 2, right? Like I think it's important to bring that, you know, energy, just that cheerleader type aspect in the booth, absolutely. But also, it's just one set. Shut up and sit down and let's go set 3. I value that as well. And so I'm with you. I sort of like immediately, I question it. But as we see 1 set, 2 set, red set, blue set, and it's the same sort of clock in, clock out mentality, I start to respect it, Ark. I start to really sit there and go like, all right, no, this is all business. Like a win is not a win until we win the best of 5. So I respect it, and I think that's part of why these teams are able to have the longevity that they do. Because if you start getting the highest of highs off of a single set and the lowest of lows off of a single set, you're not able to find that sort of middle ground of success. And so our numbers come out here, and unsurprisingly, Angelo with the highest DPS in the lobby. Fantastic work out of the long-range sharpshooter. Love to see what he's been able to do here, and it absolutely worked out on Parallel Plays.
Yeah, much better from Reply Totem. Maybe it's because I talk for a living, and the times when I'm sort of surrounded by silence are primarily when I'm on like public transport or in a waiting room for an appointment, and I kind of prefer it to be silent in those scenarios. But I mean, they could well be locked in. I do want to see a little bit more in terms of communication. I think that draft was the key realistically there for me, and Chaos did a great job on that Angelo. You could see him tapping, really landing the mark, because Angelo, if you don't do that, can really be, you know, a bit of a loose pair of hands, not providing much. As we go to the center stage now for Brawl Ball, this is a great opportunity here for Reply Totem to continue on this streak and start to get the upper hand on their opposition here. I think you'll be very, very careful here of brawlers like Sandy and the tankier brawlers getting kind of like an early tank counter as well. As we've seen already today, Shelly goes a long way now and coming back a little bit more so. Cordelius, though, still definitely very much a great thing to have on that side of things. I mean, the usual suspects. You know, Charlie's going to be around here as well for sure. I think Surge will probably be banned, as we've seen time and time again today. It's been really interesting to watch that brawler have no play and constant bans, despite it being kind of not really, it is not really being available everywhere else. But it seems like it's just a pretty common thing today. M's banned, and that's the first pick. Shelly, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. The bans make sense, and that's a great first pick.
Very predictable draft here, if you ask me, and not in a bad way. You know, this is kind of what you expect. Our teams are very strong at this point, and center stage, you're getting rid of a lot of the characters that can sort of sweep those bushes, and of course, Brawl Ball is about control. So you've got Amber to do the former, Gale to do, well, both, Ems to do the former as well. So a lot of sweep there. I'm always mad when Nita's banned, but the Crow selection here, we've seen Crow pipe up in largely South America, but it's been region specific, and you don't see a lot of Crow here, Ark.
Yeah, you don't. I'm not too sold on it. I mean, I kind of understand like why it's relevant here, but I mean, ultimately, you know, if they're looking to kind of scout bushes, then over time the Shelly's gonna, I imagine, break a lot of them anyway.
Right.
It's a bit of an oddball one for me, to be fair. I mean, I'm expecting tanks from Reply Totems, so maybe they want to slow some of those down and kind of have more visibility. That poison ticking over time. I think Jackie's a prime example of a brawler which can be quite dangerous here. I think as well, the Ash can show its face time and time again on this map and have a good amount of win rate as well. Let's see what they're thinking here as we get into the next pick. But I mean, I'm not seeing. Yeah, Sandy is banned. Yeah, good. Jetty. That wasn't what I was expecting at all. I mean, it can get some value for sure. You find a connection, and then, you know, that will bounce and ricochet into everyone else. And even if it doesn't connect, you get some idea and some information as to where they might be lying in wait. But I'm kind of they're opting away from the tank. I'm kind of then surprised. I mean, I thought they might be trying to combine the Shelly with a tanky idea. The Shelly just clearly there for insurance purposes then.
Yeah, I think Cordelius Crow, does that scare you away from taking a tank? Is that enough to make you deviate from the tank comp?
I don't know. I think they were thinking Poco anyway, then just bringing Poco Ash and then just like pull its way forwards and then like just try to overrun it that way. Rika going to come in, had the 75% win rate. I don't necessarily mind it, but again, it's not really my favorite brawler on this map regardless. I think it's kind of open to a lot of counters, hence why it's last picked here. I mean, it's quite a squidgy brawler, has a lot of vulnerabilities as well. But now with the multiple launcher gadget coming into a bit of a better place to counteract some of those assassin brawlers, but I don't know, not the draft I was expecting to see, in all honesty. I think that's kind of what I saw in the first set, and now is what I'm seeing in the third.
I think, you know, Crow, we don't see him often. He's been picked less than 20 times on this map specifically. And, you know, that said, doesn't mean he's awful. He is an assassin that scares people. And on the other side from RT, we see characters that don't get surprised in the grass. All of these characters have a big fan shot, as Semantic and Chaos are going to be able to deal with the Shadow Realm, and Chaos makes it to safety after the fact. But that's what I see at a Reply Totem. They saw the Crow being picked, and they're like, I'm not getting surprised by Crow in the bushes. I don't know if that's going to be enough. We're a decent amount into this one, half a minute, and the ball hasn't even been looked at, let alone touched just now. Lukey's looking to move it up as one player goes down in Reply Totem, two players go down, but a strong kick from Maury to put it in the right corner to prevent that goal scoring opportunity.
Was an aggressive start from Humble so far. I mean, I'll wait to see how this kind of fares out. I would like to maybe see like a Max, to be fair, instead of like the Jesse or the Crow. They're kind of my two least favorite picks, but Semantic, dangerously close to this ball here. Gonna super then into the realm for Chaos. Stay in position, but surely taken care of now by Mari and Iz. Maru, on the other side of things, trickling down here. Will he survive it? 184 still in play and surviving on, going to stay alive and in position with that super as well. Can be devastating. The jump in from Lukey just evades it in the nick of time as well, because he would have been shown up and stopped the healing process. So I like that from Maru, very observational from him, and he's going to find Semantic as well. That's disgusting and a great opportunity here for Reply to push forwards.
Big plays here as Chaos gets the kill on the right-hand side. Respawns are coming through, but if Bossman dies, and he does, this could open up the wall. Nice break. But a stop by Lukey. Just in the nick of time. So still scoreless with just a little bit over half a minute to go. If we make it to overtime, Crow's going to be uphill, and Reply Totem might have the advantage.
Well, that's going to be a goal surely here. The pass will be there, or just to walk in regardless. It's going to be just a case of trickling down in seconds there from Lukey, and I like that. It gives Reply System far less time for a response now. They got some utility, hypercharge for Maori as well for Maru, so let's see what they do here. Popping it now. Semantic, they're forced straight into the realm of the Poco, but they can get the takedown, but the ball pushed out. Now trying to get it forwards in the nick of time. Maru's got super as well. Can he force it? Oh, Boss comes in and it slaps it out of his hands. What a defense from Humble!
Fantastic play. Humble knew exactly what the score was. Listen, if you go to overtime, really the other squad just sort of has the upper hand. Crow's going to have trouble kind of finding those shots, getting into the back line. Obviously, with the super, he'll be able to jump, but it's just a problematic uphill situation then. But listen, I'm not saying it's unwinnable, but I think the favor is in the other team on Reply Totem's side. So Humble gets that goal. Very important timing to avoid overtime, and they find themselves up 1-0 here as we jump into game number 2. Lukey low and the third teammate down. Still not in a large enough window for Reply Totem to find themselves on the enemy side of the map just yet.
Oh, Boss cooked so hard there, and he's not done yet in this this game either, it seems. Getting 2 takedowns now and in position for a pass from Lukey, but just going to try and play it slower, it seems. But what a great defense that was in that previous game. I'm going to bring it back around to that, because that was such a key thing to do. I mean, had it been the other way, Mario was basically going to get a guaranteed goal out of it. But look at it, look, it's just so suppressive in his nature. And Semantic going to force iChaos into the round. The walkthrough there is going to be a goal, an early one at that for Humble yet again. And they're just looking so much better than that last set.
Huge part of that Cordelius util is just being able to just flicker a defender out. You're no longer on the field. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Can't block a shot if you're not there. So Cordelius certainly showing his value in this draft right here. Buck 17 to go. Humble up 1 game to none and 1 goal to none. So if they win this one, they are on match set. But that is an if. Ton of time to be played on the clock. Boss not finding the angle. And so those ricochets do a whole lot of nothing. Reply Totem have mid control. They take down Semantic. Now ready to push forward. Maru does fall, but it is 2-on-1. Not going to full commit to this one, Arc. Just a push forward.
Yeah, they know they need Maru for this. They're going to leave the ball there in the hope that he can bring the super forwards and then just try to walk it in. Here he comes now. He's been able to evade that crow shot, but not the second. So he's been made known. And with that Jesse turret, it's going to be very hard for Humble to push into this. And that's kind of why the Jesse's an idea. It's not my favorite idea. But keeping Maru out of the mix. Every time Humble have done this, can they just continue to do so? This is a great opportunity for Maru to come through. And he does. Great timing on it. And that's a well-deserved goal for Reply Totem with 20 seconds on the clock.
And what great individual prowess there from Maru, using the knockback from the super, and then to shove the defenders out of the way, and then by himself picking up the ball, knocking it on in. That's going to bring us to an overtime scenario. And I had mentioned before that I think Reply Totem has the upper hand here, but that's what happens. Crow jumps on in, and it doesn't work out. Reply Totem are low, though. This could be trouble.
That was a guaranteed goal there for me, but Reply Totem saw it coming as I did as well, and we're ready for it. Now just trying to heal up our Humble now, pushing forwards and just keeping these taps low. Lukey's going to have a great overtime here for me. Already's got another super to hand, and now that turret quickly taken care of by Boss, who's been really, really on that. If Lukey gets the ball, a jump in, and it could be all over here for Reply Totem. Boss now for the support. Oh, the ball just stops off the line by Mari, but it's surely not going to be enough. All 3 members of Humble go in, and they get it. That'll be the set going their way now, 2-1 up.
Well done. That Crow one comes through in the clutch. I mean, like, at that point, it could have been any brawler, right? Using the super to just shoot the ball, nothing Crow specific there happening. That was Humble just winning it Brawl ball specifically, bringing it to an overtime, and then taking it. Big thumbs up from the big man there, Semantic, feeling good about that one. Is that a better response, Ark? You feeling better about that?
I think that for me, like, that for me was pretty much Humble just really shutting down Maru a lot of the time. And they had to, because the Shirley pick is really quite a devastating thing to see on the other side of the field on that map. You know, you can creep forwards using the bush, and if you got super, as we saw with that goal, you know, it's very, very free to obtain if your opposition are just kind of like leaving things open, and you can't really have much to do else outside of it, because if you're in the line of fire, then you're going to get shoved back anyway. And, you know, it's a really tough position to find yourself in. I mean, I think Boss handled a lot of those Jesse turrets, you know, and it's got them taken down. Everyone on Humble communicating really well in that regard as well. And, you know, a fantastic defense from Boss, which could have turned into a reply token goal in that early moment as well. So I think that for me, just Humble played it really, really well. Both sides had a decent draft. The Jesse, not my favorite pick, but I understand why it's relevant and useful to have. And reply token, to their credit, did well. That was a great evasion, by the way, prior to that goal as well.
Yeah.
Really just avoid going into the realm. Great save off the line, but it wasn't going to be enough here. The Crow worked out well in overtime in Humble's defense, but still my favorite brawler regardless leading up to things. I think that, though, Reply Totem did pretty decently, all things considered. I think Humble just played it better.
Yeah, this was a tight one. Definitely a little closer than these numbers might show. The Rico at 327 DPS is certainly a lot stronger, or double the DPS of some of the guys on Reply Totem. But ultimately, I think this one was tighter. And Semantic coming through, showing us that utility on the Cordelius. Maru had the play of that set, though. I really loved that play on the left side of the map, the double super into the goal. Looked cool. Not enough to get the win. 2-1 for Humble overall. And we'll jump into Bounty one more time. That's what we've got in front of us. And so, Reply Totem. All right, prediction time, Ark. Surprise. Are we seeing a game 5? Or does Hideout go to Humble and we move on?
I mean, if Reply Totem get a good draft in, but I mean, you know, you got to question that Poco in the last game as well. Like, you know, it cancels out, sure, with the gadget to take away some of that Crow slow. But other than that, we were expecting tanks, right, going into that one.
Yeah.
We saw that brawler, and that didn't happen. Whether that was a deviation from their kind of original like ideas or not, we're not really sure. But you know, the draft wasn't great. It really wasn't fantastic, in my opinion. But I mean, it could go all the way to the 5th. I think Humble, off the back of that last set, will feel very, very much good about things, and Reply to need to reset their mindset back into where they were going into parallel plays. You know, that's when we saw the most from them so far, and that was a very good draft. You remember the Melody as well as the Angelo. Those ideas worked out. Just, like, it's not rocket science a lot of the time here when it comes down to drafting and just kind of like going with what works. And I think they're trying just to be a little bit too experimental for me. I mean, in Bounty, you know, just kind of having, you know, some safe ideas. I think Sandy is a very strong consideration. RT as well, Melody banned out, Andrew as well, and the Gina like that. Max as well, Piper and the Melody for Humble. They're very good bans, to be completely honest. Byron, first pick from Humble. Dangerous stuff. We saw just how great Lukey was with it in Gem Grab earlier today. I think there's still some room, some openings here, potentially here for some throwers even, some Larry and Laurie, some Sprout, potentially Mandy as well. Brock, Bell coming in now for Reply Totem. It's going to be interesting to see what they will bring in and what they will fail. But RT is not banned here in this occasion. So I think that's definitely up there for me in terms of the picks.
You mentioned the Brock, and I think Brock has some value here with respect to trying to open up some of the map and punish if we see any thrower picks. Without thrower picks, I think that he falls down a little bit. You know, I might be, if we see 2 throwers here, if we see Larry and Laurie, I might be slam picking Brock here for Humble. But as a result of not seeing that, we go just raw damage with Pearl. Some nice look here. Nobody really okay, and Cordelius. I was curious if we would see any sort of like speed, but it's gonna be Cordelius. A nice little tank counter. Deal with Meg somewhat. And there's Larry and Laurie. You mentioned it, bringing the throwers, able to sort of abuse that little L section, and without the dedicated, you know, strong stuff, I think that's certainly where we could see some prowess coming out from Reply Totem with this draft. Meg, Bell to provide some long-range nonsense, and then Larry and Laurie. This is a well-rounded composition. Often we look at Brawl as sort of like 1-to-1-to-1. A lot of the West looks at Brawl Stars as individual matchups arc. When I look at this composition from Reply Totem, this is sort of what the APAC region teams do, sort of like an all-3 composition squad. Ooh,
Yeah,
Larry's in mid. Interesting.
Pushing forwards nicely as well. Semantic's low, and Lukey couldn't keep him healed up enough, and now he will go down himself, marked up as well by the Bell pick. I'm liking this so far from Reply Totem, honestly. I mean, the Cordelius is a bit of an odd one. It's kind of like, you know, about 50% of a win rate. But it's kind of... it's going to be tough to make work without the max, and Humble banned the max themselves, so they clearly feel comfortable with it and feel like it's got a place here, but I feel like it's going to be very tough to make work here, and iChaos is tapping, honestly. Marked up again, already got a hyper charge, Semantic slowed by the nest egg as well, and popped down by Maori, and this is looking like a winning comp here for Reply Totem.
Yeah, the Bell in the left lane, the way the map works out, she's going to be able to have targets both in the left and the right, and this adaptation from Humble is fantastic. I meant left and mid. Right is going to be harder for her to hit, and that's where Humble as a unit wind up swapping over to. I love this positioning change-up from Humble. Just, yeah, Bell was tapping. Deny her the ability. Semantic uses the super and forces a retreat.
Picking up a mushroom there for heals, but then he's going to run straight into iChaos and Mario on that left-hand side, who are now rocking 5 and 4 stars respectively. I mean, this is honestly looking like an absolute domination by Reply Totem. Boss going to be able to survive on just about there with the help of the hypercharge there for more HP, but I mean, very much on the cusp of going down himself. And there's 10 stars now to Reply Totem with 20 seconds on the clock. It's just the, you know, it's just the blue star which Humble have had to their name, and they're not able to do much more than that. We'll see. We get one final push coming in. It could all turn. You never know. But I mean, Semantic onto Chaos, marked up, finds it, gets the Mary into the realm, but he's got to finish it, and he can't. 15 stars. Reply Totem looking so strong this time round, and this could well go all the way to the 5th.
Man, I saw the dream there. Watching Semantic be disciplined, watching Cordelius be disciplined there, and find the kill on the left, use the super on the right. That was intelligent. I saw what was happening. I saw what they drew up. You do the math. You look at the stars. One final push. That's sort of like old school max 20 gameplay, where you just wait until the final 12 seconds and then surge forward and then win the game by 1 star. That's what Humble was going for. And I saw it happen, but they just wound up losing that fight up north. Semantic fell down this time around. He gets that kill on Meg, and it's a lot earlier. And so Humble trying to climb earlier instead of waiting till that last moment, and I think this bodes well for them.
Look at the adaptation there as well, though. Like in the first game, Semantic goes left, stays in that little upside L pocket, and tries to get some value and can't. The Larry and Laurie is shutting it down, and that's where the Cordelius is really starting to struggle. So he goes far right hand side lanes. This to Luke, just heal me all the way. I'm just going to W key it straight into the spawn, but then he gets traded out. All that just for a trade. It's showing a lot to me that, you know, I think Humble are going to struggle a little bit. Maru now out of mech though, might be somewhat of saving grace if he can just heal up though and get back in it quickly. It shouldn't be much of a problem. The Pell's the ideal person there, the tankier one, to really land a lot of the shots too, and he's back in mech already. I mean, you know, Reply Totem are making this look quite straightforward so far.
Gotta say so as well. Humble just very rarely have been able to find any kill at all. Bell's been a big part of that for sure. But I mean, there's nothing that Reply Totem is doing specifically that's just overwhelmingly oppressive. It really is just strong team play. Every time Humble, largely Semantic, steps forward, Reply Totem's able to deal with it. And it's not even about the ball being dropped by Humble. It's just strong play by Totem. Chaos again finds a kill on the boss. Semantic gets knocked up and knocked down. 9/2. And there's still a little bit of time, and if we do the math on the stars, it will be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It will be enough if Humble find a team wipe, but they've got 8 seconds to do so. Boss surging on the right side gets 1. The puppet's out and he falls down, not worth any stars. That's 2. Chaos is here, worth all of them, but it do not matter. 17 on the side, and that's a win for Totem.
And the first slight glimpse of a smile there from Maori. If you look closely and enlarge, I saw a little bit of something going on there. It wasn't quite enough, but you know, there was more. There was more. I mean, just about. still being reserved. But hey, I mean, going all the way to the fifth and final set, that is a result. Reply Totem got a solid draft. And again, just taking it back to a more basic level, just playing it more control. I mean, Humble are trying these ideas that, like, they're sort of bringing in the Cordelius. I mean, I've been speaking to a lot of pros. Sandy actually works in that top left-hand side pocket a lot better than Cordelius. I'm not really kind of sure what they were thinking on that front, but I think it was the Larry and Laurie which really made that shift over to Reply Totem's favor to really shut him down. I mean, it could have, prior to that, it may have had a place really, but that thrower, it just means that Cordelius is just not going to really be able to do much at all. And I mean, Kess has always been a fantastic long-range brawler, great tapper in that regard, and the Meg as well. I mean, just everyone looking better. I mean, 1, 2, 2 for the kills on the side of Humble to the 8, 2, and 4 of Reply Totem says a great deal in a game mode like Bounty, where kills and deaths matter. I mean, very low DPS across the board for Humble. This is exactly what Reply Totem need, but I'm still kind of reserved around whether they go what it takes to go all the way here. I mean, just in the way it's been going back and forth, it really just tends to be when Reply Totem have the better draft and Humble have the weaker draft by quite a long shot, where we see that kind of shift and Reply Totem start to take more of an affirming role. Without that, if the draft is evenly balanced or going the other way, I still have a few reservations for them, but they've got this far. I would like to see Reply Totem get to the grand finals today.
I mean, it's certainly possible. I think both of these teams, we had mentioned coming in some like history in the qualifiers, some history in the quarterfinals about their opposition and how they matched up and this, that, and the third. And the reason we were splitting hairs like that, the reason we were being so hyper specific is because, I mean, I'm not going to speak for you, Ark, but I'll ask you to, I think these are pretty evenly matched up teams.
I would say Humble got the edge, in my personal opinion, but that could well change. I mean, we saw Eclipse earlier today making the grand finals. I could really sway towards Reply Totem this time around. I mean, these are mistakes on the side of Humble that they just cannot let fly through. I mean, plenty of other brawlers in that last game for me that could have been better than the Cordelius. I mean, the Sprout was still available. I think Ray could have had a shot there as well. Mandy, Brock. I mean, there's so many options that they went against. But now in Knockout, Flaring Phoenix, the long-range affair, and Knockout being one of those modes where it can be very, very brutal and very, very hard to make a turnaround when you are finding yourselves behind. I think RT has to kind of be banned on this map. I think Gray could potentially be banned even on this map as well, as the Walking King gets some great value as well. But the long-range sharpshooter affairs, yeah, Gray banned as well. But no RT. Interesting stuff. Pearl, Gray, and Piper banned for Reply Totems. The Piper, the Angelo, and the Gene banned. And the first pick, yeah, Reply Totem. I'm liking it so far. I mean, that's a great starting hand for them.
Absolutely. I mean, RT is he's valued so highly on this one for sure. The Brock selection as well. Interesting choice. Long range character for sure. Flaring Phoenix. Definitely will be able to provide a little bit of wall break. There it is. I'm like trying to find the archives in my brain as Amber now coming through as well. And so just some strong sort of like ground mechanic denial from her for sure, trying to shove players out. But with this RT, strong long range dominance, and Tick is very, very strong here. I think the hypercharge has definitely leveled him up as far as how interesting he is to me on Flaring Phoenix for sure.
Yeah, it's decent. It's definitely the best place for Tick at the moment, so I don't necessarily mind it. But I think Larry and Laurie kind of does a better job. I mean, Melody, yeah, that's kind of like what I would like to see. I mean, we saw as well the win rates for her. I mean, putting on the aggressive nature, pushing away forwards and getting behind things, and your teammates coming from behind then to clear up the scraps. I mean, that's where Melody can really thrive here. I think this is quite a dangerous idea here for Reply Totem. I mean, Tick running Vision Gear as well to really show up everything for all it's worth. RT as well. I'm liking this for Reply Totem, but Humble have got the final say here. Let's see what they go with.
I do like the Tick and Melody selections kind of scare me away from going long range. I'm a little afraid of going well, Piper's banned, but I'm a little afraid of going into the Bells and some of the long range characters that you might anticipate, especially with the Brock alongside. That's going to open up the map a little bit. And so having the Buster here, I think, is a great selection. We'll be able to deal when they get jumped on, and might even be able to prevent some of the long range stuff out of RT should we see that. So I like the composition answer from Humble, but ultimately I think Reply Totem, they've got a lot of what I like to see on this map.
Yeah, I'm just thankful no Cordelius, in all honesty. I mean, to be honest, I'm down. Not the clearest of breaks there for Luke. He could have gone a bit more to the right and actually got more of the wall there, but maybe he wants to keep it. Who knows? I mean, let's see how things fare. But the Amber as well for Semantic, going to be able to feed back into that next super. And you know, Semantic really wants to burn down a lot of that mid realistically there to be able to finish up where that RT is lying and start to ensure that the range is kept on the side of his teammates for Lukey and Boss there. There he gets it, he's going to burn it, I imagine, kind of swiftly, but maybe he's going to leave it there for a little bit and just get his next super lined up and just really overthrow the map here with oil.
Well, Tick doing a good job of keeping two separate players locked in on the sort of right-hand side. Amber setting up, making sure nobody's able to kind of push up too much here. And there's going to be the destruction there immediately into some more oil on the ground. So Semantic really looking to take control of this left side, whereas the right side is being answered by the Tick control. Gas seeping on in here. And just like that, Amber gets eaten, and it's a 1-to-1. Lukey's able to answer back, so a 2-on-2, and this was a messy, sloppy, nobody looking good round.
Well, Humble got the job done, and that's the round in the pocket. That's what matters. And I mean, the map is shaped heavily in their favor as well. I mean, that was a lot of groundwork done. I wasn't too convinced on the rocket fuel from Lukey because Semantic was already going to burn that bush anyway, but nonetheless, look how much it's going to be an uphill struggle now for Reply Totem in that mid, because Maori is just so visible the entire time, and Semantic on this left-hand side with all the oil, it's definitely going the favor of Humble's way, but can Reply Totem have something to say about this?
Well, Chaos and Maru have swapped sides this time around. Chaos before was dealing with the mid and the right laner by just making sure that that's such a small area. This is part of the reason why Tick is so valuable on this map, is because of those choke points. Tick can really just kind of lock it down, and he did so in game number 1. Obviously, it didn't really matter since Humble took it, but IKAOS going to switch over to that left-hand side this time. Trouble from Maru, trying to step up. The gas shows up one more time, and here we have Buster up front trying to help out, but it doesn't matter. 1 goes down, 2 goes down, and even with 2 alive, Chaos is low and Maru is low. It looked like a moment that it might have turned around their arc, but Reply Totem were able to find it and bring us to round 3.
Yeah, solid. I think for me, Reply Totem needs to go a bit more aggressive a bit earlier on, to be honest, because Semantic's is going to overthrow the map with oil. So he wants to burn that in overtime scenarios where it's going to cause a big problem for Reply Totem and just force their hand in that regard. I want to see kind of Maru really kind of get those notes early and just start to push forwards with his team. I mean, IKAOS now has hypercharge as well, so that could definitely be somewhat of an opening if he's able to get super off the back of things and start to really kind of take things back under control, because they need this round. This is such an important one for them to achieve, because I mean, we're neck and neck tied up in terms of the rounds. Whoever wins this one takes the first game.
Brock trying to provide a little bit of that denial that Tick brings. Keeping RT at bay, honestly. It's been a nice look here from the Brock player on Humble's side. Super comes out, clears out some of the bushes, but doesn't really do too much damage. Now here's Humble getting aggressive, stepping up on the right-hand side, shoving one player into the gas, a 3-on-2. Lukey on the bottom side being controlled by Tick, but that's Humble all the way to Sunday. And they're gonna grab round 1, round 3, and that gets them game number 1 of set number 5. They are poised and ready. Humble's looking like they've got finals on their sights.
Nothing against Humble, but I would love to have seen that Tick 3 versus 1. I mean, that would have been a moment in history right there. I mean, the hypercharge was there. I mean, it would have been a beautiful play, but not to be, and deserved very much so from Humble. Seems like Lukey wants just those 2 barrels, you know, cut down there by the rocket fuel, which is an interesting idea from him, but I would have preferred to see maybe the whole thing opened up for him. It's 68 HP now, and it's a prime opportunity for Reply Totem to push forwards. It's still a 3 versus 3 here, but they'll really push back quite heavily, so still surviving as well. I'm surprised. Marked up now by Maori. Look at this, Boss could now finally fall as well, and that's going to be a very tough position for Semantic to do much. A very swift game. I don't want to speak too soon because Lukey still is in motion here, but should surely trickle down, and that is a swift round for Reply Totem.
I mean, bro, this is what you were asking for. Like, both games that we just watched, you were like, hey, man, I want to see Reply Totem get aggressive. Hey, man, I want to see Reply Totem get aggressive. And they just didn't. They finally did, and they literally destroyed him. Reply Totem just took Humble. Yeah. So maybe that's the key. I think you're onto something there, Ark.
Got to be controlled with it, but you've got a melody for a reason, and the Amber is just to litter the map with oil. So you know over time it's going to be so problematic if you just hand things over to Humble, which is exactly what they did in the previous rounds. Now things are looking different, and Humble on the back line showing that they actually struggle a bit more when pushed upon this aggressive nature of things. But Reply Totem can't be overly aggressive. I mean, Maori there almost got tapped up. 2 consecutive shots from Lukey will seal it, and as quickly as that, rocket fuel as well to really open up that mid. The lane's making an adaptation now, pushing over to Mario onto that right-hand side. Let's see if they get better fortune for it.
Well, Mario over here, the first couple of games, he was very, very scared of this damage on the ground from the Brock, and then this time around, he stepped forward and almost died because of it. But final moments coming in here. Melody dashes through, gets one, but turned on by Amber. And Semantic, no HP to speak of, almost gets the turnaround kill, but close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. This one goes to Totem.
Very close to the end, very close. I was a bit worried there for Chaos because the support to take down that top right-hand brawler just wasn't quite there, in my opinion, in that sort of supportive role that needs to be there to ensure it. But nonetheless, it was done. And Reply Totem now have got a fantastic shot. They really do, making the grand finals, but it hasn't been the cleanest. It really hasn't. And I wanted to see some faster adaptations, but they are starting to now make this work. These rounds, crucial, absolutely crucial. For Humble, they've made the grand finals every single month this year. Will it be the same to say for May? Reply Totem have always exited in the quarterfinals, and this could be their best performance. Well, it already is, but even better to make a grand finals in May.
I mean, that's what we were saying that off camera before, how other teams have outplayed Humble, but Humble is consistently number 2, and consistency is key. 2-on-2 here. Chaos, I was gonna say in trouble, but not really. Just backs on off, but it's just Chaos by himself, so trouble is relative, I suppose. Gas coming in here, and Chaos just gonna give it on up, move on to round 2, deny the supercharge. Good call there. That one seemed to be okay until all of a sudden it wasn't. What happened there?
Well, I mean, for me, Lukey's used all 3 gadgets. He's opened up that entire left-hand side in the time that was given to him in that 3 versus 1 affair with Chaos and the rest of Humble. I mean, this is now really under Humble's thumbs. I mean, they couldn't have asked for a better result. Chaos now wastes super on that right-hand side. Boss takes down quickly. There are supers available to Maori and Maru, but nonetheless, I mean, they've had a great start on the side of Humble, but they can't falter now. If they do, then this could go very much all the way to the very final round, but I mean, they've got the map shaped exactly how they want it. Will they keep it?
Well, Maru now looking for some trouble, has the notes around, thinking about the super. And as a result, Humble has fallen all the way back. If they win this round, they being Humble, they will humbly move on to the finals. As Ark said, as per usual. Stuck in the middle is Boss Man, and it doesn't matter because Maru falls down, unable to even do the Melody nonsense, but Reply Totem have 2 alive to Lukey's 1, knowing that there's a 3rd round to play for. Lukey walks it down, and semifinals comes to a single round of knockout. Let her rip.
I mean, that was incredible for Reply Totem to bring it back. In all honesty there, I thought it was going to be going against them. Hypercharge
right?
for Chaos here as well now. And just going to pop a gadget for safe measure there to ensure that his survivability was in check. Semantic going to be just using this left-hand side to just fuel some oil into that super coming in shortly. But look how much oil is already on the map. And both sides now, so much on the line. This is the last round of this series. Whoever takes it makes the grand final.
Troublesome, little bit of damage dealt. Semantic falls back and heals it up. Everybody healthy. Chaos half HP. Heals it up. Everybody's healthy again, but Semantic finding a little bit of damage here on Maru, just a little bit. Chaos with the tick. Keeping Boss on this corner is very, very important. Buster Shield popped. And now trying to inch up further. Maru, though, is the first one on the board, taking down their lane opponent. Chaos responds in kind. Boss, the lone man standing, goes down. And just like that, Reply Totem says, no, Humble, you will not be going to grand finals this time around.
What a result for Reply Totem. It was a long time coming. 2 months of exiting to SK Gaming in the quarterfinal stages, but not in May. It seems the first month they didn't have to face that team was the month to make it all the way to the grand finals. What a day. I mean, Trav said, didn't he? I've just got a feeling. Well, he proved us correct in that regard because, I mean, that went down to the wire, but well-deserved on the side of Reply Totem.
Yeah, I mean, this was just a fantastic performance by Reply Totem. They denied what Humble was trying to do over here. They just decided to push forward, and you know, Humble gave them a fight. This went down to the latest it could possibly go down to. Round 3, set 5, like GG, man. So honestly, we said it earlier when we saw the fantastic 5-set match, in the quarterfinals, and we get it again here. EMEA has been such a treat to watch consistently throughout the BSC's existence. But I mean, this is the type of performance that you get a chance to see. Humble, Reply Totem, this is a matchup fitting for grand finals, but only one of these teams actually gets to make it to the grand finals, and it's the Italian organization right there, Reply Totem, that'll make the move.
Well, 3 for Semantic and Boss, Lucas 6, but Mario on 6, iKaos on 7. I mean, you know, not the brawler that you'd expect to see iKaos mantle, let's be honest. I mean, he's normally that aggressor. He'd normally be playing like the melody, taking a step back, and sometimes you gotta do that be a team, you know? Sometimes you got to be able to be that team player to go, do you know what? This might be my favorite brawler. Maybe I'm not going to get all the best plays of the day from it, but if it gets the job done and gets to the grand finals, I will take that tick pick for sure. Now, the RT as well for Mari, 83 DPS, not the highest, but the 3 kills regardless, help the team out. And our MVP now, off the back of that last series, shortly to come through from event.brawlstars.com, and it is iKaos. And I mean, I was just shouting a lot about the man, and I think I've said enough already, but nonetheless, thoroughly deserved one. You know, just trying to kind of fit in this Reply Totem squad in the best way he can, because it's not an easy thing. You know, when you join an already established, you know, kind of roster with Maru and Maori being the core unit of it, you have to adapt. You have to try to find your place. And I think today, maybe some of the brawlers weren't his kind of strongest, and not what we'd expect to see him on, but he made them work.
Agreed. You know, I think that Tick was arguably the most important pick in that last matchup. The way Tick is able to kind of like lock down those tight choke points, you kind of, if you think that iKaos is sort of the star on this team, which I think a lot of people might say that, you want to, even though it's not the flashy character, it's the keystone character here for the composition. You give it to iKaos, he makes it work. And just like that, we find ourselves glancing towards the grand finals. Reply Totem, Eclipsar. We'll be right back. You don't want to miss it.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
We could tell you all about Spike Air, our new brawling shoe with explosive technology and a podium-perfect profile. We could tell you it's banned in 42 countries for unfair advantages in the Brawl Stars Championship. But we'll let Spike do the talking. Spike Air. Look sharp.
Sorry, Paula. Maybe we can try again if we get more comments.
It's happening.
What the? Yeah, so I was thinking at least chicken, and then chicken, and then...
I want barbarian. Barbarian.
Sure, that works. Oh, hey, look at this. The buttons are here. We should maybe...
Take it easy.
No.
Let's take it easy.
Oh, okay. Okay. Where were we? Chicken,
Barbarian.
barbarian.
Come on, Ilka, you can do it. Yes, do it. Press it. No, not that one. Yes! Oh, Squadbusters is going global!
This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Welcome back to the BSC, powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's your boy F-Dot, joined here by Trav and Ark, also your boys. And EMEA has been spicy as a jalapeno, if you ask me. Even hotter, like a habanero. It's dirty, it's insane. 5-game sets, 5-set matches have been kind of what we've been doing here today, and now we find ourselves in the grand finals. Ark, if we go minute for minute, we've been casting a lot because we've had a lot of these 5-game sets. Now we find ourselves in the grand finals. You know, what are your thoughts so far?
I mean, my thoughts are that, this is what I love about EMEA. You just can never, expect the unexpected a lot of the time in EMEA. It gravitates, it changes along the way it evolves. And Eclipse Our Esports being in the grand finals with Reply Totem, I don't think that many people would have ever written that script at the start of today, but it's thoroughly deserved. I mean, you gotta admit it. I mean, a great performance from Eclipse Our against SK Gaming of all teams. Humble always making that grand finals. Reply Totem today saying we're going to put a stop to that one and give ourselves the best possible shot on it ourselves. I was chatting to Trav as well in the break, and I thoroughly agree. I think that from looking at how SK lost to Eclipsar, I think Reply Totem now would have looked upon that and think we're going to ban Max. I think that Trav could be well onto something there.
True. Yeah, I mean, Eclipse are certainly a surprise for me. 3 above 1 specifically. I think, Eclipse are, there's a good team. Gugu, Opie, these guys are strong Brawl players that we've seen for a long time. Them beating SK Gaming is probably a little bit of an upset, but seeing the 3-1, I think, is even more convincingly so. Just pretty nuts. And then Humble is a team that has made it to the grand finals every single time, and this time around unable to do so. Reply Totem finally making their move forward. So a couple of surprises despite seeing strong players in the grand final nonetheless. You guys can, of course, go ahead and drop your predictions at event.brawlstars.com. Us, well, we don't have to, we do anyway, because we want to get the good stuff, but this is our predictions here. I have gone Reply Totem, Trav has gone Reply Totem, but Ark, you believe in the dream.
Mario's going to hate me, by the way, because we were pushing for a video that I was doing the other day, and I said that was me vote for Reply Totem all the way, mate, and I'm going to go against, I mean, Eclipse just looks so good against SK. They look so aggressive. I think Trav could well be right. I think that if Reply Totem see through that and draft it correctly, then they could be onto a winner. But I feel like Reply Totem kind of won that last set because Humble drafted poorly, in my opinion, rather than playing better. That's just kind of how I translated things to be. I think Eclipse looked very, very strong today. I just feel like the energy levels were very high for them as well. I mean, other big storylines to sort of throw it back to the bracket. Zeta's Division going out in the quarterfinals. That curse still remains, and we saw as well on Twitter just a moment ago, or sorry, X as it's now referred to. Cubic now going to be stepping away from Brawl Esports. They're going to be leaving Oceanus. I think that's a huge storyline as well that we haven't mentioned yet today. And what's going to lie in store for Oceanus next month now? Because for esports, big question marks on them. Roster mania, with now 2 monthly finals left. I mean, there's a lot of things happening today in EMEA.
Yeah, it's wild. Today I'm leaving OCG Gaming and quitting the Brawl Stars esports scene. Good luck to all this year. Short and sweet and a peace out. won't see you later. And Cubic is a player that's been around for a while. This is kind of a big deal, if you ask me. Certainly something, you know, you're always welcome back, Cubic, but just from me to you, it's been fun watching you. Thank you for kind of doing your thing. As we jump into Eclipsar and Reply Totem, this one's going to be fun to watch as well. We just talked about Reply Totem as they jumped on in here. And so Eclipsar, Gugu, Ope, and Mebius. Ark, you mentioned the energy coming out from these guys. I implore you guys to check out Brawl Esports' Twitter. They showed the clip of what these guys looked like when they won their match. Trav, I'm going to come to you. Yes, it's fun to see the guys hooting and screaming and yelling and da-da-da-da. But you talk to me about the on-the-field prowess. What have we seen in server from Eclipsar?
You can sum it with one word: Max. That's it wins them games, and genuinely Mebius might be one of the best Maxes I've seen in the game. He just really plays it so well, elevates his teammates by playing it, and not just that, you know, his teammates are playing phenomenally well as well, I will add. Ope and Gugu have been playing incredibly, but the star man in my eyes has got to be Mebius on that Max, and I think that's something that I mentioned to Ark in the break. I think that's something that Reply Totem have got to pick up on, because it's something that SK, it took them too long, and even at the end they didn't pick up on it, didn't ban it once, didn't try and pick it before them, and that's something Reply Totem, I think, watching from the sidelines and understanding how good of a Max Mebius is something that they might try to get rid of.
Well, Arrivederci sheet of Reply Totem here. They've got Mauro and Mori and IChaos. Just got a chance to see them. And this is a team that I've always really liked watching them. I liked watching them when they had Joker, and I was, you know, a little verklempt about Joker leaving. But Mauro and Mori, I think sometimes we spend a lot of time talking about the other people around them. They are such a backbone arc to this team. And today, specifically, I think Mauro and Mori, their duo, have been really showing up on the field.
Yeah, I think for Reply Totem, considering the start of the season, today has been a massive lift for them. And I'm so proud of both of these two teams, because like both of these two teams had not escaped the quarterfinals until this month. And now both find themselves in the grand finals for the first time this year. I've got to point out as well that draft book there, as Trav was talking about why, you know, Eclipsar is also winning. It says draft in massive letters, and it always got written down there as pick Max every single page. And I love how it seems apparently on that one. But, you know, I've got to say, you know, like, I'm just blown away today with the rise of these teams that have been a little bit behind on those leaderboards. And regardless as to who wins, a victory will be there regardless. I think it's been a great way to see the competition evolve this year.
One of my favorite things to see is all the homework done, the drafts, the notebooks, all the actual tangible hard work. It's really cool to see the scene mature, and this is the norm. You don't make it to monthly finals if you don't have a little bit of a playbook, a little bit of a strategy. It's been years since you've been able to just log in and get the wins, and now we're even pushing that even more so forward. And so Reply Totem, they've got Max on the mind, Eclipsar thinking elsewhere. Oh, look at that. The boys are, I didn't even know they were playing in the same spot. That's dope.
That's awesome. That's
so cool. And I love I love the Brawl scene. Like, just seeing the guys, like, handshaking beforehand and getting ready to play into this grand finals. You know, Eclipsar certainly very hyped to be here. Not exactly something they're used to on the regular. And Reply Totem, well, they've had some reclamation to be done here, Trav, and they're getting it done. So a nice mutual respect to both these teams who are climbing the ladder.
Yeah, it's really nice to see that, like, I think a lot of the EU teams are in the same area as well, or have been in past months, and it's really cool to see everybody kind of getting together and playing in the same place, and it's something that can be done so easily in Europe, so these guys doing it and then showing the sportsmanship before and after the games is really incredible to see.
We'll jump into Kaiju Park, Kaboom Canyon, Heist is where we're going. And Ark, any last words before we jump into our grand finals here?
Great sportsmanship, but when the games start flying and the celebrations go between the walls, I kind of wonder a little bit. That might have a bit of a reflection on the outcomes, but I mean, best luck to both teams. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this one goes.
Heck yeah, thank you so much for your hard work today, Ark. We'll meet up with you in a moment. 3/4 of the fans have faith in Reply Totem. I think that would be the, you know, expected outcome. Reply Totem, simply because Reply Totem has been here in the past. Eclipsar haven't always been as high ranked as Reply Totem. But Trav, I think that momentum is real and history matters, but as in America, when we say NFL, we say any given Sunday, and here, that's how I feel about this. Eclipsar has been really, really maxing out today, no pun intended. They've just been really flying high, and they've been playing some of the best Brawl I've ever seen come out of them. So we'll see if it continues into this one. Heist means Colette, no surprise there, and iChaos gonna lock in Piper for the team.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing against Colette, you've kind of got to go for some sharpshooters, and Crow as well. Really good against the Colette, get the shots connected, make sure you know where she is in the bush, and also being able to slow down so your Piper can hit those shots time and time again. And not just on that, you can mark multiple opponents with that poison and slow them all at once, which is a really, really big thing. And if you can get hypercharged on the safe, very, very rare. But if you manage it, then it does so much damage. They're going to add a Nanny to the side of Eclipsar Esports. I think that's a really, really nice pick here. Good against the Piper. And obviously you can use that TP up the map. Slide into that top left portion of the map. Or bottom right, depending on which side you're looking at it from. But it's a really solid thing to have that warp and TP forwards. Eve going to be the last pick. Levitating over the water. Some spawnables coming in to help out along the way as well, which are going to be good against the Crow and the Piper.
This draft from Eclipsar is as close to... This is a near perfect draft, in my opinion. You've got the Colette for just reliable percent damage onto the safe for sure. You hit all the points with the Nani, and then, you know, even the Eve coming through with the spawnables. I'm less interested. I mean, the water thing is still a bullet point to hit, but it's the spawnables for me. You've got the Piper and the Crow across the way, and the spawnables are certainly going to help this out. This map is all about bush control, and that's what this Eclipsar draft comes with. Reply Totem aren't no slouches. I think they've got strong picks themselves, but if I have to play rock, paper, scissors with this draft, I look at Eclipsar as kind of coming on the high side. That said, this is combination brawn and brains, and Reply Totem are ready to play. They get the first kill, and they get the first damage onto the safe as well. Just a little over 20, now 30% done, thanks to the long-range shots from Mari on the right lane.
I mean, they get the first kill and they get the first 5 kills after that as well, and all the damage too. So it's really nice to see from Reply Totem be able to play. Oh, great tap there from Maru as well. Gugu's going to go forward and actually going to use that little return to sender instead of the TP, which is kind of a little bit unexpected for me. I feel like that's one of the main reasons why you'd use the Nanny, and a miss super from Ope is not good in that position. You want to be using that, getting the hits, or using it on safe.
Crow's going to jump forward, dealing a little bit of damage to Ope, and finding the kill after the fact is Chaos with that dot damage. Still no damage done to the Reply Totem safe just yet. Maybe is trying to walk on up, not able to make it happen. And take a look, this safe area with all these, with all the grass in the middle, slowly being ticked away by Reply Totem by design. And I think that's a smart move.
We're starting to see some work from Eclipsar now. 30% done, but Hypercharge used there by Maru before he's even got that super. Oh, gets it now, and they just drop like flies. It's unreal for Reply Totem to just spring out of spawn. That little bit of speed that he got from the Hypercharge just does so much for them, and add a lot of damage to the safe there. There's the Hypercharge onto the safe. Not going to find the most connections, but a little bit more than usual. And now Maru and Mori should be able to finish this safe off, and that's another super miss by OP. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, because they'd lost the game anyway. Take game 1.
Yeah, I won't take any field goal percentage off of that one. I think that was just I'm going to hit the button now as they see their dreams of game 1 going awry. And you know, listen, I'm going to double down on what I said. I honestly think that Eclipsar have the better draft here, but Reply Totem just played this very well. They maintained control of the bushes, whether they were close or not. They made sure the players weren't really able to utilize that too much, and then they just made sure to, every time Maru had the super, step up to the wall, toss it out, do a ton of damage. And then also, you know, get the takedowns. That's also a huge part of what's happening, and you highlighted a bunch of times. Just beautiful taps coming out from Reply Totem.
I mean, you saw the patience there from Maru. The return to sender was popped. He just waits for it. Okay, fine, that's fine by me. I'll just get you when you come out of it, but maybe it's moving forwards now. And still 100 to 100, but 50-50 control across the board here. iChaos is going to go down, though, which should allow Gugu to win this matchup versus Mori, but he does have that bush control. Return to sender used once more, and a little bit of a break coming in from Maru. Every single break is going to help them so much to get this mid control back.
Yeah, specifically Ope. That's gonna. It's hard for this shorter range brawler to find that. Colette is here for super, and it's hard for her to find that super if she can't walk up and find the shots, and if there's no grass, she can't do that. It's that simple. That's the math, PEMDAS included. So Reply Totem are on the bottom side this time around, 78% to 100. So 22 done by Eclipsar, and there's Ope coming through and making it happen, bringing the enemy safe down to about half, give or take. And that's the ideal play pattern for Eclipsar. That's what they need to happen. Reply Totem denied it the entire time last game. This time around, working out better for Eclipsar.
Much better for Eclipsar, but now Totem spring into action. Charges start to come through, and a few supers and the bush down too, but they need to keep control. Maru's so low, and Mori's taking a few hits. First signs of damage for Reply Totem on the safe then, but Gugu has none of these return senders left, which means the matchups against the Piper and Brock become increasingly harder as the game goes on. But a super avail from OP, he wants to make his way up. No gotcha gadgets left for him either, so no heals along the way. Has to juke up nicely to be able to do just that, and that's poor placement from Mebius on those little babies coming in. But 30 seconds, they're holding well until that.
Trouble. Here comes the push from Reply Totem. They see it. It's blackjack on the clock. We'll see if they can get the chips themselves. 83% to 42. Still a ton of work to be done by Reply Totem. Here's the jump in by iChaos, and just like that, they done did it. 5 seconds left, and Eclipsar are not going to be able to walk up top and make it happen. Maybe it's showing up, but it still goes to Reply Totem all in at the end.
I mean, one push is all it takes, and the hypercharged Crow super is just so disgusting on that safe. Brock shot's following up with it as well, and Piper did a good job of just defending. You know, we saw OP pop that hypercharge. He wanted to just go up, use that super on the safe, and it probably would have finished it. It would have definitely won them the game in the long run, but I think the hypercharge just about ran out just before he used it, because we didn't see that much damage up top for that to have hit the safe. So good defense there from the Piper overall, and Reply Totem do manage to take this first set. Second game, definitely a bit more struggle. Had to win it in those closing seconds, but the first game, smooth sailing for Totem.
Yeah, smooth, and again, this was just better performance in server for me, if you ask me, from Reply Totem. I think they just outplayed their opposition. Eclipsar, and when I say outplayed, I mean ever so slightly. I'm not saying they dunked and ran circles around them, but again, I said it 3 times already. I think Eclipsar won the draft, and Reply Totem came through and just pushed their buttons better, which is valuable and a lot of fun that our game is able to kind of have those picks, those ins and outs as far as strategy is concerned. But Beach Ball is ahead of us. We'll go to Gemfort and Canal Grande and Dueling Beetles if we need it, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Grand Finals, this has been a wonderful month so far, and our Grand Finals, I think, should give us a fun matchup as well. Eclipsar coming through, and that was the thing, was Ope, when that channel was available here, Trav, it happened. But I mean, you mentioned the Crow hypercharge. You see how quickly that bar falls?
It is absolutely ridiculous how much damage that one hypercharge can do, and you saw it there as well. OP tried to go aggressive, but only 2 kills on the board for him. And I mean, as you mentioned it, Colette, it's not for those kills, it's not for any control, it's to get the hypercharge and get it on super. And I don't think we saw one hypercharge on super. We saw a couple of, you know, plain supers. Deals 10%. That's fine, deal that 10%. But if you can't match it up to the damage that the other team are doing, unless you have the hypercharge, which obviously she can't, you need to get them on safe. But the positioning just wasn't there for Eclipsar.
Yeah, that composition is just looking for routine plays, you know, like you said, 10%. Well, we can do the math. That's 10 supers coming out from Colette, but Reply Totem knew exactly what needed to go down. This composition from Eclipsar is dictated by their control of those mid bushes, and Reply Totem just said, no thank you, destroyed them, didn't allow it, and that control of, or that denial of area, more specifically, really enabled Reply Totem to not just find the victory, but find the victory in the way that they did. So a nice look from, again, the green and black, looking cute, feeling cute for them. So a nice look on Heist so far. Beach Ball is what's going to be in front of us, but as we kind of reflect on this one real quick, you know, Eclipsar coming into this one, they got to be feeling high on this. You know, they've got to have this momentum coming in here. Beating SK Gaming, you know, that's a legendary, you know, org team with respect to Brawl Stars, and being able to tackle that. Do you think that momentum follows them into finals, or do you think they come in here just like, all right, brand new day, let's get it done?
I mean, I think you've got to have some level of momentum after beating a team like SK Gaming, haven't you, really? And if you haven't, then, I don't know, the mentality seems to be a little bit wrong, because you saw how buzzing they were after beating SK Gaming. Gugu was out his chair, he was screaming into the camera. Like, you've got to bring that same energy into the grand finals, otherwise you're going to be falling out of it and placing second, which, don't get me wrong, That's not bad. I'd take second place, but everybody wants to win. Amber, Charlie, and Jesse bans for the side of Eclipsar, I believe it was there. Nita going to be their first pick. On the other side, the Melody, the Surge, and the Sandy bans from Reply Totem.
I love me some Nita. I am so happy. I used to sit here and be like, you know, Nita's my favorite brawler, and Ready Set would be like, cool, you're stupid. And now with the hypercharge, the bear is big. Oh, you love to see it. More specifically, though, jokes aside, her ability to just provide basically a fourth brawler to allow the team to walk up the map, very, very important, and why Nita is so dominant and so often selected here. So a nice look there. Across the way, Speedy Max and Chaos. Talk to me about the Max in this matchup. I know you wanna.
I mean, I like seeing the Max on the Reply Totem side for once, because it's going to bode well for them rather than Eclipsar having it, let's be real.
Yep.
I mean, obviously it is Beach Ball, not this map that is in the middle, so won't be the same as playing it up there, but the Griff along with it as well. Piggybank, going to be able to use some breaks, which definitely helps against the Nita, and also helps against the Buster as well. Stu going to have that mobility no matter what, but if you can deprive him of supers, which, you know, I don't think Max and Griff can do that well, can't keep too much range on the Stu, then it's going to be good. But breaking up these walls is going to be a definite help for Reply Totem, and then sliding in that Spike. Just a versatile last pick. You can't really hate Spike.
I mean, you really can't, especially if he's wearing the Spike Airs. You know, at the end of the day, you've got big area control, slowing players down. Spike has been a staple of Brawl Ball, kind of meta independent. You know, that super will always be valuable and viable. I look at this Eclipsar composition, and I see that two frontliners, and Stu, who's just trying to be the guy. So we'll see if that winds up working out. As Ope is able to step off forward, push the ball forward, and Maori slows him down, but it's an ultimate trade out. Stu, forward, glide. An opportunity for a highlight reel play. Doesn't happen, and Reply Totem castles the ball on the right-hand side.
You know, the gadget there for Maru should mean his death, and that leaves Chaos alone in this backside. Gets the pull back and stops him in his tracks, but he doesn't get the ball. Might just be enough ammo for Mori to stop this, but doesn't get inside him properly, as you kind of have to have that extra damage from that. But obviously it just shot the ball through, so 1-0 up here for Eclipsar, and a great start for them.
10,400 HP on the Buster. Any other character, that's not a goal. Not any other character tanks, but you know what I'm saying. So a nice look there from Ope to really just do the math quickly, walk it on in. Strong plays out of Eclipsar. Nothing overwhelming, though. You know, that wasn't like a, oh man, Reply got embarrassed. And it wasn't really Eclipsar playing to their composition. They just got it done with a couple of kills. Max gonna hit the gas, though, and this is Reply Totem's opportunity to get out of the corner. Ope stops it with a kill on Amaru. A trade out, but a stop nonetheless.
Maybe it's coming forwards now with his Gasser heal. Gets hit hard by Mori there, though, and he's got the super as well. Gugu on the other side has more of the same. Bear available for this defense. Out comes the super, brilliant from Maru there. Gets a lot of work done with that. But the Nita Bear still there on the defense. But Eclipsar backed heavily up into spawn.
Nice play from Ope. I really enjoyed that that positioning there. Top side, bottom side. Either way, I'm behind. Everybody else in front. Might be a scoring opportunity if Gugu falls. So have to be very careful about that. Maybe it pushes up forward to deny the left side. And just like that, Eclipsar gets out of trouble. Still up 1-0, half a minute to go. But Reply Totem have the momentum in this game. Ope falls would be a problem, but Mebius already respawns. That said, he's the only one up. Trav, it's 2-on-1. Mebius is here, but he goes down. And just like that, we're tied at 1. 10 seconds till OT.
Yeah, and you've got to think who overtime's going to favor as well. It's going to be the team with the Max and the longer range ball, the Buster and the Nita here. Mebius needs to make the plays happen early before it starts again, but it just clips him with that slow. Ope falls up, gives him the ball too, and there's the super coming out of the Griff as well. Gugu's going to fall down. Mebius still has this null maneuverability, but going forward, I don't know why they're backing up so much instead of taking the fight to them. They're giving them all the ground, and Ope's just taking it just so easily. And now Maru's low. Maybe he's still got his super here. I don't think he's going to be able to get the ball out. Curveball coming in should fall and does, but they've just given up so much ground.
I completely share your incredulity. I don't understand why they went out and did that. Shot on goal is bad. Passing up the field, Max going fast, but a hair of HP. So trepidatious in this moment. 22 and counting down. Mari's able to find a kill. Mebius down to half HP and Gugu alive, but here comes the rest of the squad. Slowed, not taken down. Mebius steps forward to deny the kill. And just like that, I think we have a draw.
Just about, I think. 2 seconds on the clock, but Reply Totem can't get it in, and I can't help feel like they should have won that in early overtime, to be honest with you, but they're not going to complain about a draw when they were behind in the early game, so they should be getting straight back into it and ready for another game. But I mean, if Totem played like they did at the end of that game from the start, then I don't doubt that they're going to be able to win this one, but Eclipsar just started so strong when they had all the gadgets and the walls were up.
Jumping in here. Game number 2. I agree. I agree. I was just as confused as to why we saw the players sort of not go forward with it. Must be something they had seen or said, because from this caster's position, seemed like an aggressive moment to be sure. But either way, 0-all. Reply Totem are up 1 set. Nice cactus drop from Mari to avoid certain death there. And now Mebius being the target of iChaos, and there's the super as well. Stu dashes away. Cute little self-pass from Ope, but unable to capitalize off of it. And Eclipsar are getting away with just taking just enough damage to be forced out, but not falling down until just there.
Yeah, huge damage there from Maori, and that should be a pass to Chaos. Maybe slot the ball in. Can't find the angle, though. Just wants to heal off that cactus. But Mebius isn't going to provide it, and he's not going to let him score that goal. Just backing off and starting again for Reply Totem. But there is a hypercharge ready to roll for Chaos.
Eclipsar's ability to escape with 10% HP basically prevented that from being a goal-scoring opportunity. Consistently getting out of dodge right when it mattered, just like we see Ope on the left-hand side handle that one. Mebius this time around can't make that happen. And as soon as Mebius falls down, Max hits the gas pedal. Ope still alive for now. But the trades, they go the other way. Nita finds a kill on the left-hand side. And again, what seemed like a scoring opportunity for Reply Totem gets stopped by Eclipsar Esport. Great defensive play, particularly by EE.
Well, Gugu pushing up, finding some room on this left-hand side. Just gets in range of Mori as well, but Super couldn't have come at a better time. Same for Griff as well, but Ope moving forwards now. Wants a barrier to be able to make something happen. Pulls him towards him, but gets obliterated by that Super of Griff there. Through ball, straight to Chaos' hands. This should be a walk, but everybody spawns in at the same time. 30 seconds on the clock, and yet again, Totem with all control, but nothing to show for it.
They tried to pass it upfield quickly. I liked the speed and the attention to detail, but just not enough time to open the window and step on through. A dozen seconds. First one to score wins, essentially. Overtime will make me a liar. So Eclipsar on their side of the map. Trav, you mentioned it before. It's definitely the Max team that has the upper hand in this barren wasteland of a map post-OT. So 1 kill goes down to the right-hand side. Ope also turned on and burned on. And that is the window open. And game 1 in the way of Reply Totem.
Just about. Got close at the end. Almost went down when provided the ball. But Totem do manage to hang on, get the ball out of the corner and get it in the goal before the game does finish. So nice stuff from Totem. They're in control of the entire game there. Don't think Eclipsar really got a look in. They maybe had one attack that got shut down really quickly. And Totem, ever since that first goal that Eclipsar scored in the first game, have just seen absolutely everything go their way.
We hit the field one more time here, and Eclipsar much more aggressive than we've seen them so far. 1 player, 2 player, both go down, and Ope, that's low, but the wall break is good out of Mebius, and that is how you get it done. Out of the gates like a bat out of heck, just surprise, we're aggressive now, and Eclipsar find themselves on the scoreboard.
Some more wall breaks from Maru as he drops another P-Bank. Maru's going to get pulled in, just survives that one. Slither of HP, but Maru on this right side going to eat all of his shots thanks to that barrier of Ope and does get taken down. Now it's a 2v3, moving up, but the curveball's hitting and hitting hard. Ope just wants a pathway through, can't find it just yet, goes for the shot, and Maru almost lets it in. Bear there as well, just going to get taken out quickly, but pinched in. How difficult a situation this is. Maybe it's just doing such a good job of keeping everybody low, cleaning up, and just a spike. This should be an ECP game, and pull back, and a goal, and that's exactly what it is.
Even some cute passing in the later stages of that game. You know, that second goal was not as easily guaranteed as it might have seemed. Players were respawning. If they don't successfully pass from the right side to the mid side and score that goal, it's intercepted, and it's just enough time for players to respawn. So not just cute on the Brawl Stars side, but also some smart football play coming out here. And we get Brawl Ball, we get everything we asked for. So game 3, split down the middle. This is the decider, and Mebius just giving them a reminder. One player left in a red jersey on the field, the other player stuck in the goal. So because of Maru being back there, not going to be a goal scoring opportunity.
Well, Gugu trying to move for the ball, but should be pinched in and killed here. Just about is. Maybe it's so low, but just dashing unbelievably well, and even forces a super out of Maru to be able to make sure that death goes through. Chaos wants to grab this ball, but OP just keeping him at arm's length away from it. Gives him it now, but not without gaining some room along the way. Speed provided to Mori there. Pull back evaded because of it. Nice stuff, and the slow comes in. Should be able to get the finish off shot, but 96 is all that remains. OP dodging the curveball nicely, and Totem regaining some room.
Ball centered one more time. A little bit of an opening as far as the mid is concerned, which should ever so slightly favor Reply Totem. Make life a little bit tougher for Buster, but that's why he does find himself on the left-hand side of the map. Slowed down, and the Spike Super, the Hypercharge Super, totally doing what it was picked for, and just destroying one particular player. That said, doesn't really do anything. Wait enough time and the respawn comes through.
OP just intercepting this ball so nicely, but there's the hypercharge from Chaos going to go through now. OP still surviving, and there's another super forced out to get him down. And only just does at that too, as 775 is what remains for Maru. Healing up nicely now though, thanks to that star power. Maybe it's moving down this side with the ball. Dashes in hand, wants to go for Chaos, but actually uses that dash, gets another one back. Gasser heal available, still goes down though, and Totem are just playing so well as a team, so cohesive.
That's the key there, is that they've really identified what Eclipstar is doing, and as a team, they have tried to stop it. It's working out here in game number 3. We've got just a little bit left on that clock. Eclipstar getting aggressive again. This is how they score when they get aggressive. If they sit on their heels, they do not find these wins. So Eclipstar trying to do that. They know overtime is looming, and they know that Reply Totem has the upper hand in that position. The hypercharge is picked, the kills are down, the goal is scored. Reply Totem, they're 2 above none.
I mean, that's the instance where using a hypercharge when you don't have a super just works. We've seen some today where, you know, it's used to escape a little bit of a kill or something, but getting the game won because you pressed that button is what it was made for. The extra speed, so helpful. Reply Totem there. Just get the breakaway. They controlled the entire game, kill after kill after kill, but couldn't get the goals, and eventually one showed itself.
I love that you brought that up, because I think that's something that separates sort of like the plats from the pros, the goods from the greats, is that yes, most often, 90% of the time, you want to pair that hypercharge with that super. But every now and then, there's that moment where you got to remember that they're not tied together, and you can use them separately. And right there, that is the moment that you want to do so. You just see that Spike barreling up the left-hand side, waddling to victory, and getting it done there. Eclipsar, you know, Trav, I think if they were as aggressive as they found themselves in game number 2, they might even find themselves with the set. But for some reason, and that reason is Reply Totem, I understand that, but for some reason, we just didn't see that level of aggression every single time from Eclipsar.
Yeah, I think it was just managed better by Totem. You know, they started game 1 really aggressive as well. That's the thing. They got the goal early on, and it really did. It was working for them until Reply Totem managed to drag it out and play for the draw. And then eventually we saw Reply Totem kind of pick things up, managed to get kill after kill. I mean, look at 19 kills from Chaos. That is just absolutely incredible on a max.
Wow.
It's just not something that Eclipsar could, you know, match. 5-7-6 to 10-10-19. The smallest amount of kills on Reply Totem is almost equal to 2 of the players on Eclipsar.
Yeah, and like, Brawl Ball is not a game that's dictated by kills and deaths, and you have to kind of be cognizant of that when you look at the box score like this. But when it's 10, 10, and 20, I think that kind of tells a little bit of the story. Yeah, I rounded up, oh well. But like, I think that is a very big deal here. for Reply Totem as they find themselves up 2 above none here in our grand finals. Eclipsar can certainly fight back. We got a best of 5, and we have seen some 5s. If you're just joining us for the finals, we saw a 5-game set in quarters. We saw another 5-game set in the semifinals as well. It would take a lot of work for Eclipsar to bring us all the way the distance, but I'm not going to tell you I'd be surprised.
Yeah, it would not surprise me either. I mean, Eclipsar definitely have a chance of bringing this one back, but I don't even think the draft was that bad. I just don't think it really matched up to what Reply Totem were bringing to the table. If they draft well, and if they play as well, most importantly, as they did against SK Gaming, then it's going to be a big thing for them. But Reply Totem, they're just so clocked on to what Eclipsar want. They took the max before Eclipsar could even think about it. And that, honestly, is what Reply Totem won the game with. 19 kills on that max, which, if Eclipsar had, they'd have done the exact same thing, and the game would have just been flipped on its head.
I mean, I always find that Mori and Maru, they're very disciplined players. Would you agree?
Yeah, I'd say so.
And I think that kind of helps. It really helps that this gameplay style. iChaos is relatively aggressive most of the time, and having them sort of play a little bit more intentionally, let's say. I'm liking the way that this Reply Totem matches up against specifically this Eclipsar team. And so we'll see how it bodes for them as we jump into the Gem Fort. Bans are out. Eclipsar says no Stu, no Charlie, and no Amber. We don't want to see the healer, the sleeper, or the Gene. So first pick, we've got the Max for Eclipsar. And I mean, that was the headline coming in here. Don't let Eclipsar get Max, right?
It was, and this might be the start of the end for Reply Totem now that I'm getting it. Jesse going to come in from Reply Totem. That was their first pick. I do like the Jesse on this map, and it's good against a lot of the things that people can bring in that have spawnables and stuff like that on this map as well. So they do still have their second pick. We'll see what they choose to go with, and let's add as well that Jesse can slow down what Max brings to the table when the turret's thrown towards them as well. Surge going to be another pick as well. It's quite hard to avoid giving Surge levels here because of the amount of grass and how unpredictable he can be and just randomly poke his face out and get 3 shots on you, especially when you're playing Rosa. But Max Rosa, great combo.
Definitely want to see the Rosa. I mean, she excels well when we see a lot of grass. She's going to be able to deal with a lot of players, especially when going fast. And then the Nita is strong here for sure, but some wall break and a Surge. This last pick is available as well. Nita's one of these characters that really kind of is going to rely on, and that's what I was getting to. Nita's going to be one of these characters that's really going to rely on the cover of the walls, the cover of the grass, etc., etc., etc. And so once I see that, and I already have a little bit at a Surge, Griff is where I'm going to go. You know, there are other options as far as wall break is concerned, but I think Griff is certainly a strong selection here. And I like Reply. Yes, Eclipsar have the max. They've got a strong composition. I like Reply Totem's answer specifically with respects to the Jesse to sweep the bushes and the Griff to break them down. Jumping on in here. Could be Reply Totem's ticket to victory. Eclipsar has a long ramp to walk up, but I think they got their Heelys on. 3-0 so far. The Eclipsar are the ones that walked up first here. And just like that, Eclipsar 5-0. Easy peasy for now. Reply Totem find themselves on the board with a kill from iChaos. Maru's able to level up, and all of a sudden, this is a very scary Surge.
Yeah, I mean, when you can get level 3 and stay alive like that, it's really going to be an issue. You might want to try and break up that left-hand side bush, but he actually just chooses to break up some of their walls more in the mid and open things up just for Mori to have a bit of an easier time here. And he's just going to play this back spawn against the Rosa and ensure that he can't get flanked. But a level 4 now for Maro, and if he can stay alive for the rest of the game, that is going to be huge. Really nice placement on that turret as well, and the slow does make a connection, but luckily he retreats enough to not have it affect him too much.
Big push here in mid, and Reply Totem gaining some of that ground they lost. Reminder, game started off 5-0. Now it's 6-all. So Reply Totem, and it's funny, they haven't even like locked down this mid. They've just been able to step forward, grab a kill, get a gems to every single time. Eclipsar uses a little bit of max to step forward, and here comes Rosa. Jumped on, though. Does take down Maury, but is traded out. 8-7, so still neck and neck for both teams.
I mean, that turret could not have been placed at a better time. Just goes down, but gets the hypercharged turret into that pocket. Unfriendly Bush is used by OP once more, but to no avail, really, as it doesn't do too much. Flank coming in from Nita now, and that's going to open it up a little bit for Mebius, but this turret is doing so much. It's hitting so hard, and Jump comes through. Maru's going to clean up that defensive or offensive line for them, I should say. Now, hypercharge used by Mebius, but no super to follow up, not helping the Nita out. He might fall himself, needs to stay alive, but down he goes, I should say down. The turret goes back in the spawn. OP coming up now, 4 seconds to make something happen, but maybe it's surely too low. 1, and that is a match point for Applied Totem coming up next.
A tight one. And again, I say this often when this happens, but this is veterancy. This is experience. It's really easy to see yourself down 5-0 gems and just go, all right, we gotta go. Hit your supers and hit the gas. But they took it carefully. They didn't try to wrestle and own mid-control. They found their opportunity and stepped forward and got a gem and played it slowly and slowly got back that lead and then brought it home. That intentional play out of Reply Totem got them the victory here and puts them at match point.
I mean, that's 2 Unfriendly Bushes to make that 3 used now, and he's still... Totem just survived. I mean, they've got 4 gems, but it's the same story as last time. When Totems start to establish themselves, this game's surely going to flip. But Mebius just doing so well in this mid. Gadget going to be used by Maru to try guarantee himself that guarantee level 3. Nothing so far. OP uses his 4th and final gadget, thanks to that gear that he's going to be using. And during that time, 7 for ECP if they pick up these 2.
Maru's on that level 2. Trying to turn that corporal into a sergeant. Does so with that level 3. Jumps over the wall, finds the kill. Beautiful play! And just like that, Reply Totem looking towards this mid for control of it. Down 9-0. The margin of error much lower. Kill goes through, but Blue recovers no problem. And now OP on the top side, a much different story for Applied Totem as they find themselves pinched between a rock, a hard place, and another guy.
I hope he's there, but hypercharge turret back in the dream spot.
What?
Applied Totem now, and this is the turnaround we come to expect. Now, 5 gems to 8. They've got a lot of work to do, especially when Nita's got them in hand. Slow comes through, connects onto OP, but has a little bit of help thanks to the speed gear, I believe, in this bush. Oh, Gugu's can use the hypercharge without a super and go forwards. How much damage does it take to bring this turret down? OP is going to use his super to open up some space for the rest of his team, but there's the Griff super now. Not going to find any connections other than Rosa, but Maru guarantees himself that level 4, which is going to be huge.
Eclipsar was 9-0, finds themselves at that same 9, and this time it's not recovered. The gem's picked up by Reply Totem, but it's OP on the top side doing the same darn thing as the opposition. Finding the kill, recovering the gems. He got a baker's dozen and then some. 17 in the pocket for Eclipsar, and Reply Totem might be on match point, but Eclipsar ain't gonna give it up that easy.
Much better from Eclipsar in that game then. They got too many gems too early on for Reply Totem to turn it around, and they almost did. They got the kills on the gem carrier, but couldn't get those gems back and couldn't keep hold of their own gems at the same time as well. They might have got the oppositions out, but they lost theirs doing it, and OP played that so well, picked his moment. Those gadgets were used really early on. I was quite worried about it, to be fair. 4 gadgets and barely even guaranteed himself a kill, but whilst he was doing that, whilst he was slowing everybody down, maybe he's already got 7.
Well, a reset. Still match point for Reply Totem, but Eclipsar 1 step away from bringing us to a set number 4. Reply Totem did the same thing in game 2 as game 1, but let it get a little more out of hand. Eclipsar 4 above 0. Again, this is the same song and dance we saw in game 1 and game 2, an early game lead for the blue side, Trav, but not definitive just yet.
Well, Gugu went forward quite far then, but got himself a bear. And it's the same story. All 3 games have been the exact same. They get the control, Mebius gets 6, and then Reply Totem starts to turn it around. That's going to be a level 3 permanently now. And now Nita having to be pushed back by Maru's coming in hot, going to have the jump as well. Jumps backwards instead of forwards directly onto him to guarantee himself that kill, and still doesn't get himself it anyway. But level 4 is going to be a big help down that left-hand lane to keep the Nita back.
You know, and I like that caution from Maru. Could have jumped in and confirmed the kill, but he doesn't know where the rest of the team is. Could be collapsed on and wind up being a kill about nothing. So I don't hate the trepidation. Ope comes through, activates the super already relatively low and doesn't really capitalize off of it as a result. 8 above 5. Eclipsar still have the lead, but this time Reply Totem have gotten involved earlier, and that should bode well for them and their fans for sure.
Well, a turret available. Might want to throw it into that same spot again to try and keep that back. But here comes Gugu, and that's going to be huge with a big bear pulling through as well. Massive stuff for the side of Eclipsar, and it's all thanks to Gugu, but he's trying to get the reset, but Maru can't get that either. The bear still alive, pushing forwards. 10 seconds on the clock, and Mebius in the back left, providing a speed to Ope, who's going to go forward with a hypercharge, get themselves set number 3, and bring it back to 2-1.
And we've got bonus Brawl Stars, baby. You love to see it. Ain't no sweeps in the grand finals. I'm like smiling ear to ear, man. I like to see this stuff. Eclipsar are a team that deserved, they earned their way here to the grand finals. I didn't want to see them go down without a fight, and they were able to wrestle control of the game early, all 3 games. Obviously, it didn't go their way all 3 games, but they got 2 of them. And so a very, very clean play here coming out from Eclipsar. You love to see the way that they were able to do so. And now we find ourselves on the way to Bounty. And so with respect to Gem Grab, they got the max. What percentage of the win was because they got the max, Trav?
I don't know, to be fair, the max was just there picking up gems. I won't even lie to you. Like, it didn't seem like the max was doing too much. Like, the lanes were playing that phenomenally, I will say. We saw so many slows coming out of Ope really early on that Rosa unfriendly bush. He just used time and time and time again to get that lead ready for them. And then when they had the lead, Reply Totem started to push back. Certain moments like this where Totem really just nailed it down, got control and kept it. But in the other games, they couldn't bring that same energy. Yes, they got a bit of control back. They started to claw it back, but Eclipsar knew that what they wanted to do, what positions they wanted, and kind of just made sure that wasn't a possibility.
Yeah, you nailed it. I love the fact what we saw out of Eclipsar here was, yeah, Max has been their centerpiece. You've been talking so highly about, or so importantly about how, my bad, how you've been speaking highly about how important this Max is for Eclipsar, and you're totally right. But this time around, the pick winds up being utility selection. I see more out of Gugu and Ope than I do out of Mebius here on the Max, and that's not a bad thing. Sometimes you need to be the guy and hold the ball, and other times you need to facilitate your teammates. I'm saying this, and Mebius gets almost 300 DPS, comparatively speaking, to half of that from his teammates, but it's a damage when it counts here, Trav, and really enjoyed the performance out of Eclipsar here in the Gem Grab. Earned this victory up and down.
Yeah, I mean, Reply Totem definitely had their moments. They had some really nice stuff. Like when Jesse got that turret established, it was always so strong. Such a good position, especially when it's hypercharged. It's an impossible situation to break out of. But Eclipsar managed to do it time and time again. So a very deserving set for them. Reply Totem definitely deserved the first 2 sets, don't get me wrong. I've played way better in those. But Eclipsar on this one especially really played absolutely phenomenally and definitely deserved that set. So intrigued to see if they're going to be able to get more drafts right and continue playing as well as they are now. Because I'm dying to see that set number 5.
Back to the draft book here. The green notebook cracked open for Eclipsar. We'll see if it turns into a green light and brings us to a game number 5. Canal Grande, or Grand if you're ready set, and wrong, but that's a different story. Bounty should be a fun one. I always think of Bounty and Gem Grab as like the super classic quintessential Brawl Stars modes. Can you brawl? Let's find out.
Yeah, Canal Grande going to be possibly the decider here. If Reply Totem can win this one, huge map for them to be able to get the first monthly final win of 2024 on the board, especially with how early they've been exiting over the past couple of months. 2 losses in 2 consecutive quarterfinals to the same team of SK for Reply Totem 2 months in a row is not where you want to be. But if they can get this win on the board, it's going to catapult them up that leaderboard and put them in some of those world final spots. So really intrigued to see if they're going to be able to pull through here, or if we're going to be seeing a set number 5 and a possible Eclipsar win. Carl, going to be the first pick for Reply Totem, allows them to get that blue star, which is always a huge thing on Canal Grande.
Also, one of the brawlers that's able to kind of jump over the water. Angelo is just dummy strong, so we usually see 60-70% ban rate. and even more so here because he's dummy strong on top of being able to navigate the water. Eve is able to navigate the water for sure. So if I'm replying to him, that's why I like the selection of Carl here, because the spawnables out of Eve, Carl doesn't really care about them. You know they're going to pick Eve if you pick Carl. And so, or you know they're going to pick Eve if you don't, most likely. And so I like this positioning from Reply Totem for sure.
Yeah, well, we'll see what they do choose to pick up next. 2 following picks from Reply Totem, and then back over to Clipsar for their third and final. But the Eve, I like it. Obviously, there's so much war on this map, which makes it absolutely huge. Carl, however, can slice through Eve quite easily and through those spawnables, so it must be just the kind of pick that makes it so solid. But Willow's going to come in. Throwers, very valuable on this map. If you get a spawn trap, Throwers and Carl slicing through these choke points is a huge thing. A lot of the time we actually see Barley on a map like this, but they're going to take a Shelly as their third and final, defend themselves against more aggressive brawls, which you have to do when you've got the Willow and Carl on your side.
Yeah, you know, Willow I always think of as like interesting tech, specifically on like Brawl Ball or Knockout, where you're able to just make use of that MC, the mind control. But here, I mean, really just, like you said, the thrower is very valuable. So, not specifically about the tech this time. Of course, that's part of it, just a little icing on the cake. Shelly will be able to provide some pushback. And there's that Barley you mentioned. Predictor of the future. Can you give me the lotto numbers?
I wouldn't be giving them to you if I knew, I'll tell you that. I'd be using them myself.
I believe it. But Gugu here with Ope and Mebius. You've got the Eve, you got the Cordelius, and you've got the Barley. Rolling their dice this time around. Canal Grande is just such a different map, comparatively speaking, to the rest of the games that we play.
Yeah, it really is. Like, the meta's just so different on it. You see these throwers coming through, and we've barely seen any throwers today at all. Never mind 2 on the same thing. So we'll see who's going to get there first. Should be Carl grabbing this, regardless of even able to fly over the water. Look how easily he's slicing through her. Maru on the right-hand side, sorry, having some real heavy issues there against Mebius. Well, finding some shots as Chaos brings Ope fairly low. Maru falls very low as well, though. But it's a 2-1 narrow lead for Eclipsar.
East and West, as per usual. Interesting position, actually. I didn't see that third player. I didn't see Maru up top there. And so it's going to give Eclipsar something to be concerned about. They can't just focus on the East-West matchup. Here come the Eve babies. And that's what I was talking about. Carl just able to delete them, no questions asked. Bounty is usually dominated by sharpshooters and snipers. And as you can pretty much plainly see why neither of these teams kind of leaned on that archetype of character.
Yeah, well, we'll see if Maori does choose to go in at some point, because obviously Mebius is out of the way now, thanks to him being in that realm. Chaos making a little rotation there, and very low. Doesn't manage to get himself a kill. Maori might be able to secure Gugu here. Goes for the flying hug across. Puts himself in a really tough position there, and he's surely going to go down in this spawn. But Mebius looked to rotate to the left-hand side. Maru trying to get him out, but jump backwards and securing the kill makes it a 4-star lead now.
Mebius kind of accidentally picked up the kill. Chaos went to the right-hand side while Mebius was down in the Shadow Realm, and as he exited, was trying to shoot his direct opposition. Chaos would just happen to be there and fell over. Unfortunate for Reply Totem. But it's 7-5, 7 the side with the blue star as well, and that side is Eclipsar. So we'll count down from 13, and Reply Totem looking for that classic bounty surge. Here comes Mari, surging forward, but pushed aside and dismissed. 10 gems, but it's 12 stars. On the other side, Reply Totem do what they came to do and take them down. Match point for Totem.
Willow with one shot just wins the game from beyond the grave. Hits 2 of them with 1, and they both burn down over time. That is absolutely huge from Totem. I can't even remember who's playing the Willow, because it done nothing else throughout the game. But in that situation, Chaos just gets them both after dying himself and wins Totem that game, puts them on match point. But to be fair, ECP seemed in control for the majority of it, so I don't doubt that they might be able to bring this one back.
Every kill that doesn't win the game doesn't matter. It's about the stuff after the stuff. Kills are a way to enable yourself to find that victory. Perhaps that's a little less true in a mode like Bounty, but All those other missed opportunities don't matter for sure. The misses don't wind up on the scoreboard. The hits do. Reply Totem find them. Blue star in the pocket for Reply Totem. Again, unsurprising. Carl gonna get that every single time. Gugu on the bottom side looking for the pinch.
Yeah, not finding it just yet. And by this time in the last game, Eclipsar had the lead back themselves by getting a bit of a trade. But they're playing 3 on this left-hand side, so nobody really hung out to dry like Hamaru was in that previous game. Just playing the right-hand side on his own. Willow just thrown across, making sure nobody's crossing through that pathway. And that's the way to play it. But OP trying to do the exact same thing, but Totem have no reason to go forward and lunge towards them.
Yeah, this is real classic bounty. I mentioned it earlier, but before we had the 20 limit, a lot of teams just kind of sat around for 2 minutes, 1 star to none, and then jumped on in at the last 13 seconds was the number. And now, similar, but a slightly bit more aggression here from Eclipsar. And Reply Totem are going to jump on in here. It's the flying hook, going west to east, not finding a kill though. So they'll back off. There is some time to try again. Maru finds a kill though. Still not enough to confirm it and finish it off. Reply Totem do have the lead, and they're going to walk into it 5 above none. Eclipsar have to make a chance, have to make an impact if they want to turn this around, but the slow is good. 1 kill might go down, but it doesn't matter. Reply Totem, 9 above none, 3 above 1. They are your monthly finalists and your winners of EMEA.
I mean, that was genuinely incredible from Reply Totem there. Just a clean sweep. Nothing happened until 20 seconds until the end of the game, but Reply Totem managed to secure it anyway. You've got to give a huge congratulations to Eclipsar for getting this far, beating SK, who I'm sure Reply Totem probably didn't want to face in the final, so they'll be thanking them for that. But Eclipsar come in second, but Reply Totem are the winners.
I mean, Eclipsar, they absolutely earned their right. They played well here today. I mean, not even being Mr. Rogers here, everybody largely played well here today. We saw some incredible 5-game sets as well. This one goes 4. Even Eclipsar just stretching it to a set 4 in the manner that they did was dummy impressive to me. Finding that gem grab and able to just stretch it out like Mozzarella was very, very cool. And so we don't get to see the dueling Beetles. But honestly, I'm not that upset. This was an engaging entertainment finals, and Reply Totem winds up bringing it home. The majority of fans thought so. I certainly put my prediction on there as well on event.brawlstars.com, Trav. I really like what this Reply Totem team brings, and Chaos and the guys are certainly making it happen.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a great day today, they really have, and they thoroughly deserve to do it in 4, like you say. I'm not too sad that we haven't seen that set number 5. I'm glad that it got extended to set 4, because ECP 100% deserved to win that gem grab set, but Totem definitely deserves to shut it out here. Brilliance. Look at this play from Chaos. It was across the map, hits them both with 1 shot, and they burn down after he dies as well. So that is absolute brilliance from Chaos there, and overall, really, really nice plays from Reply Totem across, and Maru just putting the nail in the coffin here. Super, getting the shots through the clay pigeon, following up with the super, and just finishing Eclipsar off.
What I really liked here, you know, that final sequence of set number 4 was the respect that Reply Totem gave to Eclipsar. I mentioned it, how classically, when you're looking for that last kind of punch to win the game and they can't counter punch, you go in at like 11 to 13 seconds because you kill them, they don't get a chance to respawn, and there isn't a second chance opportunity. But Eclipsar has proven to Reply Totem that they might actually win that engagement. And so Reply Totem went in with 20 seconds, 21 seconds on the clock, knowing that if they messed it up and were unable to convert, they would have a second chance. And that's exactly what wound up happening. The first engagement from Reply Totem went Pete Tong, and Eclipsar was able to find that victory. And then Reply Totem hit him the second time with time waning down, and Eclipsar lost it. But that respect from Reply Totem to give them that extra shot was very, very cool. And the respect from the fans to give Maori MVP, well, it's the same thing. It's very cool. Maori certainly performing excellently well here, Trav. What a great player. Longtime Reply Totem jersey wearer as well.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say the same as I did last time they won. Mori 100% deserving of this MVP, but any member of Reply Totem could have won this MVP vote from the community. But Mori, a huge congratulations to him and a massive congratulations to Reply Totem for being the champions of this month.
You'll have to see it. Congrats to Mari. Congrats to all of our fans that got just as much of the W as the victors, because we got a good show to watch. And congrats to Ark for getting to hang out with Trav.
I was going to say, because it's not for more predictions. No, thoroughly exciting stuff. I mean, well deserved. Reply to him, absolutely phenomenal this month. You've got to say it. I mean, you know, that first set as well, why I felt Eclipse had comp realistically on Heist, and just the Reply Totem still shut it down. And I think now it should be, I think maybe 1 point behind Zeta Division. I mean, they are literally just now boosted up that leaderboard as a result of today's performance. Again, started off with Ladder Skill down the bottom side of the bracket, and then Humble really was for me where, you know, Reply Totem were able to catapult their way forwards in that 3-2 victory, which went all the way to the final round of the final set, honestly. But Eclipse are esports. I mean, you know, that upset against SK Gaming was massive for them. I've got full confidence in that next month they're going to use that as fuel realistically here, because, I mean, for both of these two teams in the grand final, it was their best performance to date, and I think that says a great deal about this region.
Crazy to see Zeta fall out in the quarterfinals. I also do want to give a shout out to Ladder Skill. I didn't predict them to win for sure. I also didn't expect them to find the little bits of shine that they did in that quarterfinals versus Reply Totem. The 3-0 doesn't tell the tale of the tape for sure. So, Ark, you mentioned predictions, so let's go ahead and see your predictions there, homie. I mean, mine were just as bad. That was just an easy segue.
Look, how does the best of us, guys? And all I can say is if we have an interview, I'm fortunate in my position today that that's not going to come back around, because I did say to Maru that I was going to be rooting for them, and I've just ended up instantly regretting that decision to go against it. But if he was watching the VOD, mate, it happens, mate. It happens sometimes. And you were right, and I was wrong, and I'm the first to admit it.
Always good. All in good fun. We love you, Ark. But this is what the squads look like as a whole. I highlighted the top 3 when we started today. SK, Humble, and Zeta were neck and neck, separated by just a couple of points. Well, Reply Totem's in that conversation now. 250, 240, 222, and 221. Any given, depending on Saturday or Sunday, the way the schedule foils out, this is it for EMEA. These squads coming in next month and the month after that, there is no game that is not a must win. If you're in this top 4 for EMEA, Oceanus, Eclipsar, Foot, BC, these teams still sort of kind of have a chance, but really, it's this top 4, Trav, this is spicy, and this is neck and neck. Every game must win.
I mean, 3rd and 4th, 1 point between them. That is just absolutely crazy. And another big thing we got to touch on is that Oceanus. You know, Cube announced it, and I saw Oceanus as well. Already announced that he's leaving the competitive scene. So not just Cube, he's already had confirmation with that organization. So you've got to question what's going to happen with their spot. And obviously they're going to want to keep it. The 2 players remaining. So who's going to join them? That's the biggest question I want to know.
Facts. Before we say goodbye, final words, Ark, from you.
Just incredibly exciting stuff. I mean, imagine if that 1 point comes back around, by the way, that divide between LCQ and World Finals. I don't want to jinx it, but maybe I just did. I just cannot wait to see how these leaderboards form and develop along the way. It's just that region where you can't predict the outcomes unless you travel yourself. Not me, for sure.
So much fun here today. Thanks so much for joining me, guys. And thanks so much for joining me out there in Chatland. My co-commentators holding it down. The folks on the sister stream as well. Teddy and Spoo bringing home the good stuff, as well as all the people pushing the buttons backstage. Tomorrow, we've got a couple of more matchups as well. South America going to be continuing the very next broadcast, 12 p.m. BRT for the SA Monthly Finals. I'll be there. You're going to be there. I know you're going to be, because I'm telling you to be, and you don't want to miss it. Event.brawlstars.com. We'll see you on the BSC, powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series, tomorrow and every time after that. Peace, and much love to you.
But can they find the kill? That's the thing. A fly hook from Lenardi might fall down.